Rosabel and the Billionaire Beast, a fairy tale romance, Once Upon a Billionaire Book 4, by Caitlin Meadows. Narrated by 11 Labs. Alas, I thought I had only friendship for you, but the grief I feel now convinces me that I cannot live without you. Jean-Marie Le Prince de Beaumont, Beauty and the Beast.
Chapter 1. Duncan. I should fire her. It wasn't the first time I'd had that thought, but every time the other women in the office caught me looking at my assistant a little too long, the thought resurfaced. Yes, that was a basis to terminate someone's employment, because I couldn't keep my eyes off her. Actually, I'd considered firing the others in my office more than once as well, for all the flack they gave Rosabel about me. But that wasn't grounds for firing anyone either. Really, though, the pact was the main reason that my infatuation with my assistant was a problem. I tried not to pay attention to Rosabel. I tried not to like her as much as I did, but I couldn't help it. The pact I'd signed back in college was now my biggest worry as far as Rosabel was concerned. Since Gabby, Ella, and most recently, Adaly, and strangely enough, her grandma, had been targeted, I was even more determined to keep my feelings for Rosabel to myself. I refused to be the cause of any harm that came to her. I flexed my fist, remembering my most recent match at the dojo. My arm was still sore after the way the coach had bent it so far backward. I'd taken on not only my instructor, but several other training partners at once. They knocked into me. I even had the bruises and the scab on my lip to show for it. And I'd still come off the victor of that match. The guys had congratulated me, but my victory wasn't only to satiate my pride for the sake of it. Ulrich Phillips had revealed himself to be the informant we'd been searching for since Christmas. I'd taken him on, sort of. In the darkness and with him dressed in all black, my visibility had been limited. Admittedly, I wasn't the best at hand-to-hand. I was more of a ground fighter, but Ulrich had knocked his elbow into my face before I'd gotten the chance to take him down and hold him there. He'd gotten away. So I'd been changing my strategies. I'd adjusted my main focus to learn to fight on my feet. If it came down to fighting for Rosabel or anyone else's safety, I wasn't going to let anyone get the better of me again. That threat was the reason I should let her go. Fire her. Send her to continue her life without me in it. I could do it if I had to, at least that was what I thought. But then she came into my view like she did now, and I stared at her. I talked to her. I admired her pluck, her determination, her work ethic, and perseverance. And I forgot all the reasons I should let her go, and clung to the reasons I didn't want to. It was selfish, and I knew it. But I also knew one other irrefutable detail. I was strong. As long as I kept my distance from her, kept my feelings to myself, she was fine. Rosabel wore a plaid blouse, a pencil skirt that made her look like a bud in spring, and heels that emphasized just how toned her legs were. Her chestnut hair swayed with the lilt in her hips, and everything about her filled me with all kinds of thoughts that weren't appropriate for the workplace or for someone who was my employee. She'd had this effect on me from the start. She had, however, been dating someone else at the time, so I couldn't act on my feelings even though they'd only gotten worse with every passing day. Every time she swooped in to deliver my coffee or set memos on my desk, leaving a waft of her perfume behind, every time she peered at me with irritation in her rich chocolate eyes, it only stirred the embers, reigniting the flame. So I'd done what I could to push those feelings away. She'd ended things with what's his name, Pete, something, over 2 months ago. But with Ulrich on the loose attacking my friends, I had an all-new reason to keep my distance from Rosabel now. That reason only made me that much grumpier every time she was around. I sat behind my desk, gripping the pen in my hand and clicking it multiple times in a row. Click, 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 click. Rosabel strutted in through my open door, drifting that rosy fragrance in my direction, not looking at me as she passed my desk, which, of course, only made me stare at her more. "Is something wrong?" I asked. She muttered under her breath, opening the blinds to splash sunlight into my face. I lifted a hand, blinking the newly visible dust motes out of my view. She then rotated the spider plant, with its dripping green fronds perched on the stand between my desk and the window. Sunlight created a glow around her. Her normally dazzling brown eyes, which could rival any rare gemstone, were rimmed with red. "What?" Her exasperated tone broke through with sharpness. I shook myself. Stop staring at her, idiot. I'd only seen her every day for the last year and a half. Why should today be any different? She was still the same mind-boggling shade of beautiful she'd been the last time I looked, which was only 20 seconds ago. Never mind, I said, waving her away and clicking my pen several more times. Rolling her eyes, she strutted toward the printer to retrieve whatever papers she'd just sent through it. She was more annoyed than usual. On top of her normal responsibilities and the ones she'd taken on herself, like filing the first quarter employee payroll after sorting and balancing what the accountant sent over. I'd recently had her help my best friend vet auditions for his theme park. And then the woman Rosabel had selected to play the Red Queen had ended up being rejected. That might have something to do with it. Sorting through thousands of auditions, reading their qualifications, doing what Maddox had asked, and selecting someone to play the Red Queen wasn't in Rosabel's job description. She'd said as much. I'd shrugged off her frustration with the request at the time. Maddox had needed help, and Rosabel was always the first person I turned to in situations like that. I knew I could rely on her. Then again, that had been 2 months ago. 2 months since Adaly and Maddox had posed as a fake couple and then fallen into real love and decided to stay together at the end of it all, once we found out who the informant actually was. Was she still upset about her breakup with Pete? She'd acted unraveled for several days, and the other women in the office had let me know the gist of how that relationship had finally taken its last breath. Nah, it couldn't be the breakup. It had happened a few months ago, too. Maybe it was the audition thing. Rosabel had to be used to my occasional unconventional requests by now, didn't she? She knew Maddox was my best friend. Yes, it had been months since we'd found out Ulrich, the slimy treasurer from our Sigma Phi Rho days, who'd embezzled funds from the frat and been kicked out for it, had been the one I'd run down after he'd targeted Ella and tried framing her. It had been Ulrich who'd been the one to vandalize and destroy the thousands of dollars Maddox had put into updating his theme park's branding. Ulrich had been the one stalking women and sabotaging lives. We were blazing at full throttle into August now, the hottest part of the year. The loser was in jail, right where he belonged. Maddox and Adaly were disgustingly blissful newlyweds. Ella and Hawk were neck-deep in their own wedding plans. And I was doing my best to avoid them all. They were all making plans to visit Adrian and Gabby, since she'd had her baby 10 days early at the end of June. She'd birthed a boy whom they'd given a ridiculous name to, Soren Theodore Bear. It didn't matter what they named that kid. Thanks to their last name, he would always sound like a knockoff from Mattel. Wouldn't I like to come, hang out, bask in all that happiness? I'd opted out. Being around my lovesick friends was like listening to an annoying song on repeat over and over, or like I was being starved while they feasted and couldn't share. It didn't help that they constantly brought up my feelings for Rosabel as though they took pleasure in reminding me just how badly I wanted what I could never have. Like my feelings were a joke to them. I peered at her once more. Still standing beside the printer, Rosabel sifted through whatever she'd just printed, completely oblivious to the snare she had over me. A snare I'd happily free myself from if I could. Frustrated, I skimmed through emails on my tablet, deleting as necessary, until a name stopped my heart. Beverly Hawthorne. My palms sweated. My tie choked me, and I tugged it loose. This was unexpected, and certainly not a welcome surprise. Mom emailed me? Why? We hadn't spoken in years, not since her final harsh demand that I leave her house and never come back. Request granted. Why did she end our unspoken agreement to pretend the other didn't exist? Maybe the email was a fluke. Servers got hacked all the time, didn't they? I'd be the last one to admit that suspicion, considering the flack I often gave Rosabel on that subject. She insisted on keeping physical copies of important paperwork in case my system was ever infiltrated. I told her she needed to keep records of her obsessive tendencies. That had earned me a glare that still made me smile. Shaking the thought away, I turned my attention back to the sender line. The letters forming her name seemed to grow in size. I both dreaded and itched to open the email, but I wasn't about to do so with anyone else in the room, not even Rosie. Get out, I said. Rosabel turned and placed one hand on her hip. Excuse me? Out, I've got something to do. She settled into that adorable pout before stalking to my desk and slamming the papers down. A paperclip and the pen I was using skittered to the floor. My hands trembled. I kept them in my lap, not wanting her to see. She stared me down. You know, please goes a long way. I'm sure it does. Get out. Close the door behind you. With an obvious scoff, Rosabel rolled her eyes and did as I asked. Chapter 2, Duncan. The instant she was gone, I didn't hesitate. I clicked on the email and devoured the words on the screen. Duncan, it seems fitting to let you know that your grandmother is turning 95 in a week's time. She requests you attend her birthday party on Friday, August 27th, at the Crystal Bridges Museum in Bentonville. Please let us know if you can make it. Your mother, Beverly Hawthorne. That was it? My heart sank. I wasn't sure what I was hoping for. Words of apology for the harsh accusations the last time I'd been in Eureka Springs? Expressed desire to make amends? Memories of that awful day dragged on me from the minute I woke up every morning. I'd done what I could to brush them off, but how could I forget the fact that my family blamed me for my grandfather's heart attack? Now, grandmother wanted me to come home? Mom hadn't said a word about wanting to see me, but she'd always been a tough woman to read. She buried her feelings deeper than the Mariana Trench. I'd thought about going home so many times, but the idea made me want to get KO'd at my next match. Going back to Arkansas now would open a wound that had healed with gangrene on the inside. Besides, how could I genuinely know she wanted me at her party, and that this wasn't just some ploy Mom had in place for something else? Ignoring the email was a definite option. The infection would linger, but I'd outlived it for years now. The rest of my life wouldn't hurt any worse than it already did. Maybe that was why Mom emailed instead of calling. She was probably as unaccepting of me coming home as I was. She'd given me an opportunity, really. I could pretend I never got this. The notion lasted only seconds before my conscience kicked in. If this were any other person, I wouldn't blink an eye. This time, I couldn't. Grandmother had raised me while Mom had been building her career as a fashion designer. She was turning 95. Who knew how much time there was left to make things right? Mom hadn't said a word about welcoming me to stay in my old room. Truth be told, I wasn't sure I wanted to. While Eureka Springs was quaint and quirky, I didn't want to stay at any of the cutesy B&Bs speckling the town either, not when each location was super old and filled with its own history. And according to anyone you talked to, several places were haunted by previous owners. I could handle a ghost or two. What I couldn't handle was people. Dealing with noisy fellow travelers and their comings and goings didn't hold much appeal. I preferred to keep to myself. With a sniff, I opened my desk drawer. The pamphlet showcasing luxurious lake homes in a mountain cove just outside of Eureka Springs sounded better and better by the minute. I'd initially considered buying one of these monsters to hide Rosabel away in after I'd gotten a threatening note about my feelings for her. That note had been in my stack of mail almost 2 weeks ago, after Maddox and Adaly had apprehended Ulrich Phillips as the informant who'd been targeting guys from Sigma Phi Rho, or more specifically, the women the freighters had fallen in love with. It had had one line: "I know how you feel about her." The minute I'd read those words, the bottom had dropped out of my world. I'd had no footing, no floor, no balance. I'd lost it. I'd checked every camera feed and had the place dusted for fingerprints. I'd even had a meltdown at Maddox's office. The wall had since been repaired, and I'd gone in search of a place to hide Rosabel away. But so far, nothing else had happened. Ulrich was behind bars. Life was going on. Looking at these options again now, with the prospect of going home, why not buy a house on Beaver Lake after all? I'd have my own place. I could visit and fish or simply escape whenever I liked, without my family ever needing to know. Sure, there would be neighbors, but at least they'd be from my tax bracket. A lake house retreat far enough from Eureka Springs that I could come and go without telling my family, yet close enough for a visit to my hometown. Another idea struck. Google at hand, I searched for the Painted Lady House. It had been the cause of all the familial mayhem in the first place, but I'd always been a dab hand at investments, more so than my dad or grandfather. If I could purchase the house and offer it as a gift to grandmother, the gesture could soften the older woman toward me. Grandmother hadn't contacted me since the argument, and I hadn't tried talking to her either. I couldn't go back to Arkansas without some kind of plan. Argument or no, I couldn't live with myself knowing I'd had the chance to make things right and didn't take it. That settled it. I would go back. But I had a phone call to make first. My hands shook. I skimmed through my contacts, but Beverly Hawthorne wasn't one of them. Of course not. I deleted Mom from my phone. My computer, too. Rosabel glided past my office window. She paused at one of the cubicles and shook her head at something Charity, the receptionist, said before both women parted in opposite directions. What if I did have Mom's number after all? I strode out, ignoring the stirring hum of conversation, clicking computer keys and the way people looked away to avoid eye contact, and entered Rosabel's office. The room was empty, but the filing cabinets didn't care that I was in here. I started with the top drawer of the closest cabinet, thumbing through every single file and skimming as I went. Anticipation grew with every folder I skimmed. My whole company was in these files. Another drawer closed, another opened. I searched file after file until finally I found the one I was after. I wasn't sure how Rosabel had managed it, but the name Beverly Hawthorne on the little tab said enough. Kudos, Rosie, I muttered, yanking the file out. I slammed the drawer shut and stormed back to my office. Rosabel usually straightened everything for me as she came and went, but this time, the papers she'd printed earlier were still splayed across my desk. Sometimes, I like to leave a mess just because I knew how much the disarray bothered her. This time, the clutter wasn't on purpose. I saw only the information in the folder. Palms sweating, I dialed Mom's number. My heart didn't have time to slow before she answered with a dignified, "Hello?" "Mom," I exhaled. What was the deal? I never got this nervous. "Duncan?" Why did her voice have such a noticeable effect on me? I wanted to be as callous as I was on the day of the argument, the day I'd left. I shoved the memories down. To what do I owe the pleasure? Funny, she didn't sound pleased. She sounded detached and impartial, almost annoyed that I'd called. Why should she be? She was the one who emailed me. "I got your email. I wanted to—" "You could have replied. I didn't need a call." Another pause followed. This one was long enough to be awkward. Words in a business deal always came like cake to me, but talking to Mom after all this time, I might as well have had my tongue cut out. "Are you coming?" she asked. "I'll set a guest room for you at the house." Relief stole over me. If she was inviting me to stay at home, that meant she didn't hate me as much as I thought. Even so, I hurried to contradict her. If a phone call was this awful, I wasn't about to stay where more uncomfortable conversation could be had at any time. "There's no need. I have a place to stay. Or I would once I closed on the lake house I intended to buy. But yes, I'm coming." My throat fisted over the statement. I yanked at my collar again and reclined in my office chair, fiddling with the pamphlet on my desk displaying Beaver Lake and the mansions available there. And? And what? This time Mom's voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. "Are you bringing anyone with you, or will you be coming alone?" Instantly, Rosabel's face flooded into my mind. Her engaging brown eyes that could flash with frustration or delight, depending on her mood. The line of her cheekbones. The pout of her lips. Why did Mom need to know if I was bringing someone? I wasn't going to be staying at my childhood home. Mom wouldn't need to make extra accommodations. There was the party. Maybe Mom needed to know a head count for that. Though knowing her, she was already planning on hundreds of guests. The only other explanation was that Mom wanted to know if I was dating someone. Rosabel traipsed past my office window once more. This time, her attention was on her phone. She frowned at whatever she saw. Charity noticed too. She said something to which Rosie ignored, engrossed by her screen. My lips twitched. Without thinking, I answered, "Yes, I'm bringing someone special." Rosabel would say no, of course. I just had to figure out how to present the idea in a way that she couldn't possibly refuse.
Chapter 3. Rosabel. I hadn't ever told anyone. It felt too selfish, too aggrandizing, when the reasons were anything but. But as I stared at the email on my phone detailing the latest fees for a new treatment to help with Dad's Alzheimer's, all of those reasons I kept his illness to myself, the reasons I was pushing through at a job I hated, came crashing back around me. Dad was sick, and the bills were piling up. There it was. I wanted so badly to broadcast it to the whole office, to turn back to Charity and tell her where to put her snarky comments about Duncan and me. Because the truth was, Duncan was a jerk. None of his other assistants could stand working so directly with him. In fact, many of them, according to what Charity had just told me as I'd passed her desk, only lasted a month at most before finding a new job. So, of course, because I'd been here for over a year, that meant I was sleeping with the boss. I couldn't roll my eyes enough, and frankly, I was fuming inside. If Charity and the others had any idea what it was like to watch your father, your shoulder to cry on confidant, your teacher, listening ear, and the rock of your life slowly lose himself as well as his knowledge of you, they wouldn't be saying what they were. I wanted a megaphone. I wanted to call everyone to attention like an old schoolmarm and shake them all with the news. Dad was sick. That was why I was still working at Hawthorne Associates, with a boss whose idea of manners came from the backs of cereal boxes, who had no concept of anything other than money. That was why I ignored the emails I'd gotten detailing an opening in Westville's Philharmonic Orchestra, specifically the flautist's position. Playing in the pit for plays and performing on stage was my dream. But not only would it require hours of my time, hours I didn't have to devote to practicing on my own as well as with the group, it wouldn't pay nearly what I needed. So here I was. That was also why I avoided the break room. Thanks to Charity's jabs and the stares that continually swiveled in my direction through the wide windows separating the break room from the rest of the office, I knew what the women sitting around the tables and enjoying their home-packed lunches were talking about in there. Me. They were talking about me. Apparently, whatever Charity had muttered about the length of my employment had made its way around the cubicles like it was a downpour of kerosene on their proverbial fire. And vultures that they were, they ate it up like feed to a hungry chicken. Like I said, that sounded so aggrandizing, so prideful. Like, oh, look at me. Look how much attention I get. But trust me, their gossip wasn't something I was proud of. In fact, it disgusted me. Pocketing my phone, I slid the filing cabinet door shut with my hip and turned toward my office. I needed a moment, or several thousand. Duncan had given me my own space in here rather than just a cubicle, which obviously meant he was more interested in me than a boss rightly should be. Another eye roll. But at least it meant I could avoid overhearing the topic of their conversations. But solitary enjoyment of said lunch was too good to be true. I'd just closed my door and sat at my desk. I'd been in the middle of reaching for the door of my mini fridge where I'd stashed my spinach and chicken salad with blueberries, strawberries, and crumbles of feta cheese, when the phone I just pocketed in my pencil skirt buzzed. Duncan. Coffee. My breath puffed out in a long, frustrated groan. I tilted my head back, closed my eyes, and counted to 7. My lucky number. The frustration in my blood didn't dissipate, though. I wasn't sure why I felt the freedom to bicker with him. Maybe it was because I wanted to see if at least one of the rumors mongering around the office was true. That Duncan wouldn't fire me no matter what I did. Because he was into me. And I wouldn't quit no matter what he did. Because I was hot for him, too. Ridiculous. So I let him have it. Me. I thought that fancy degree of yours meant you were educated. Duncan. I am. Me. Your use of one-word commands implies otherwise. I pictured an orangutan in a suit, grunting and pointing for what it wanted. Did the man have no notion of what it meant to be polite? He'd brought out a derisive side in me, one I'd had to brandish in order to keep up with his snarky quips. For the record, Charity, that was how I'd kept my job for over a year, not my irresistible attraction to this man. Duncan. Something came up. Coffee. Laughter trickled from the break room's open door. Sure, coffee. It wasn't that hard. I could waltz in, retrieve a mug, fill it, and scurry back out again. Or better yet, Starbucks wasn't far. Only about 5 blocks. I could dash down, drive across town, and make it back in about 20 minutes. That amount of effort was preferable to plunging headfirst into the Sarlacc pit. Duncan. Why are you not moving? Get moving, Esther. I choked my phone, fantasizing about saying everything I wanted to the man who put the ole in boss hole. Ole, as in I wanted to wave a red flag around him, see him charge like the bull he was, and then count myself the victor when he realized his target was nothing more than fabric fluttering in the wind. I'd strut in, hand him an empty cup, tell him it magically fills when he uses the word, please. Duncan, this day isn't going to get any better with you standing around. Do your job. My teeth ground. I peered up to find him parting the blinds of his office window and leering at me through my window like a meerkat. Dad's advice trickled through, pushing through the frustration, shouting at me to let Duncan have it. You gather more flies with honey than vinegar, he would have said. Ugh. Like it or not, he was right. I was his assistant. I'd agreed to assist with whatever Duncan Hawthorne needed, and right now, he needed coffee. It was the same reason I took the time to tidy his office and water his plant, because I was a reliable person who did the best I could no matter what. Which meant I had to brave the gossip cesspool. From the way noise died way down the instant I stepped inside, I could tell. I'd been right. They were talking about me. Afternoon, ladies, I said, nodding my head to them and not waiting for a reply. Just getting Duncan his coffee. Hi, Rosabel, Charity said. As nice as anything, as though she hadn't just lured me to her desk to dish up her latest spoonful of slop and fling it in my direction. Ice broken, their chattering built once more. I tried hard not to eavesdrop as I reached toward the cupboard for one of the mugs. I tried not to hear anything as I ran water to rinse it out. Or as I noticed that the coffee pot sitting on the counter was currently empty. Greedy, ungrateful beggars. As I replaced the filter and measured the grounds, their words seeped toward me. They were hushed, quiet, and yet they carried on some kind of amplifying strain in the otherwise quiet room. Did you see the way she blushed when she came back out again? I know. His office door was closed a little too long, if you ask me. My blood heated. I filled water in the pot, praying the sound of running water would drown anything else out. Why else does he keep his blinds closed all the time? That did it. The coffee brewed, and so did I. What are you talking about? I asked, resting my back against the counter and folding my arms, staring them down. Charity smiled sweetly. Nothing, she said, elbowing Gail. The older woman had the decency to look ashamed before turning her attention back to the half-eaten salad in her Tupperware. Isla, however, didn't back down. She lifted her chin. You and Duncan, she said. Charity shushed her. Gail's eyes darted back and forth, but Isla kept her gaze directly on me. An invisible hammer struck me right in the chest, but I didn't back down. There is no me and Duncan. How any of them could think otherwise was beyond me. They saw how short he was with me. Did they think it was a ruse? Just because he called me into his office and closed the door so we could discuss his business needs. Keyword, business. Just because I'd outlasted every other assistant he'd had thus far. That didn't mean there was anything more going on between us. Soap operas weren't enough for these sharks, though. They had to imagine the real thing was taking place before their very eyes. You can't expect us to believe that, Isla said, lowering her fork. We see the way you look at each other when you think no one is watching. It's okay to admit it. We're all friends here. She lifted her hands as though displaying the latest prize on The Price is Right. Sure they were. Last I checked, friends didn't spread rumors or speculate nastily behind your back. Friends invited people to do things with them or asked how they were doing. Two things none of these women had ever done for me. Charity and I volleyed the occasional niceties, but that was the extent of our acquaintance. And for the record, there was no looking. I'm his assistant, I said. He has me handle his private affairs. That is why the door was closed. Too late. I heard the word as it left my lips. I saw the interest spark in their eyes. They exchanged glances and snickers. Private affairs, huh? Isla said, nudging her friend. Sounds about right. Gail snorted beside her. I wanted nothing more than to storm out, But the coffee maker behind me made its usual noise. Instead, I did the next best thing. I turned my back on them. My hand shook as I reached for the coffee maker, but I managed to pour it without spilling. I returned the pot to its stand, realizing too late that the chatter in the break room had died down again. "Hello, Mr. Hawthorne." One of the women cooed behind me. "That is a great tie." He grunted some kind of response. I heard his footsteps cross the room. I heard soft whispers and muffled giggles, and then the footsteps stopped. "You done yet?" he said. Already on edge, I rounded on him, ready to let him have it in front of everyone else. The problem was I moved too quickly, and he was standing right next to me. That wasn't the worst of it. The mug in my hand struck his chest. Coffee sloshed over the mug's edge, stinging my hand. To my horror, a large splotch colored his shirt and the purple paisley tie one of the women had just complimented. Right where his heart should be. Duncan released a hiss and grimaced. "Oof, good shot." A squeak of pain escaped at the hot liquid and the scalding against my skin. Tears stung my eyes and I waved my hand as if that would make the liquid burn less. Snickers and guffaws escalated from our rapt audience. Could they look somewhere else? Or better yet, leave? I expected Duncan to reach for the paper towels, wet them down, and daub at the stain on his shirt. To gripe at me for ruining his clothes. To take the mug and snap at me for taking so long before turning away. Instead, he took the mug from my hand, placed it on the counter, and captured my hand in his. Before I knew what was happening, he turned the water on, let it run, and guided my hand beneath it. It was cold and stark, soothing the heat in my skin. The heat emanating from Duncan, though? It did nothing to quash that. "Did it burn you?" he asked, keeping his voice low. I couldn't think, not with his hand around mine, not with his chest pressed against my side, not with the smell of his cologne or the surprisingly gentle way he held my hand beneath the ice-cold water. I was entirely too aware of the three women sitting at the table, watching this entire debacle play out. Of all the times for Duncan to be nice, this wasn't it. He had coffee all down his shirt. Yet he was paying attention to me. If that wasn't going to fuel the rumors, I didn't know what would. I jerked my hand out of his grasp and stepped away, reaching for a paper towel. "I'm fine." Duncan's scowl was a thing of wonder. How he didn't form a permanent wrinkle between his brows was beyond me. His expression shifted only for a moment. There was something else in that glower, but before I could place anything, it was gone. As if finally realizing his shirt was stained, he peered down at the brown spot beside his tie. He glanced toward Gail, Charity, and Isla, each of whom chewed silently and watched us raptly, then snatched a paper towel of his own and stalked back out the way he'd come. I expelled a massive breath and rested my hands on the counter, lowering my head. Behind me, Gail voiced the question stampeding through my head. "What was that?" More giggles ensued. She was right, though. What was that? Duncan had done the occasional kind outreach. Nothing outlandish, just little things like the time he'd bought me a punching bag after hearing that a woman had been attacked on one of her evening runs around Westville, or the time he'd had flowers delivered on my birthday. Pete had been livid over those roses. He'd been waiting on my doorstep with a bouquet of his own, waiting for me to get home from work. When I'd shown up already holding flowers, he'd made all kinds of insinuations the rest of the night. So much so that I'd requested he take me out to dinner another time. I never read much into things like that when Duncan did them, because when I came to work the next day, it was as though the soft side had been a phantom and his nastiness reared its head all over again. But this? I could still feel the warmth of him pressed against me. The gentle way he'd held my hand beneath the water. The low lilt of his voice asking if the coffee had burned me. Gail stood and dropped something into the garbage can before eyeing the coffee mug on the counter. "You sure that coffee was for him?" she said. "Yes," I answered without looking at her. I stared at my hand. Though I could still feel the sting of the burn, at least it wasn't bad enough to warrant a trip to the hospital or anything like that. Just minor, thank goodness. Then why did he leave it behind? She didn't wait for an answer before strutting toward the break room door. Exasperated, head still reeling from whatever had just happened, I mopped up the liquid that had spilled down the mug's side, refilled it, and stalked out into the main area. Meanwhile, my phone buzzed once more. This time, the text was from Sarah, Dad's caretaker. Sarah. He nearly escaped again. But no worries, I got to him before he made it to the corner and got him back inside. All good on the home front. I groaned. Dad had nearly escaped again? There was so much stress from his condition, his increasing number of disappearances, this new procedure the doctors were suggesting, to try to think about anything else. I couldn't worry about what was going on with my boss. So I pushed the feelings aside like always and strode past the cubicles and the heads poking over them toward Duncan's office. I didn't have a college degree, nor did I have many other options. Jerk though he was, being Duncan Hawthorne's assistant paid extremely well, and Dad couldn't afford for me to act on whims like quitting just because of a bunch of office gossips. I had to stick this one out. For Dad. I had to stay strong for him, no matter what my boss threw at me next.
Chapter 4. Duncan. Staying in my stained shirt wasn't an option, not with several meetings with important clients coming up this afternoon. I stalked to my office, closed the door, and trailed to the tall cupboard in the corner. Inside, several pressed shirts hung in wait for times such as this. I yanked my tie loose. As I started in on the buttons of my shirt, the memory of Rosabel's fingers in mine was like the singeing burn of the hot liquid against my chest. It wouldn't leave. That burn had rattled me. The unexpected prick of liquid had shocked me, to say the least. If the coffee hurt me that badly beneath my shirt, how bad were her fingers? So I'd acted without thinking. And from the snickers of the women when I'd left the break room, Rosie was going to pay for it. As much as I'd enjoyed being so close to her, touching her, inhaling the vanilla scent of her hair, I regretted my actions. What had come over me? In the moment, all I could think of was that she'd been hurt. While part of me regretted touching her in front of others, another huge part of me savored it. Holding her close, breathing in her scent, feeling the lack of resistance as I held her fingers under the water. I was the addict, and she was the fix. One touch wasn't going to be enough. Buttons undone, I pulled my shirt the rest of the way free. I winced at the bruises on my arms from my last jiu-jitsu match at the gym. They weren't the worst injuries I'd gotten. Once, I'd been knocked so hard in the head that it had blackened both of my eyes. I tossed the soiled shirt onto my office chair and removed the black replacement from its hanger, but I barely managed to sling my arm through the sleeve when my office door burst open. Rosabel strolled in, mug in hand, papers tucked under her other arm. She cast her gaze over my desk, the shirt on my chair, and finally clapped eyes on me and my bare arm and chest. "Oh my gosh," she said, gaping at me. "What are you doing?" Pink filled her silken cheeks. To my complete satisfaction, her mouth dropped, and she drank in the sight of my bare chest. It could have been the pink spot where the hot coffee had struck my skin, but I knew she was checking me out. And from the interest in her eyes and the way she stared, I could tell she liked what she saw. I had to say, I worked hard for these abs. Seconds passed. As if coming to her senses, she lifted the papers in front of her face. It was only then that I noticed she'd left the door behind her wide open. Doing my best to keep it cool, I slung my arm into the other sleeve and started in on the buttons as I crossed to the door and closed it shut behind her, not missing the numerous heads swiveling in our direction. Harpies. Let them think what they would. My shirt was stained, I said once we were alone. Her face was still covered. "Are you done putting one on? Are you sure you want me to be?" It was low, but I couldn't help teasing her. She smacked me with the papers in her hand, and I laughed. When I only had a few buttons left, Rosabel lowered the papers from her face to glare at me. The flush still brightened her cheeks. I didn't often see her blush. I'd have to embarrass her more often. Her eyes were steel. Her chin had never lifted so high, and her breathing? Her chest inflated too quickly to be composed. "Lock your door next time," she said with annoyance. "You could always knock," I muttered, turning my back to her to tuck my shirt into my slacks. Why didn't I think of that? "Here, you left this in the break room." She practically slammed the mug onto my desk, spilling more of its liquid. She placed the paper she'd been carrying alongside it and reached for a napkin to mop up the mess. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to leave as quickly as possible before—" My amusement flared. Before what? Without answering, she pivoted, yanked the door open, and stalked out, practically slamming it behind her. The rumors about Rosabel and me hadn't escaped me. In fact, I blamed those rumors for making me look at her differently than I had before. I wanted to follow her out, but doing so half-dressed was probably not the best idea. Reaching for my tie, I roped it around my neck and began the process of tucking and rolling until it was knotted perfectly at my throat. I knew exactly what I would find the minute I stepped into the rest of the office. My other employees salivated for something juicy. For either Rosabel or me to confess what they all thought was going on, or better yet, to catch the two of us at it. I couldn't deny that the thought of kissing her crossed my mind more times than I could count. Just being in the same space with her heated my blood. But Rosabel wasn't just my assistant. She was a good assistant. The best one I'd ever had. She was talented, clever, witty, smart, quick, and efficient. And she smelled nice while she was at it. I couldn't mix business with pleasure. Even though Maddox, Hawk, and Adrian had given me all kinds of flack for my feelings for her since she'd started working for me, I couldn't let her know. Not ever. I had to keep my distance from her. It was the whole reason I snapped at her on a regular basis. No one could believe anything was going on between us if she hated me. It was another reason I hadn't bought the house in Arkansas yet. Short of kidnapping her, I didn't have a legitimate reason to take her that far away with only me. Now, though, I'd pushed her away because she'd been dating someone else. The guys had been dropping hints for months now, telling me I should go for it now that she was single again. I hadn't wanted to because of the pact. But what if getting her to date me was the way to get her to come with me? If it meant keeping her safe, it was worth a shot. I gave myself one more perusal in the mirror to ensure everything was tucked in and that my tie was straight, and the more I thought about it, the more my certainty grew. I'd never considered myself a coward, but the truth was, I didn't want to go home alone. There was something comforting about Rosabel, something familiar and therefore grounding. She made me feel capable. It wasn't just that I wanted to date her. I wanted her there when I faced my family again. I opened my office door and barked her name. Rosabel. The cubicle gophers peeked their heads out, as though I'd called one of them instead. Soon enough, the door to her office beside mine opened, and there she was. She entered my office and closed the door. Her hair draped in chestnut waves past her shoulders, and she smoothed a hand over her slim skirt, looking as beautiful and irritated as she had before. "Do you hear the way you talk to me?" she said, without asking what I wanted. I should quit. This was unexpected. She'd never talked about quitting before. Amusing, considering how I'd recently, jokingly, contemplated firing her. I moved in closer, momentarily forgetting what I'd called her in here for. If she was still frazzled by the sight of me shirtless, she didn't show it. "Okay then, why don't you?" "What?" "You heard me. Why don't you quit?" Rosabel's mouth parted, and my gaze instantly gravitated to their pout. A dragon emerged in my chest. She really needed to stop wearing that lip gloss. My thoughts fled. I couldn't keep any on track, not with her in here. It wasn't only the attraction I typically felt toward her. For the first time since before the coffee spilling incident in the break room, I looked at her. Really looked at her. Dark circles skimmed beneath her brown eyes. Weariness dragged her forehead and the corners of her mouth and shoulders down. Something troubled her. She was tired. That much was obvious. But a different kind of exhaustion settled over her. Was it the gophers? The rumors? I wasn't sure how to ask. Doing so would destroy the careful nothing I'd kept between us thus far. "I need the job," she said. I tucked 2 fingers into my pocket. "You're a strong, talented, efficient woman. You could find work in any number of places, so why don't you?" That delicious shade of pink from earlier filled her cheeks. She didn't dip her chin or show any other sign of being flattered. Instead, she pegged her gaze right on mine as adorable confusion crossed over her face. I fought the urge to fidget, to turn away the way I usually did when attraction flared between us. "You paid me a compliment," she said. My heart climbed into my throat. "What?" She took a step toward me, making things worse. The dragon circled in my chest and snapped its jaws. Heat spewed from its nostrils, flaming my entire torso. "You just said something nice about me." Right to my face. I swallowed. My fingertips brushed against one another. Idiot. The rumors were already thick enough. I didn't need to add to them by complimenting her. "You're avoiding my question," I said. She inched another step closer, killing me softly. "You're avoiding the fact that you said something nice about me." Pfft. I stalked back. I needed space to think. I needed to stop looking at her. "I say all kinds of nice things about you." Rosabel folded her arms. "Sure you do." My guard slipped. "I do. You're just never around to hear it." Her eyes softened in a way they never had before, revealing the vulnerability I sensed the minute she'd come in. What was going on? Typically, when I sparred with her, Rosabel was all claws out, ready to spring. I loved that fire in her. I loved our verbal tiffs. "Why not?" Her voice was deadly soft. "What?" She tilted her head upward toward me, examining my face. "Why don't you ever tell me nice things?" I was a clod, unable to move, unable to do much else but lose myself in the sparkle in her eyes. The way her head tilted, the way that angle displayed her throat and her collarbones. They begged me to bend down, to breathe her in. "What?" The word came out clogged. I cleared my throat, though I wasn't sure it did much good. "Why don't you ever tell me nice things? You helped me a few minutes ago, back with the coffee in the break room. Why not be nice like that all the time?" "I don't know," I said, and it was such a terrible lie, I tasted it as the words came out. I knew why. I knew exactly why I refused to be nice to her, and I could never confess as much. Not to her face. Not ever. I needed to douse the heat in her gaze before I ended up doing something stupid, like pulling her to me and kissing her. "Look, I'm headed out of town." The words fought me on the way out. It was now or never. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to ask her. Either she would shoot me down, or she would accept. I wasn't prepared to handle either scenario. "And?" She folded her arms across her chest. "And I need you to pick up my dry cleaning," I said, blurting the first mundane thing that came to mind. "I have to start packing." "Dry cleaning?" The words broke. Her jaw quivered. Tears welled in her eyes, taking me aback. "I thought we were having a moment. I thought you... If you had any idea what I just..." She slammed her eyes closed, holding out a hand to stop me as though I were about to make a move on her. After drawing in a long, slow breath, she gradually lifted her long lashes. What was wrong? Picking up my dry cleaning was something she did for me on the regular. It shouldn't have been enough to set her off. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were fire. "Fine. You want me to quit?" I quit. A bomb going off in my office would have surprised me less. "What?" Without answering, Rosabel whirled around. She yanked open the door and stormed from my office without answering. Chapter 5. Duncan. The air left my lungs. I felt as though a brick had struck me. She wasn't supposed to accept. She was supposed to wisecrack back the way we always did. Against my better judgment, I called after her, too loud to be inconspicuous. "Rosabel, wait!" Gopher heads popped over the tops of cubicles once more. My ears flamed. Usually their nosiness didn't bother me. I could snap and crackle, and they would pop right back to what they were doing before. This was different somehow. Fear wedged in my chest the way it had when I'd thought she'd burned her hand. I got the feeling I'd hurt Rosabel, and I wasn't sure what to do about it. "Rosabel," I said again, catching her as she passed the receptionist's desk. She spun, nostrils flaring. "Don't go yet," I said, shifting my gaze around to the eavesdroppers. "Come back in my office. We can talk there." "No." "Yes." Her jaw clenched and she shirked away from my hand. I'd reached for her. I hadn't even realized it. Never mind what people thought of me. Sure, I studied martial arts and loved Jackie Chan and jujitsu as much as the next man, but I'd never manhandled a woman before. I certainly wouldn't now. Her gaze flicked to our avid audience. That was the last straw. Don't you all have work to do? I snapped at the onlookers. Rosabel jutted her chin. Understanding joined the fury raging in her eyes. I'll come, she said, keeping her voice low. But because I want to. Not because you're demanding it of me. What did that mean? She brushed past me, sweeping my shoulder and dusting some of her perfume in my direction. Cursing the onlooking eyes, I trudged after her. If there weren't rumors about Rosabel and me before, there certainly would be now. At least my shirt was buttoned this time. I slammed my office door for good measure and glared at her. What was that about? I snarled. You can't just quit. She pierced me with a glower of her own. Come on, Rosie. I can tell something is bothering you. What's going on? My father has Alzheimer's. My mouth dropped. She and I didn't usually have serious conversations. Normally, I dismissed them. But I couldn't dismiss this. Rosabel had never been open with me about anything personal before. I tended to avoid the topic in an effort to keep my feelings from surging any more than they already did. Or maybe it was because I hadn't wanted to hear about how things had been going with Pete. So I'd silenced her about her personal life. I only pegged her as someone fun to argue with. But Alzheimer's? No wonder she appeared to be hanging on by a thread. He has Alzheimer's, she repeated, brow pinched and tears seeping down her cheeks. She was crying? What was I supposed to do now? He needs constant care, and I can't be there for him if I'm here working for you, the jerk-faced beast boss who can't be bothered to compliment me to my face. Do you have any idea how much I do for you, and you can't even say thank you? Her voice climbed in pitch. I was stymied. The route I'd been following had forked, revealing paths I didn't know were there, and I didn't know which one to take. I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to tell her how sorry I was. I wanted to show my concern and let her know that I cared. And therein lay the problem. Then again, she was no longer with Pete. Would it really be so bad to let her know how much I did? Ulrich was in jail now, after all. Even so, the memory of the anonymous threat I'd received floated in the recesses of my mind. I rubbed a hand behind my neck and gestured to the chair in front of my desk. Maybe you should sit down. I don't want to. Being nice didn't work. Maybe if I reverted to our typical banter, she'd snap out of this. Okay then, quit. See how well you care for your dad when you're too broke to feed yourself. Her brown eyes flashed, her jaw angled to one side. You have some nerve? Just putting things into perspective for you. Because I was. It was the truth. If her dad was truly this sick and needed extensive medical care, the last thing she should do was quit a good-paying job. She bared her teeth and inched closer. Believe me, I have plenty of perspective. I'm stuck. Her voice turned cloudy. Lost. With her arms hanging at her sides, she paused long enough to find some of her pluck again. I'm totally stuck. You clearly take me for granted. So give me one good reason why I should stay. Because I need you. That was all. I needed her. I wanted her. What was more, I wanted to be the one to comfort her. I couldn't stand the thought of her being somewhere else, relying on someone else, of not seeing her every day, of not hearing her voice, or having the little inbox in my chest that emptied daily and only filled when she was near. I hated the fact that she was hurting right now, and the fact that I didn't know what to do about it. Her eyes widened. She lifted her chin. I know how you feel about her. I couldn't go there. I couldn't tell her, not until I got her as far from Westville and from that threat as I could. I thought fast. I need you to come to Arkansas with me. It wasn't only the threat to her safety that wouldn't die. I wanted her with me when I went to smooth things over with my family. Rosabel's presence often made me quick-witted when I was trying to settle deals, probably because I was subconsciously trying to impress her. I needed the boost of confidence she gave me to help iron out my family's years-long mix-up. Or maybe it was because I just liked being around her. Mom wanted to know if I was in a relationship. Rosie and I had been in a sort of battle of the sexes association since she'd started working for me. That was a relationship all its own, wasn't it? The only unknown was Rosabel. Even if I got her to agree, my family would never accept that I was dating my assistant. assuming she would even consider it. Would she? Would Rosabel take things between us up a step? The thought had a claim on my bloodstream. It had a physical effect on my ability to function at a normal level. I blamed Maddox. If my best friend's fake relationship with his model hadn't turned out so amazingly, if he and Adrian hadn't kept nudging me about stepping it up with Rosabel now that she was single again, I would never have given it a second thought. But a fake relationship might be what both Rosabel and I needed. I mean, fake wasn't what I wanted, but she might go for fake before she'd go for real. I strolled to the window and parted the blinds with 2 fingers. The street below was noisy with cars and traffic, which, for a small town like Westville, Vermont, was saying something. My grandma is turning 95. I spoke with my back to her, knowing innately that she was still there, still listening. Congratulations. She didn't sound like she meant it. There was the snark I was hoping for. I faced her. I've been invited home to celebrate her birthday, but I'd prefer not to go alone. Her eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I want them to think I'm seeing someone. Her brow did this little twitch thing. Aren't you? If I was, she would know. She knew my schedule better than I did. The jackhammer took over my heart again. This time, I didn't back down. This time, I said it. Yeah, you. The word unleashed one of the chains tightly binding around my heart. The sensation was so distinct, it threw me for a split second. A scoff escaped, and she shook her head. You're so full of yourself. I sallied on. I may have mentioned I'd bring someone to the party, and since I didn't tell her who, my mother may have misconstrued the nature of our relationship. Rosabel's gaze swept to the window, to the giraffe necks undoubtedly peering in our direction. I glanced back too. Several of them ducked back behind their cubicles. Unbelievable, she said. Your mom thinks we're dating too? Is there anyone who doesn't? I had no words. It wasn't my fault she'd barged into my office when I'd been changing. Rosabel folded her arms. What exactly have you been saying to give her that impression? Nothing. I sounded too defensive, so I took it down a notch. You just come into my mind more than I realize, I guess. So when she asked, I assumed you'd come. And why is that? Because I'm stuck being around you all the time? Her almond eyes thinned to slits. If you're about to ask something of me, you're not off to a great start. I'm just saying, well, enough people think we're dating. Why don't we? There. Cat. Out of bag. It wasn't a confession. It was just an implication. Just a question. Rosabel closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. At least she'd stopped crying. You want to date me? She asked. Air could hardly pass through my throat. I muscled down another swallow. Time to play it cool. Again. Why not? Everyone already thinks we are. I threw a hand toward the closed door, currently facilitating the gossip that undoubtedly circled the cubicles. It was a cowardly response, and I knew it. Her lips pinched tighter. She placed her hands on her hips as though ready to rip into me. I hurried to convince her before she got the chance. Come home with me to Arkansas. Let me introduce you to my family and placate my grandma at what could be her last birthday. The final comment was a little low, even for me. I rolled with it. Rosabel didn't miss a beat. Slather on a dose of manipulation, why don't you? I lifted my hands in mock surrender. I'm not manipulating you. Who was I kidding? I was totally manipulating her. No? It was... I released an irritated sigh. I didn't usually have to work this hard to secure new clients or contracts. She was the master of hard to get. Not a guilt trip. No. Rosabel's tone was flat. No. She took a step forward. No, I don't want to date you. It's hard enough working for you and having to deal with your problems and demands. I think a relationship would ruin any kind of professional interaction we have if we were to involve a more intimate knowledge of each other. My lips quirked upward. I couldn't help it. Who said we would be intimate? Rosabel's face turned a deeper shade of red. She was blushing again. Good. Dating implies something like that. Especially if we're going to convince your family There's more than animosity between us. This grew more interesting by the minute. Is there more than animosity between us? Her eyes were reduced to dagger slits. What do you think? This time, I took a step forward. My voice sank to a grinding pitch. I think I wouldn't mind finding out. Rosabel inhaled. Her eyes widened and she retreated. Not the reaction I was going for. I agonized, waiting to hear what she would say next. My answer is still no. Any particular reason? You're not the nicest person to be around, Duncan. You snap orders at me and give my number to your friends without even asking me, like I'm some expendable resource. You treat me like I'm a servant who owes you my attention instead of an employee you should respect. I sifted through her words. Snap orders? Give her number to my friends? That was just Maddox, and that had been to help plan his rebrand. It wasn't like I did it all the time. What did she expect? The only reason I'd snapped at her and pushed her away was because it had been all I could do to hide my feelings while she'd been dating someone else. Maybe that hadn't been the best route, but it had been the one I'd taken. It had been self-preservation, really. I can't go home without you, I said. She flattened her hands against her stomach. I still quit. Remember those words? I quit. Need me to say them again? I quit. She strolled out, leaving me gaping after her. My hands hung at my sides, and I waited. Any minute now, she would return. She would strut back into my office with a smirk on her lovely cheeks and declare what a sucker I was for falling for the joke. But there was no strutting, no return, no sass. She was gone, well and truly gone. And the sense that something vital had just slipped through my fingers carved me from the inside out. I never would have expected that in a million years. She wasn't serious. She couldn't be. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was, and I didn't know what I was going to do about it.
Chapter 6. Rosabel, what did I just do? I stalked outside, blinked away the August sunlight, and stared at the parking lot, dumbfounded. I dreamed of standing up to Duncan, of saying the exact words that had slipped from my mouth. Now that I had, the victory wasn't quite as sweet as I'd hoped it would be. Something inside me felt off-kilter, like I walked to my car with only one shoe on. I'd expected the conquest to be more of a battle. I'd expected to show him exactly how much he'd taken me for granted. I'd never expected him to gape at me as though I'd just torn a waxing strip from his leg. He'd appeared shocked, disappointed, pained. I jammed my keys into the ignition, fuming. Why should I care about Duncan Hawthorne's feelings? He had no right to assume something was between us. And then tell his family about it? No. Just no. And to think I'd date him for no other reason than because he wanted me to? The guy was higher than a kite. Actually, never mind. This was so like him. I navigated my way out onto the street and into the mild traffic breezing through Westville on a Wednesday afternoon, choking the steering wheel. Duncan was the most entitled person I knew. Generally, when a person had glaring flaws, their families had something to do with them. Why should I have any desire to go to his hometown and meet the people who raised him? One Hawthorne was enough. A whole flock of them? Hold me back. Apparently, they were the ones demanding I come. I could barely handle Duncan's beastliness. If his behavior was a family trait, I would steer as clear from them as I possibly could. Especially now that I'd quit. Holy freaking crap, I quit. I did it. A pit sank into my stomach. This was supposed to be a victory. Why then didn't I feel better about taking action? I hadn't bothered saying goodbye to any of the other employees there. I hadn't bothered explaining anything to them. For all they knew, I'd gone out to run one of Duncan's many errands. I'd told them time and time again there was nothing between Duncan and me. Never mind the way the air supercharged any time the two of us were together. He was attractive, sure. He dressed to kill, styled his hair, and brooded with the best of them. And he and I spent more time alone as he barked orders at me than he did with any of his other employees. That was just the problem. He'd let the rumors go to his head. There was nothing between the two of us. Not now. Not ever. I'd make sure of that. Wouldn't it be great to see their faces when they found out? When I didn't come back? Even that thought wasn't as victorious as I thought it would be. A lump wedged in my chest, making my breathing labored. Duncan had been his total jerk self, but he'd been right about one thing. I couldn't afford to take care of Dad without my job. Losing the income I'd relied on for so long just might send me to the hospital. What if there was some way to turn this into some kind of financial arrangement? Like, I could agree to some kind of terms with him in exchange for his help? I shook that thought away as quickly as it came. That would mean accepting his terms. That would mean giving in. It would mean degrading myself. But it would mean helping Dad. Dad had done everything for me. He'd given me counsel. We'd connected over old music and the Civil War stories he'd found fascinating and couldn't wait to share. He'd been a listening ear, a support, and a friend. And he had no one else. His care was utterly and completely in my hands. How could I leave him high and dry just to satisfy my own pride? I arrived home quicker than I planned and slowed on the way to my family's red brick home with its white columns and wide porch. As I pulled into the driveway, Duncan's outrageous idea wouldn't leave me alone. I stepped inside my house with a sigh. The blinds were drawn, leaving the living room in shadow. It was lit by a single lamp near the couch. Sarah sat there across from Dad, knitting what looked like a pair of pink baby booties. "Hey, Dad," I said. Sarah's blonde hair was pulled into a ponytail at the base of her head. She wore a pair of black scrubs beneath a pink sweater. I'd specifically requested Sarah as Dad's caretaker. She and I had been friends in high school. We'd known each other for years, and I knew what a compassionate heart she had. Plus, she'd known Dad from before, and I figured that could only be a bonus. "Hey, Sarah," I said. "How's he doing today?" "Hasn't spoken much at all since his attempted escape," Sarah said. "He keeps staring at the TV, but he gets angry at me if I turn the screen on. So, we've been sitting here in companionable silence for most of the morning." "At least he stayed in the house after that," I said. That was saying something. Dad slipped out the day before. I'd been right here in the house. The door had been locked. I'd popped my head in to check on him in his recliner before cleaning the bathrooms. He hadn't been there. My breath had seized. I'd dashed to the window only to find Dad wandering down the street as if he knew where he was going. He didn't, for the record. Dad didn't know where he was, and someday soon he would no longer know me. The thought was like a fist in my chest. "Thank you," I told Sarah. "Thank you for staying and for taking such good care of him." "You're welcome." Sarah lowered her knitting needles, her brows connecting. "You're back early. Are you here for the rest of the day?" I stared at my hands with the odd sense that I'd been holding on to something and lost whatever it was. "I am. You can go home now." Sarah smiled and tucked her knitting into her bag. Then she leaned in and patted Dad on the arm. "Bye, David." He glanced at her, his eyes glittering and distant. "Is Henry okay?" Dad asked. "Of course he is." Sarah smiled. She probably didn't have a clue who Henry was. Without another word, she headed out, closing the door behind her. I slipped out of my heels, sinking my nyloned feet into the carpet. The doctors had told me that forgetting short-term things, yet retaining long-term memories would be common for Dad. If that was the case, then why could he remember his brother's name and not remember that Uncle Henry had passed away 6 years ago? I knelt before Dad in the recliner. How I wished he was who he used to be. I could use someone sensible to talk to right now. "Hey, Dad. It's me." "Rosie?" His distant eyes slid to mine. He'd grown so much older in the past few months since the disease had taken more and more hold of his mind. Gone was the man who'd raised me, the one who'd taught me how to catch a softball in the backyard and dive for home base. Gone was the man who'd taught me how to change a tire, who'd shared a love for Star Wars, old music, and the Civil War with me. The thought broke my heart a little more every day. "Is Henry okay?" he asked again. "He's just fine," I lied. Dad's brother, Henry, had died during a small plane crash. That wasn't a memory I wanted to invoke. Are you hungry? I asked. Henry, Dad said, staring off. I flattened my lips into a thin smile, pressed a kiss to his forehead, and stood. Let's get you some lunch, Dad. I helped him to the table and attempted to keep conversation with him as I steamed broccoli and seared a few steaks. I blasted my oldies playlist, a collection of the Beatles, the Beach Boys, Frank Sinatra, and anything that might jog Dad's memory and bring him joy. They were some of his favorite artists. The meat sizzled in the frying pan. Little flecks of oil popped and sputtered, and the scent of meat and spices stirred my empty stomach. Steaks are smelling good, I called over my shoulder. I knew Dad didn't comprehend, but the doctors encouraged me to treat him the way I would if he were his normal self. His shoulders slumped. His hands were clasped in his lap, and he stared at the plastic sunflowers I had in the center of the table, and the pile of mail I hadn't yet taken care of at the table's far end, as though I hadn't said a single word. My heart sank. I didn't need to look in those envelopes to know what they contained. Bills. Bills, bills, bills. And look, what do you know? More bills. Could medical care really cost that much? Medicines, doctor visits, in-home care, it all piled up faster than dirty laundry. Pair that with the debts Dad had accrued before all of this had happened. He'd decided to get a master's degree and had gone back to school at the ripe age of 59 and hadn't yet paid off the student loans. And I was barely keeping my head above water, trying to manage both my finances and his. Now, I'd gone and quit my job. I know, I told Dad, turning off the burner on the stove and moving the pan away from the heat so the steaks didn't burn. You'd tell me not to put the cart before the horse. You always told me to slow down, be deliberate, don't make major decisions based on feelings. This decision had been unequivocally impulsive and feelings-based. Duncan had looked smoking hot and had been acting like he was all that and a bag of chips. Walking in on him with his shirt off and seeing every single gorgeous ridge of his muscles. I could have sworn steam hissed from my ears. With a fetish for martial arts, the man worked out on the regular, got in fights on purpose, and put all other shirtless men to shame. Too bad his interior wasn't as pretty as his exterior. I hated when he put on his bossy pants, appealing as his attire always was, and used his status to lord things over me. To throw quitting at me like that, as though he didn't think I'd do it. Ha! I had to let him know he didn't own me. I had to let him know he couldn't manipulate me. So I did, and I couldn't forget the look on his face. He'd gaped at me as if I'd just confessed to stealing all of his money like the villains at the end of Scooby-Doo when the bags were pulled off their heads to reveal who they really were. He'll get over it, I muttered. I'd find something else. It would be easy. It wouldn't pay as good as Duncan Hawthorne did, but who needed a large income anyway? Pfft, money was for the birds. I retrieved the plates from the cupboard and dished up the steaks and broccoli. There's something else bothering me about Duncan, I muttered, staring at the cupboard door. The look in his eyes wouldn't leave me alone. He had alluring eyes, soulful. He was smart, and every glance reflected his intelligence, even when he was being his nasty self. Today, though. Today, his chest wasn't the only thing that had been stripped bare. His gaze had lost whatever mask he always wore. It was almost like he was hiding something from me. Something he'd wanted to share. Something he held himself back from revealing. When I'd told him I was quitting, he'd looked tortured. He'd looked desperate. The vulnerable emotions had lasted only moments before vanishing and being replaced by his usual venomous intent. But it had been there. I shook it away. Don't imagine a heart in that copper chest, I muttered, digging into the drawer for utensils. During my musings, Dad stood and wandered into the living room. I followed, guiding him from his recliner back to the table once more. We're eating in here, Dad, I told him. It took some coercion to get him to sit down again. Finally, he did. I offered a quiet prayer, not only in gratitude for the food, but a plea for help to get me through the mess I'd made. If only Mom was around, I told Dad, cutting into his steak first and then mine. Then again, if she were here, Duncan was the kind of man she would have warned me away from. Dad stared at his plate for at least a full minute before lifting his fork and taking a bite. I sighed. Mom would have known what to do. She would have told me I was better off. She would have lectured me for not leaving my job sooner. But she wasn't here. She'd passed away over a year ago. My parents had struggled with conceiving and didn't have me until Mom was much older. Neither of them had seemed to care in the slightest about the age difference between themselves and other parents. They'd called me their miracle baby, and I'd been raised with the perfect combination of love, kindness, affection, and firmness. I'd never thought anything of their age, not until Dad's Alzheimer's had struck in his 60s. Gradually, he'd lost interest in woodworking, in seeing friends. He'd become confused and had difficulty telling one color from another. Little by little, I'd watched the disease take its toll. He was closer to 70 now, and the emptiness in his eyes broke my heart. I'd considered putting him in a care facility, but not only had the cost been too much, he was my dad. I wanted to help him as much as I personally could. Duncan's abrasive words replayed in my mind, about how stupid it was for me to quit when I needed the money so much. He wasn't wrong. I hated that he wasn't wrong. He's so insensitive, I muttered, taking a bite. Henry? No, Daddy, I said, patting his hand. Duncan. He stared at me with zero recognition whatsoever. Never mind, I said. Duncan had been charming once upon a time when I'd first started working for him. That had only lasted a millisecond before his true personality reared its ugly head. He used his good looks and quick intellect to command a room. I'd seen more than one woman swoon under the heat of his stare. But good looks were no excuse for bad behavior. I could never let myself become another mindless victim. And he'd asked me to date him. Despite the fact that I knew I shouldn't, I relived the moment. His words, his arrogance, that look in his eyes. It spiked the speed of my pulse all over again. Dark hair, steel brows, petulant hazel eyes. In his black shirt and tie, he'd been like a moving shadow. A gorgeous shadow, yes, but who wanted lurking darkness everywhere they went? Not this girl. I knew that. I did. Even so, it didn't matter how often I reminded myself of that fact. My body couldn't seem to get the hint. Standing there in his office, my breath had quickened the way it always did when we stood face to face. He was probably unaware of the effect he had on me. The fluttering in the center of my chest. The shift beneath my sternum. With the cleverness in his piercing gaze, the definition of his clean-shaven jaw, and the derisive curve in his lips, Duncan Hawthorne was handsome. Far too handsome. Too bad his personality cures any real affection I could ever feel for him, I muttered, taking my plate to the sink. Except he wasn't always awful. He'd helped me when I'd burned my hand. He'd shown glimpses of scars and secrets in his demeanor. He'd complimented me today, and those words wouldn't leave me alone. He'd called me strong, capable. For one moment, Duncan had been a decent human being. I wanted more of that side of him, not the presumptuous, entitled, selfish side. Dad stood and shuffled back toward the living room once more, leaving most of his food untouched. I sighed, peered over just enough to make sure he made it to his recliner, and rested my head in my hands. What was I gonna do?
Chapter 7. Duncan. I never had this hard of a time getting a woman off my mind. But Rosabel? She gripped tightly with both hands and refused to let me go. The last time I'd gotten so thoroughly rejected, I'd signed a pact in college pledging myself to lifelong bachelorhood. This time, Rosabel's rejection was 1,000 times worse. Who knew what I'd do now? Rob a bank? I wasn't that stupid. That didn't mean the shock of her departure had left me already. My iPad was propped up on a stand in my apartment near the shopping mall in Westville. Nicole, my housekeeper, was singing in the kitchen, while the sounds and smells of something searing on the stove wafted into my room. I rose and closed the door, shutting both out. Maddox, Adrian, Hawk, and River all stared at me from their little boxes on the screen. Adrian's attention was focused on something else. His new baby, probably. Still haven't found anything new on Wolf Industries, River said. I've been searching in my spare time. Though with my boss's demands, I admittedly don't have much of that. Wolf Industries had targeted Adrian's business first, stealing his clients left and right. Then, it had apparently disbanded when the informant, aka Ulrich, had started targeting us. We hadn't heard anything more from the shady business, but we still wanted to keep a step ahead should anything else happen. What with the wolf-themed vandalism that had taken place at Wonderland a few months ago. Maybe Duncan could see if Rosabel could find anything, Maddox suggested. She seems like she's got plenty of spare time. She quit, I muttered, hating the words. Adrian lifted his gaze to the screen. A little cooing noise came through from somewhere beside him. She quit? I kind of told her to. Why would you let go of the one good thing you have going on in your life? Hawk's face took over. I slid my gaze to him. I wasn't going to answer that. Not when he already read as much in my expression every time I was in the same room with Rosabel. He knew I was mad for her. They all did. You're kidding, Maddox said. You let her go because of one secret note? No, that's not why, I said. The words rumbled from my chest like a landslide. Maddox had been the one I'd gone to after the threat had appeared in my mailbox. I'd raged, bashing into his office and smashing my fist into his wall. Hitting things was how I coped, and I hadn't had a punching bag handy. He knew better than any of these guys how much that note had scared me. I know how you feel about her, it had said. Letting her go would be the right thing to do. If she wasn't in my life, she wouldn't be in danger. If she wasn't the object of all my attention and even those of my cells, whose only function was to keep my body fully operational so I could see her again, I wouldn't have to worry about anyone targeting her, no. I just have to worry about some other drooling idiot like the last one she dated pursuing her, marrying her, taking her from me in a different and even more unbearable way. At the thought of Pete, my defenses heightened. Ugh, please no. I hoped she didn't go crawling back to that loser. She accused me of taking her for granted, I said, straddling the chair that faced my desk. I rested my elbows on the chair back and raked my fingers through my hair. Do you? Maddox asked. I glared at him. What kind of question is that? Simple, Hawk said. When was the last time you told her you appreciate all she does for you? Do I have to say it out loud? I muttered. That much was clear when her replacement came that morning, and the woman offered me a styrofoam cup, a cup of bitter coffee. I'd snapped at her to get me some cream and to put it in an actual mug. She didn't come back. It was just as well. Not everyone could banter like Rosie. She would have told me to get my own cream. She would have made some kind of remark about gathering more flies with honey than vinegar or something stupid like that. And then there were the cubicle giraffes and the circulating rumors about why Rosabel had left. Unlike the other gossip that made the rounds, this had been anything but quiet. There'd been glances, there'd been conversations that had come to abrupt halts at my approach, joined with the unmistakable sense that I'd interrupted something that had nothing to do with their jobs and everything to do with me. He barked at her one too many times, if you ask me, Gail had muttered to Isla from within their shared cubicle. Rosabel always insisted nothing was going on between them. It's got to be more personal, though. Have you seen the way he watches her and the way she looks at him? I'd rested an arm on the cubicle's ledge and peered down at the blonde and brunette heads, clustered together, their computer screens completely ignored. The sight had been almost laughable. Almost. Anyone I know? I'd growled. Gail had leaped in her chair. Isla had released a squeak, her face going bright red as her eyes cast a culpable glance in my direction. Guiltily, the two women swiveled back to their screens without another word. I'd stormed to my office long enough to swipe my phone and had stormed out again, down to my Bugatti, and then home to call the only people I could trust with this torrent of emotional stupidity. Rosabel had thrown my world upside down, and I didn't know what to do about it. Ridiculous, I grumbled, staring at my friends once more. She finally got sick of you, Maddox said, laughing. May I remind you how you ended up finding the love of your life? You and Italy would never have done that photo shoot in the first place if I hadn't talked you into it. Now, you're happily married, and you had an incredible honeymoon that Rosabel arranged for you at my request. Rosie had been a good sport about that one. She'd squealed and jumped online, searching out romantic hotels, and eventually nabbing the Hatters a stay at the Elia Resort in Paris a few weeks ago. All right, Maddox said with a laugh, and lifting his hands in surrender. You miss her, don't you? My pulse was in my throat. My housekeeper's singing magnified through the door. I glanced out the window, but I didn't want to look out at the golden spread of grass in the afternoon sunlight outside. Instead, I looked at the garbage can next to the door and relived the coffee's acrid taste from earlier. She knew how to make coffee the right way, I gritted out in response. Uh-huh. And no one else can make coffee for you the way she did, is that it? Exactly. At least someone got it. Rosabel had just the right mix of cream and sugar, I said. She could always blend it just the right way. Wait, are you laughing? You're laughing. Dude, we both know this isn't really about coffee, Maddox said. I've never seen you so bent out of shape over a woman. I mean, it's Rosabel, I said, as if that should say it all. Yes, it is, Maddox said. So, what are you going to do about it? I slumped into the chair behind my home office's desk and stared at the potted plant in the corner. She didn't just quit, man. She slammed me hard. How? This time, Hawk asked the question. His blonde head filled the screen as he spoke that single word. I asked if she would date me, and she said no. Maddox laughed louder this time. Laughter. Soon, my screen was full of images of the idiots all busting a gut. Sure, laugh it up. Of all the reactions they could possibly have, why did I think I could count on these guys to do anything but mock me for this? I unbuttoned the cuffs of my shirt and rolled up my sleeves. Left first, then right. Time to bring out the guns. Maddox and I sparred occasionally. Any of the guys had to know I'd come out on top if it came to that. It was a good thing they were all in remote locations. May I now remind you who was there after Scarlett slashed your tires? I said. And who gave your theme park a chance? Who gave you the brilliant idea of rebranding that has now paid off in the region of millions? Maddox's laughter died off. All right. I guess I'm enjoying this a little too much. You're usually so closed off about personal stuff. This is kind of strange to me. What else am I supposed to be? I asked. I'd never gotten this disgruntled over a woman before because I'd never allowed any woman to have this much sway over me. It only made sense that Rosabel would because, despite my best efforts to push her away, despite my cutting remarks and snapping jaws, she'd wormed her way through my defenses. She was craftier than the Trojan horse, and she hadn't even tried. It was just who she was. She was my heart's perfect infiltrator. It was like she'd been designed to be my match in every way, even those I could never have imagined. Tell us what happened again, Hawk said. So I did. I told them the whole stupid situation with my grandma and mom, the whole preposterous, impulsive offer to date Rosabel, and her unapologetic, automatic rejection. Sounds like she needs help, Maddox said. I gaped at the goofy stripes behind Maddox. On the wall behind where he sat, he must be in his office, and gripped the phone in my hand. Maddox's statement wasn't snarky or sarcastic. He sounded genuine. What makes you say that? I asked. Rosabel needed help? With what? Maddox rested his hip against the rabbit cage. Inside, the white rabbit's ears twitched. You said she wouldn't quit before because she needed the money. That probably hasn't changed. If her dad is sick, she's probably hurting right now, and you're being, well, you. I grunted. I hadn't wanted to show compassion. I hadn't. Dude, Adrian chimed in, cutting into my thoughts. This time, sure enough, he cradled a small baby with dark hair wrapped in a blanket. She probably couldn't handle one more thing. And to have you throw a relationship at her? That was too much. I remained silent for several moments. Maddox and I had talked about women many times, but my friend had never displayed such sharp powers of deduction before. Then again, he had changed quite a bit since marrying Adele. I mean, the guy shopped for flowers now, and Adrian was holding babies. But they were right. Rosabel had made herself vulnerable. She'd confessed something extremely stressful and difficult for her, and I'd been about as thoughtful as a conveyor belt on a machine. Since when did you get this perceptive? I asked. Maddox dusted his hands. I'm only saying, sometimes having someone else's viewpoint on things can help you see it differently. I sifted through Maddox's suggestions. There was Rosabel's dad's disease. I couldn't do anything about that. But I could offer something else. I can give her money, I said, if that's what she needs. There was a pause. Are you sure that's a good idea? Hawk asked. Sure. My certainty grew by the minute. Boosted by the thought, I even rattled open my little container of Tic Tacs and popped an orange one into my mouth. Money, security. If that's what she wants, I can do that. I'll offer her a raise if she comes back. I'm not sure that's a... Thanks, guys. I'm glad we talked this out. Dunk, wait. But before he could elaborate, another box popped up on the screen, knocking Adrian's face out of sight. Sorry I'm late, Gray said. He had brown hair and wore a thick armband around his wrist and a blue t-shirt with a logo that said Rain Bikes. What are you doing here? Adrian asked. While he was part of our text threads, Gray Phillips didn't usually join in on our manly chats. In fact, he wasn't even really part of the fraternity at all. He'd gotten married young, and he and Bria had 3 kids they were raising together. He'd always said he wanted to stay as far from fraternity dealings as he could, but Adrian kept us all in touch. So the fact that he was on the call now didn't bode well. What's up? Adrian asked. I've got some bad news, Gray said. Then hang up. I've already got enough to deal with, I said. They all laughed, thinking I was joking. I wasn't. Dead serious here. Did you guys see the news yet? Gray asked. Hawk lifted his phone to his face, tapped it, and read off a random headline. Some opera singer robbed a bank in Tuscany? No, my brother escaped from jail. I choked on my Tic Tac and bent over, coughing to dislodge it. Maddox voiced the reply, screaming in my head. You're kidding. Back at the frat, Ulrich and Gray Phillips had joined at the same time. As brothers, they'd both signed the pact at the same time, too. But when Gray had fallen for Bria and wanted out, a few of the older freighters didn't take that too well. Ulrich had stuck it out, though. He'd stayed, regardless of what some of the others had done to his younger brother for trying to leave. And apparently, he was really obsessed with keeping up that legacy. He escaped? Hawk asked. But they just convicted him. When did this happen? How? Yesterday, Gray said. He was being transferred to the state pen and someone intervened. It was like a scene from The Dark Knight. He had some cronies intercept the transfer. They had a rigged plumbing truck smash into the side of the armored prison vehicle. The driver died. Several of the guards were injured. It was a total shoot-up. And Ulrich got away in the melee. Good grief. When would this guy give us a break? Has he contacted you at all? Adrian asked. Gray frowned. Behind him, a small boy peeked over his shoulder, grinned and waved. Gray ignored his young son and went on. No, and I doubt he will. He only does that when he needs money. I've helped him out before, but I've told him no the last few times. I think he has a new target to get the cash he wants. Us, I said without giving the reply much thought. It only made sense, with everything else that had happened. Ulrich had blackmailed Ella's stepsister Pris and bribed her using funds he'd embezzled from Wonderland. Then, he'd targeted Wonderland itself. He'd claimed this was about the pact, and maybe it was, but as I stared at my friends' faces on the screen, there was another thing that connected us. Hawk, Adrian, Maddox, even Knox, Hunter, and the Prince of Einvar. Each of us was loaded. What if that was Ulrich's angle? What if he was really just after our money? That was a motive I could get around, rather than an outdated pledge not to fall in love. It doesn't make sense that he'd keep targeting us for some stupid pact that we dissolved, I said. But he's still hung up on it, Maddox said. You should have heard him freak out about it at Wonderland, about how I broke it to marry someone besides Scarlet. Maybe it's both, I suggested. Do you know anything about Wolf Industries, Gray? I asked. No, he said, shaking his head on the screen. I've never heard of it. Maybe we let the search die for now, Hawk suggested. Sounds like we'll have to return to targeting Ulrich before he makes a move again. Assuming we can find where he's hiding, I said. Honestly, the idea boiled inside of me. Didn't this loser have anything better to do? Was he really this obsessed? Who did he hire to break him out? Do you think that's why he's broken out? Adrian asked. To keep targeting us? Why else? Hawk said. I don't like it. River's face popped onto the screen for the first time since we'd started the call. He's already gone after all y'all. I doubt he'll double back. Something hard-fisted in my gut. River was right. For some reason, I doubted if Ulrich was going to keep targeting us. That he'd come after Adrian, Hawk, or Maddox again. No, he would be moving forward. And if I had to guess, I'd say he was after me next. After her. I know how you feel about her. I'm out of here, I said, rising so quickly my chair hit the desk. Don't read too much into it until we know more, Adrian began, but I left the call. I didn't want to hear anymore. I bolted out of my home office, ignoring Nicole's kind voice telling me to come and eat. I'd apologize to her later. Right now, I had to get to Rosabel's. Fear stopped me as I stepped into my garage, inhaled the scent of fuel, and approached my silver Bugatti. There was a reason, a massive, unignorable reason I should just let her go. Taped to the window of my car was another note. It's not over yet. My vision tunneled. The sight of that little piece of paper zeroed in. It was like someone had poured acid into my veins. They burned. My blood resisted the restraint of my body and demanded action. And I got the urge to hit something. Shaking, I peered around the garage. Who had done this? How had they gotten into my garage? No one was in sight, but that didn't mean they weren't out there somewhere. It's over when I say it is, I said, taking the note and crumpling it in my hand. No one responded. Like a madman, I stormed to the door and shouted out to the empty street, "It's over when I say it is!" A skulking cat paused in the twilight, and nearby, several birds took flight. Again, there was no human response. I wasn't sure if Ulrich was still out there, watching me, but right now, I wasn't worried about me. Moving with charged energy, I climbed behind the wheel. My mind raced. Ulrich should be behind bars, but he'd escaped, and his first order of business was to send me threatening notes? Why would he possibly be sending this now? Why did he care this much about a stupid contract I'd signed back in college? It had to be about the money. I sat behind the wheel for several minutes, remembering the last note I'd found just like this one. It had been slipped into the mail slot in my office and had displayed a single warning. I know how you feel about her. No other threats had come, however. No other reminders or indications of harmful intentions toward Rosabel or me. Not until now. Maddox had suspected Ulrich had planted the note before he'd gotten arrested. But this? Furious, I tapped a call to my realtor. "Buy the house," I demanded, without much other preamble. Then, I cranked my sports car to life. The engine rumbled, growling as I revved it with my foot on the gas. Now, the idea to bring her with me to Arkansas wasn't just urgent, it was wild, raging. I'd take her to that house in the mountains. Even if Ulrich found us there, taking her away would buy us some time. Not only that, but I could keep her safe better than anyone else. I could ensure nothing would happen to either of us. I just had to convince her to go with me.
Chapter 8. Rosabel. I was stepping into the unknown. Today was the day I'd find a new job. I had to. After helping Dad bathe and dress, I waited until Sarah arrived before donning my professional attire, my lavender blouse with the pinstriped skirt, and headed into the city. Westville wasn't huge by industry standards, but plenty of work could be found if a person knew where to look for it. I decided to stop by New England Staffing and see what they could offer me. Hopefully, something in the editing arena. Not only had I studied music during my undergrad at Virginia University, a degree which I hadn't finished. I'd had to drop out to take care of Dad. I'd also been dab at writing papers and had taken a few grammar classes. I'd make a passable editor at the very least. It had been another occupation I'd considered doing from home, so I could take care of Dad anyway. Hours later, after a few unsuccessful interviews and a hard pass at a place called Javelin Recycling, I returned home, downtrodden and discouraged. Only Sarah's gray Dodge wasn't the only car parked on the street in front of my house. I froze, staring as I lifted my foot from the gas. I was tempted to veer past, cruise through the neighborhood for a handful of minutes and see if Duncan's silver Bugatti was gone by the time I got back. But something told me that wouldn't happen. Duncan was nothing if not persistent. If he wanted to talk to me, it would happen sooner or later. I just couldn't believe he was here. His car looked so out of place, like a metal flower in a field full of wild ones. He'd never bothered to come over the night I'd managed to pry him drunk from a nightclub after a deal had gone south. Or the time he'd gone on a shopping rampage, insisting on buying me everything I wanted from a department store. When I hadn't picked anything and demanded he take me home, he'd only drop me off at the office. I'd had to arrange for other transportation. Pete had been beside himself with jealousy. He'd been sure something more was going on between Duncan and me, and I'd had to plead my case in that regard more than once. Duncan had, however, come over the day he'd given me the punching bag I never used. It still hung in the garage where he'd installed it. That had been another sore spot for Pete. Another reason I'd ended things with him. I'd gotten tired of him jumping to conclusions. He'd been just as bad as everyone else at the office. I was not dating Duncan Hawthorne. I'd tried telling Pete as much. As far as I knew, Duncan didn't date. I'd only worked for him for a year and a half, and in that short time, I couldn't remember him taking one woman out. He mostly hung out with his friends, but that insistence hadn't been enough for Pete, and I'd gotten tired of my boyfriend not believing me. I thought of Hawk, Adrian, and Maddox. They stuck with Duncan, but they obviously had a different relationship with him than he would have on a more personal level. Maybe they really didn't know him all that well. His family, however, did know him. I was surprised they wanted him to come home at all. I winced and backtracked that thought. That was unfair. His family probably saw another side of him, one that no one else did. Then again, did Duncan have another side other than his power trip? At this point, I doubted there was anything more to him than shallow, entitled greed. Slowly, begrudgingly, I pulled into my driveway and shifted into park. Duncan exited his gleaming sports car and stood on the curb, staring up at my house, and I felt my breath catch. He knew how to dress, that was for sure. He burned concrete in a pair of Armani slacks and a fitted polka dot button-up shirt, with the dots too tiny to be noticeable unless you looked at them up close. He probably smelled amazing too, with his hair all messed up as though he'd been running his hands through it. What was that all about? Usually it was perfectly coiffed with that little swirl above his forehead. My pulse picked up speed. The evening air was already warm, but heat crept up my chest while my body screamed with approval about every inch of him. Why did he still have this impact on me? With his hand on his hip and sunglasses perched on his nose, he analyzed me as though he could tell just what his presence did to my bloodstream. How could a man be this beautiful? How could someone I didn't even like trigger my taste buds? "What are you doing here?" I asked. I stepped toward him only to have my heels sink into the grass. Dang it. Bending, I ripped the shoes from my feet. The lack took me down a few inches. Duncan peered at me through his designer sunglasses. "I came to offer you a job." Ha! The laugh burst from my chest of its own accord. I didn't bother trying to remedy it. "Why would I ever want to work for you again?" She couldn't make my coffee. My brows drew together. "Who couldn't make your coffee?" He glanced at the street, appearing unperturbed. Except for the little divot between his brows. I knew that expression of disappointment. There was an additional agitation to his movements as though the horse he'd just bid on was coming in last. Teresa, Tabitha, Tammy, something. Whatever her name was, she quit after a single day. So much for this being a brief conversation. I considered roasting him for his picky standards or his high levels of neediness. He'd grilled the new girl over coffee? Sounds like a smart girl. "Come on, Rosabel." I shook my head. "I need to check on my dad. Thanks for stopping by." I turned, grateful to walk away from him twice now. This was epic. "You're missing out." The threat tapped me on the shoulder and tingled down my spine all at once. My defensive side that usually only flared up during an intense discussion of literature spiraled, but I ignored it. I couldn't give in. I knew exactly where this conversation would lead. He would barter with me, offering money, offering whatever I wanted in exchange for my return, and I didn't want to. The thought alone was exhausting. I was tired of being such a predictable person. I'd let him sway me too many times. This would not be one of them. "Goodbye, Duncan," I said, approaching the porch. My stocking feet were wet from the grass, and I left footprints on the sidewalk. I'll give you a raise. There it was. One foot lifted, I hesitated mid-step. Lowering my foot to the ground, I gripped the porch's iron railing. Sure, I hadn't wanted this conversation, but that was because I'd known he would offer money, and I knew how badly I needed just that. The idea was too tempting, if only to have the money to tackle the bills on my dining table. I turned my head just enough to catch him in my periphery. A good one, he added. His feet shuffled on the grass behind me. I refused to meet his eye and kept my attention on the porch swing instead. How good? Noticeably. How does double sound? Double? He couldn't be serious. He was behind me now. I swore I felt his breath on the back of my neck, all the more reason not to turn around. Being that close to him never boded well. Turn around, Rosabel. Let's talk about this. A flicker at a time, my eyes closed. I knew how this would play out. I'd say no. Duncan would come at me from another angle. Even if I went in my house, he'd text me. For all I knew, he'd wait on my porch until I gave him what he wanted. Might as well get this over with. If he wanted me to face him, I'd do it. I climbed a single step, making me not only taller than he was, but also giving me some distance. Folding my arms, I hoped to keep him at arm's length as much as possible. Mr. Hawthorne, I began, but he lifted the sunglasses from his face, giving me a glimpse of the desperation in his hazel eyes. His gaze trailed over my face and was vulnerable again, just like it had been at his office the day before. Why did he look at me as though he couldn't live another day without me? Curse the smile that started ticking at the corner of my mouth. Why did he have this effect on me when I knew what a scoundrel he was? I had to keep my head. I can't be bought, I said. The truth is my dad needs me here. I can't afford to pay for his in-home care, nor can I keep working when I need to be here to watch him. He needs me. You don't. Duncan mirrored me and folded his arms. I'll pay for it. You, what? Look, I'm headed to Arkansas tomorrow, and I can't go alone or I'll never hear the end of it from my mother. I can't leave you here. I can't. He paused, shaking his head as though an unwanted thought imposed on the conversation. What had he been about to say? His hands went to his hair, raking through the locks and making them stand on end. Messy was a good look for him. A little too good. All the moisture left my mouth. You need to come with me. I gaped in disbelief. Was he that desperate to impress his family? You said your mom thinks we're dating. Are you saying you want me to go there as your girlfriend? Because I'm not. I'm your assistant. The conflict ravaging his expression slackened and was replaced by a different determination. He climbed a step toward me. I retreated toward the door. It's been 3 years since I've seen any of them, he said. I want to make a good impression, the best new impression that I can. I don't want them to see my bachelor status as a failure. I guffawed. Of course, this didn't have a speck to do with helping me or my dad. This was about him. It was always about him. Duncan went on. I'm buying this incredible house. You can hang out there, hide away, read, or whatever it is you do. He noticed that I like reading. I suppose I had occasionally brought a new book in to read during my lunch break. I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or offended by his casual throwaway remark. You'll be safe there. You won't have to make nice with the family until my grandma's birthday. What did my safety have to do with anything? Your grandma? I asked. At this point, thanks to my mother, she probably already thinks you're my girlfriend. Then she needs to be set straight. I completely agree. You, what? No, he didn't. He just told me he wanted me to come as his date. Hands shaking, he rifled something from his pocket. Something small, square, and rounded on the edges. All of my insides dropped to my stomach. Is that... Duncan, what are you doing with a ring box? He cracked open its lid, revealing a stunning diamond ring inside. Light caught on the diamond's facets, making it sparkle. My stomach gave way this time. It plunged straight to my toes. What did he think he was doing? I was thinking of something more along the lines of fiancé. I was shell-shocked. He bought me a ring? I mean, spending outrageous amounts of money on things out of the blue wasn't uncommon, but rings symbolized a far bigger commitment to a person than a punching bag did. I held out my hands. Do you hear yourself? Come on, Rosabel. I wasn't kidding that she won't be around much longer. She's 95. That's yesterday's 80 these days. What with all the medical care available? Yes, but she's already had a stroke. It's her wish to see me happily settled down or something, assuming she speaks to me while we're there. I gaped. Was he in the middle of a squabble with his grandma? Such a thing sounded almost absurd. Whether he was being truthful now or not, I wasn't ready to dive into whatever that meant. No need to get him off on another tangent before we'd resolved this one. He hedged the ring box in my direction. I pushed it back down again, and that line between his brows deepened. It's beautiful, I said. Really? Then what's the problem? I got your size. You told me what it was last Christmas when I got you that one. He stroked the knuckle of my hand, indicating the jade green braided ring he'd given me. The unexpected touch shivered straight up my arm, making me catch my breath. I yanked my hand free, but his touch was still branded into my skin. He'd been crafty and had asked Charity to get my ring size back to him without telling me. You want to talk about rumors in the office? Charity had let it slip, and the next morning women had chittered, asking me if he'd popped the question yet. I'd assured them I had no intentions of marrying Duncan Hawthorne. That much hadn't changed. But still, the ring he'd given me was a nice gesture. He'd told me it was for good luck, fortune, and protection from harm. Have you ever considered actually happily settling down with someone you care about? Like what had happened earlier in his office, something flashed across his eyes. Something impassioned and insistent. Something sweet and softening. And it happened so fast I nearly missed it because he quickly quipped, "When have I ever met anyone like that?" He gritted his jaw as though the question bothered him. For some reason, that soothed me. Anytime he mentioned having an interest in me, it got my back up. Someone as controlling and manipulative as he was would never make a good boyfriend or husband. I already knew that fact. I mean, look how things had gone with Pete. I wasn't about to learn it the hard way with Duncan. I'll cover all your dad's medical bills, he said. We'll get him a facility, somewhere reliable where he can be comfortable and well looked after. Or we'll hire care to stay here with him at all hours if need be. It's all done. No worries, no strings attached. No strings? He rubbed his jaw and peered over his shoulder before leaning in. Well, just one. Come to Arkansas with me. Wear my ring, pretend you like me. Lay low and get through my grandma's birthday party. Then you can come back and make my coffee every day like you do. Or spill it on me, as the case may be. I rolled my eyes. I'm not coming back just to make your coffee. Whatever, he said. You know what I mean. The offer was tempting, only as far as having Dad cared for so I could see to his expenses and needs. In no way did Duncan appeal to me otherwise. Not with his hazel eyes being so attentive, or the swoosh of hair above his forehead, or the way his confident bearing spiked my blood. Nope. I thought of Havisham Assisted Living, the care center I'd been looking into for Dad. Of not having to worry if Sarah had fallen asleep or lost track of Dad again. In Arkansas, I'd have time to research freelance editing and find clientele, or I could even set up a website. I could even take that spot in the Philharmonic when I got back to Westville. The bills, the worries. This could be the answer I needed to get my feet on the ground. But I refused to agree to anything unless Duncan made a few changes first. I will consider your offer, Mr. Hawthorne. What? What do you mean, consider? He'd thought I'd just give in. Duncan Hawthorne was too used to getting everything he wanted. He needed to accept a few demands of my own. I mean, consider, I said. I'm thinking about it before I give you a decision. I'll get back to you tonight. Tomorrow at the latest. I made for the door. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, he said from behind me. You have to be on it with me. I'm not leaving without you. I lifted a finger and spoke over my shoulder. Correction, your flight leaves tomorrow. Whether or not I'm also on it is yet to be decided. Duncan's voice rose in pitch. Come on, what's it going to take? You want flowers? Oh, I know. I'll take you to that new bookstore across town. You can pick anything you want. While the offer tempted me because the word bookstore was more alluring than chocolate cake, I lowered my head and shook it. I was no pushover, and if he thought I was, he really was clueless. Deliberately, I rotated to face him once more. He snapped the ring box and his hand closed. Confusion wrinkled his brow. I almost pitied the expression. Almost. I took a breath and tamped down my tone to keep my voice steady, patient, and controlled. What I want is time to think things over. This isn't just a job you're offering me. After working with you in the past, I'm not sure accepting would be all that smart. So, I'm going to think, and I'm going to make up my own list of demands. Goodbye, Duncan. Opening the front door, I ambled inside. Duncan shuffled forward, gripping the screen's handle. His expression was rattled, almost panicky. The sight struck my heart, but I couldn't give in. This man was the definition of bossy, expectant, demanding and inconsiderate. Even after buying me the punching bag, he didn't care that it wasn't something I wanted, or even needed. He'd pushed the idea on me, not giving me much of a choice when he showed up wearing casual clothes and wielding a chain in one hand and a drill in the other. What else was I supposed to do? Dad didn't need that side of the garage anymore. I'd let Duncan hang it up just so he'd leave me alone about it. Duncan was too used to walking all over me. That wasn't going to happen this time. But I still couldn't shake the expression on his face when I'd told him goodbye. He'd looked fearful. What had him so afraid? The next morning, I wasn't at all surprised when Sarah showed up on my doorstep with a bag. I was, however, stunned by her added explanation of having been paid generously to move in for the next 2 months, rotating with 2 other nurses throughout that period. 2 months? How could Duncan's grandma's birthday party last that long? I'd been expecting a single weekend. Well, I hadn't agreed. Yet. I had to get Duncan's word on a few things. I also needed to look into these other nurses. I wasn't sure how I felt about additional strangers here on the regular. Sure enough, when I opened my email during breakfast, the In-Home Angels Care Facility had sent me just that. I scoped out the list of 10 or so nurses, taking careful note of each one as well as her credentials, and even a few testimonials as to why each was qualified to be the caretaker I needed for Dad. Dad sat at the kitchen table, hands on his knees as he stared at his slippers. I'd thought through my part of things, and on the off chance that my beastly boss agreed to my terms, had my belongings packed. There was a good chance Duncan wouldn't accept, however, and I was ready for that likelihood too. If he didn't, I'd just come home. I'd go back to working through my finances on my own. I parked my suitcase near the door and hugged Dad, breathing in his scent of soap. I'll be back, Daddy, I promised, pushing away a twang of worry. I just wished I had a better idea of when that would be. He'll be fine, I told myself. If this works out with Duncan, he'll be getting the best care he's ever had. Dad's distant, shrouded gaze swept the room before landing on me. Henry? Where's Henry? With a sad smile, I kissed his cheek, bade Sarah goodbye, and rolled my suitcase to my car, eyeing the punching bag hanging in its corner of the garage before tapping the button to close the large, clattering door. For some reason, the line that Horace Vandergelder says, in "Hello, Dolly," ran through my mind. Not in a million years, Duncan Hawthorne. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Except in the movie, Horace was wearing Dolly's feather boa, and while directing it her way and his, he gestured the boa in the same direction every time. Like her way was his way. I shook the thought off. While I had to set down terms of my own before I decided whether or not I was going with him, I couldn't accept Duncan's offer of being his girlfriend. A relationship with him wouldn't be possible. Not unless he changed the very fabric of who he was. No one could change that much.
Chapter 9. Duncan. I paced along the runway's asphalt beside my car while worst-case scenarios plagued my brain. No additional threats had come, but the ones I'd received still made me skittish, overbearing, obsessed with her well-being. I hadn't heard from her in over 9 hours. She had to be okay, didn't she? Sunlight baked the back of my neck, and a bead of sweat trailed down my spine. Maddox adjusted his sunglasses and gazed in the direction that had stolen my attention. He wore jeans and a Wonderland t-shirt, with the silhouettes of a man and woman almost kissing and the words, "Talk Wonderland to me," above their heads. Probably something that had been drummed up with all this social media attention he and his wife kept getting. "Dude, are you sure about this?" he asked. Rather than informing all of the others, I'd let only Maddox know of my idea to whisk her away. Even though I had my jet, I'd taken careful measures to hire a plane I hadn't used before. New pilot, new everything in order to be less trackable. She just needed to show up. The only thing I kept the same was my staff. I'd arranged for their flights yesterday, almost right after I'd purchased the house. They signed their agreement to silence, and then after I'd explained my concerns for Rosabel's safety, they'd readily boarded to get the new lake house ready for our arrival. "I'm not taking any chances," I told Maddox. Another note showed up. "She is going to be right by my side as much as I can help it." Maddox planted his hands on his hips, and though I couldn't see his eyes through his sunglasses, I knew he stared me down. "Have you told her that's why you're doing this? Or does she still think this is about your grandma?" I thought of the mysterious notes tucked away in a folder in my bag. I'm not going to tell her someone is after her because of me. Why not? Because then she'll ask why. Maddox's expression relaxed. He pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead and squinted at me with concern. "The truth's got to come out sooner or later. Why not just tell her how you feel about her?" "She would never talk to me again. I'd rather be with her and have her hating me than have that distance. Or worse, have her be with someone else." "That's messed up." "What? If Adele had wanted to be with someone else, you would—" "I would have let her," Maddox said, resting a hand on the top of my car, which he would drive back to my house once we took off. "That's what love means. You can't control someone if you love them. Don't you want her to be with you because she wants to?" "That's a stupid question." "It's not. Of course, I want her to want to be with me. Because she wants to," Maddox said. "Not because you're offering her anything or holding anything over her." For some reason, this got to me. I don't do that. We don't know that Ulrich is behind this. We don't have any concrete details. The notes could be spoofs. "This could be nothing," Maddox said. Before he finished, I was already shaking my head. They weren't spoofs. I refused to take that kind of chance and do nothing about this. If Gray was concerned about his brother's escape, then I would be too. Or it could be something, I said. I'm not going to take that chance. I still think you need to tell her. "I'll keep that in mind," I said, but didn't mean it. I had no intention of telling Rosabel what I was up to. I only cared that she came with me and that she wasn't here yet. What was taking her so long? Why wasn't she here yet? "Maybe she's not coming," Maddox said, casting his gaze toward the road. That wasn't helpful at all. The same fear I'd felt when that message had appeared on my car, cranked higher as though someone had turned the knob. Had something happened to her? What if whoever had sent that message had targeted her already? Every muscle in my body tensed. It couldn't be too late. I refused to allow it to be too late. Maddox peered at his phone, tapped out a text, and then pocketed it once more. "I'd better beat it. Adelia's helping Ella shop for flowers, and I told them I'd come to lunch with them." "Good luck with that," I muttered. "You couldn't pay me to go out to lunch with those women." Ella had decided she hated me for some reason. That was fine. I wasn't out for a popularity award here, but being around her had become significantly painful. Mostly because Hawk didn't like me bickering with her, and I valued my friendship with him too much to say what I wanted to say to her. Maddox gave me a half hug, half pat on the back, and stalked to the driver's side of my car. He said he'd park it in his garage along with the dozens of others he'd collected in there. I watched him climb in, start the ignition, and drive away for several moments before I checked my messages. Rosabel hadn't sent anything. No replies to my earlier texts this morning either. What was she doing? "Me. Where are you?" If she wasn't coming, the least she could do was tell me. I should have stopped by her house and picked her up. I was still tempted to. Fleetingly, I pictured something happening to her or her dad, but I brushed the concern aside the way I'd been doing since the last time I'd seen her. From his standpoint on the airplane's entrance ramp, the pilot waved me down and pointed to his watch. An irritated growl rumbled from my throat. My usual pilot wouldn't have been so pushy. Didn't he understand that he was on my timeline, not his own? Still, I got it. I hated keeping people waiting. My thumbs were at the ready on my screen once more when the sound of rolling wheels on the pavement jerked my head toward the road Maddox had taken. Once she parked, Rosabel strode toward me, dragging her suitcase behind her. Relief stole over me in such a rush, I had to draw in several breaths. She was here. She was unharmed. She wore jeans that hugged her just right. A floral shirt peeked beneath a navy blue sweater. Her hair was pulled halfway back, leaving the rest to pool to her shoulders. Man, I thought she killed it in a skirt, but casual? She was downright sexy. I knew you couldn't resist my charms, I said at her approach, working to tamp down the frustration that had triggered my blood moments before. I felt like puffing out my chest. She'd come after all. No informant, no secret threats. I would let nothing happen to this woman. I'd arranged things with her father's caretakers. How could she say no after that? Especially since I handled the preparations myself. I should get a gold star. What charms? She asked, looking squarely at me. No nonsense. No smile. I refused to falter. I gripped my suitcase handle. Come on. Clock's ticking. I was halfway up the jet's ramp before I realized the only suitcase wheels and footsteps I heard were mine. Slowing, I peered back. Rosabel hadn't moved. She still stood in the same spot she'd been before. Frustration scattered through me all over again. Leaving my suitcase near the on-ramp, I stormed back down, my shoes thumping heavily on the metal until they hit the pavement once more. Aren't you coming? I said, exasperated. We've already delayed 15 minutes. Let's go. Rosabel folded her arms. Have you really forgotten? Forgotten what? I ran through our conversation from the previous day, but could only concentrate on the urgency hammering me to get her away from Westville, away from Ulrich. You're here. I'm here. The plane is here. What more do I need to know? My tone was too clipped. I was on edge by the threats, by Maddox's insinuations that I should confess my feelings, by my fear that something had happened to her. I knew I should dial it back, but it was too late. My terms, she said. Other aspects of our conversation from the day before wafted through the edges of my mind. I vaguely remembered her mentioning something like that. I rested a hand on my hip, feeling the August sun beat against my neck. Time ticked its urgency against my sternum, but I pushed my impatience down. All right then, what do you want other than what I've offered? A muscle tightened along her throat. She lifted her chin. I get my own room, my own schedule. We tell your family the truth. I am your assistant. I'm there to assist. Nothing more. I fought the urge to finger the ring box in my pocket. Anything else? She abandoned her suitcase and crossed the remaining distance with so much irritation burning in her expression, I braced myself to either be hit or kissed. I wasn't sure which I preferred at this point. Who was I kidding? I'd take the kiss. Rosabel did neither, but that didn't mean her presence was without impact. Her perfume wafted toward me, and she was close enough I caught the light glinting off the rage in her pretty brown eyes. What was she so upset for? Did she know? Maddox didn't say anything about the pact, did he? Or worse, had she gotten a mysterious, threatening note too? I am my own person with opinions and interests, Duncan. The tension in me released like a punctured tire. I never said you weren't. That irritation flashed, her tone elevated. You no longer shoot me down just because our opinions on things don't coincide. If I'm going on this trip, you treat me with the respect I deserve. I treat you like I've treated all my assistants. As a human being, she finished, raising her voice and talking over me. She gave me a sexy little smile that was anything but friendly. Her voice lowered so much I had to step closer to hear her. I like soft answers. I like being treated like I'm intelligent rather than ignorant. I expect you to hold my door, ask how my day is going, and gauge my feelings in each situation we're in. Act like you value me as a person. How could she think I didn't? Like you did when you thought I burned my hand. She had to bring that up. If she had any idea just how much I valued her, she'd probably never speak to me again. I was doing this for her. I pictured the words, I love you, leaving my lips. They built beneath my chest, clogging everything inside so I could hardly concentrate on anything else. But I couldn't set them free. They were like a batch of germs that would spread the instant they hit the air and be impossible to entrap once more. I could never say them. Not when she looked at me the way she was looking at me, like I was something she'd stepped in. Is that all? I grumbled. Almost. She lifted her chin, stepping closer and driving me wild. I have one more. While we're there, where are we going? Eureka Springs, I said. She paused at the name. The town's unusual moniker often gave most people pause when I mentioned it. Okay then. While we're in Eureka Springs, you agreed to an act of service. Something of my choosing. Something that might put you in someone else's shoes and bring you down a few pegs off your high horse. Was she serious? I'm not on a high horse. I won't have time for anything else but overseeing my new house and handling my investments. And dealing with my family. And keeping her safe. Those are my terms, Rosabel said without backing down. She heightened her nose for good measure. If you can't do that, then I'm not going. I'll do it, I said without breaking a sweat. If this was what it took to get her on that plane with me, so be it. I couldn't leave her behind in Westville. Not when I wasn't going to be here. Not with everything that had happened to Gabriella and Adili. Rosabel's scowl set. Her power trip relaxed just enough to reveal her surprise. Just like that. Yes, I accept, I said readily. I will treat you with respect. That includes good manners, Duncan. Be nice to me. Show interest in what I have to say. It's called being considerate, like we could be friends. Friends, I repeated dryly. The word was insulting, partly because I thought we already were. I assume you have some, she said. That owner of Wonderland seems to like you, though I can't imagine why. The twinkle had returned to her eye. My lips fought a smile. Banter was good. I could stand my ground with her when she was like this, playful. Who's being beastly now? I asked. She narrowed her eyes. The look told me to watch it. If anything, it amused me even more, lightening the mood. Okay, Rosie, I'll be your friend. Rosie. I'd annoyed her again? Good. I needed an upper hand in this conversation. Friends use nicknames, don't they? Now, as for this act of service, what did you have in mind? I don't know. She gave me a satisfied smirk. I suppose you'll have to find out when we get there. Without another word, she strolled toward the plane, dragging her suitcase behind her, leaving me behind as though this trip was her idea. Dumbfounded, I watched her hips swagger for a few moments. She was coming. This was exactly what I'd hoped for, with just one problem, her conditions. The whole reason I snapped at Rosabel the way I did was to hide my feelings for her. And she wanted me to stop? The notion made me nervous. What was going to happen when I didn't employ my usual tactics to push her away?
Chapter 10. Rosabel. Duncan was harder to read than Egyptian hieroglyphics. I thought he wanted me on this trip. Why then did he glare at me any time I spoke or all but ignore me the rest of the time? He'd even denied my request to leave the address of this house of his with Sarah, like our location was some big secret. I was seriously questioning my decision to come with him. I read up on the Ozarks and Eureka Springs during our flight and found I was actually excited to see a town so quaint and so packed with history. I was ready to take in the sights firsthand, so when we landed in Fayetteville while he was busy on his tablet, tapping away and scribbling across the screen with his stylus, my attention gravitated to the window and the view outside. The sun added its golden luster to the farms and fields, many of which harbored a stereotypical red barn. The scenery reminded me of Oklahoma, with its fields, blue skies, and corn. We passed another farm where I could fully believe an elderly Aunt Eller figure would step out onto the house's wide porch, wearing an apron and set a pie to cool on the windowsill. During the entire flight in the seat across from Duncan, I'd relived our conversation and mulled over what to have him do for an act of service. Serve dinner at the homeless shelter? Tie quilts at a humanitarian center? It had to be something to really get to him, something that would really make him think about others. I also worried about Dad. This was the first time he'd be fully under someone else's care 24/7. Not that I didn't trust Sarah, but it was a big responsibility. I sifted through the names of the other nurses once more, trying to ease my worries. A new text tinkled, taking over my screen. I swiped to read it before realizing who it was from and immediately wished I hadn't. Isla, I just heard something super interesting. Care to confirm? I groaned. That was something I was not going to miss. Couldn't they give it a rest? What? Duncan muttered from his side of the car. Nothing, I said, not wanting to reply. I knew exactly what she was going to report to me. The gossip mongers were probably having a heyday over the fact that I was currently on my way to Arkansas with my uber-hot and extremely grumpy boss. Not to mention that Isla was the worst of them. Replying to her could inadvertently give her all kinds of fodder to spread around the office. She went on without a reply from me. Isla, Gail said she drove past and saw Duncan at your house last night. She said the two of you were getting friendly on your front porch. My vision went red. Gail lived on the same street. I should have known of all the people to have seen Duncan and me together. It would have been her. Me. I don't know what you're talking about. Did these women have nothing better to do with their time? I stuffed my phone back into my purse and stared at the headrests of the seats in front of us. If I was going to keep getting messages like that this whole time, this was going to be a long trip. How far is Eureka Springs? I asked, needing to get my mind off of whatever the women in the office were stirring up now. It was none of my business. And it was entirely untrue. How dare they keep this up? I told them I wasn't sure how many times that there was nothing between Duncan and me. There was a time I'd wanted something more with him. When I'd first started working, he hadn't been quite this cranky. He'd been decent. He'd been thoughtful, and I didn't mind the attraction that flared between us anytime we were in the same room together. But then I'd started dating Pete, and things had changed. Duncan scribbled on his tablet and spoke without lifting his gaze. It's about an hour from the airport. My lake house is on the outskirts of the town. Your lake house? You failed to mention that. Then again, he had mentioned something during one of our recent arguments. If the countryside was this stunning, I could only imagine what a house situated at the edge of its own personal scenic view would be like. It's a recent investment, he said, still looking at his screen. I needed somewhere secluded, somewhere to stay when I come to visit. Because a hotel wouldn't suffice. Sheesh. Billionaires. Do you plan on coming often? I asked. If he did, that was news to me. Then again, he didn't pass everything by me. And I had just quit. With no intention of managing anything in his life ever again after this. Thank you very much. Isn't your family here? I asked. I slid on the seat as the car shifted directions. My stomach soured and I gripped the armrest. The driver took another few turns as the road became more and more twisty. I pressed myself against the back, squeezing my eyes shut and trying to ignore the whirlpool in my belly. They are. Remember? That's why we came, Duncan said. I squinted a single eye open. He missed it, and while I considered pointing out his rudeness, I chose not to protest. My stomach was doing that enough for me. I'd never been one to get carsick, but then I'd never been on such a winding road either. Risking a glance, I inched up and watched the narrow road out the window and the sheer number of trees surrounding us. My unease multiplied. You never told me we were headed into the backwoods. Ozarks? He said as though I'd left a few IQ points on the plane. I ground my teeth. Tone, Mr. Hawthorne. You promised you'd be civil. Finally, Duncan lifted his attention from his device and glanced at me. Any other person would catch their faux pas and apologize. Either he didn't get it, had never been taught civility or empathy, or just plain blew off my previous request. What's the matter? He asked. I squeezed my eyes shut as we broached another curve, which the driver did not slow down for. My stomach doesn't like the twisting roads. You get carsick? Since when? The car took another turn. This time, the driver slowed substantially to handle the curve at a more comfortable rate. I winced and gripped the door's handle again. Since now, apparently. Here. Duncan set his tablet aside and dug through his bag, retrieving a bottle of rattling pills. He shook two free and passed them to me. His fingertips grazed the skin of my palm. Tingles dusted along my skin. Thanks to Isla's text, I rejected the sensation as quickly as I could and cleared my throat. Thanks, I said, surprised by his unexpected kindness. This was just like the coffee incident. Like the time I'd walked into my office on my birthday and found anonymous roses that had been delivered that I overheard him telling someone on the phone he'd been the one to order. I didn't get it. Why did he hold this side of him back? Why was he so hot and cold with me? Not having any water to drink, I muscled the medicine down and rested my head on the back of the seat, closing my eyes and attempting to be patient while the meds kicked in. Anything else? I cracked my eyes open only to find that he was still watching me. This fact made my stomach squiggle in an entirely different way. He was asking if he could help me, and he sounded like he meant it. It was the coffee incident all over again. I swallowed. I could use a drink of water, but that was my own fault for not planning ahead. Music helps, I said. Could your driver put some on? Clive, Duncan called. The driver's dark brows were visible in the rearview mirror. Anything in particular you'd like to listen to? He asked from the front seat. That was a no-brainer. The Beatles. Duncan snorted. Seriously? So much for the considerate side of him. What? The Beatles are classic. He continued studying me as 8 days a week began strumming through the car's sound system. The familiar guitar strains worked like a lubricant to my joints. My muscles relaxed. I settled a little deeper into my seat. I never pictured you a golden oldies type, Duncan said. I stopped myself from singing the lyrics and nodded. Why? What kind of music do you like? Don't tell me. Metallica. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? You're kidding. I'd guessed right. It wasn't like I pegged Duncan as a smooth jazz kind of guy, so I could totally buy his interest in metal. But to have gotten it right on the first guess? I like all kinds of music, he admitted. Rap and, yeah, Metallica when I'm working up a sweat. But I don't mind country and alternative, too. I love oldies, I said. Honestly, I think I was born in the wrong time period. A few lyrics leaked out in spite of myself. Duncan raised an eyebrow. I didn't care if he minded. This was who I was. It was time he found that out. Wonder of wonders, he lowered his tablet and gave me his full attention. What do you mean by that? I shifted, eagerly taking the distraction he provided. Everything, I guess. My favorite books are classics. I adore period movies, too, and even old shows. Like the Dick Van Dyke Show? He was hilarious. Granted, society was more sexist back then, but still. You don't find that wholesome humor in shows today. So you wish you were born in the 1950s? Duncan asked. I thought the question over, humming in time to the song. If I could pick any time period, it would have to be 1837. Duncan fought back a smile, which hinted at a dimple in his cheek. So specific? Sure, that was the start of the Victorian era. I would have one of those delectable Victorian homes with their decorative roofs and gingerbread house gables that have those really ornate ridge tiles, you know? And the bay windows with their own roof. Oh, and don't get me started on the stained glass mosaics. I sighed before finishing. They're exquisite. Sounds like it, he said pensively. I love the clothing, the dresses, the men's attire, the manners. The social classes, he went on. Female oppression, lack of sufficient medical care. Hey, I pouted. The time period sounds horrible if that's all you focus on. The car took another sharp turn, and I tightened my fists in my lap, pressing my head to the back of the seat and praying the meds kicked in soon. There are arguable detriments to the time period, Duncan argued. surprising me all the more that he even had an opinion on this particular subject. It wasn't like we held conversations on the regular, let alone about such serious subjects. A woman had very few rights, and her best chance at success was to get married. But even then, everything she owned belonged to her husband. I sat up. This was no new dispute to me, yet for some reason, arguing with him was invigorating. I like the romance of the time period, I said. If you were to look at today, you'd find our flaws as well, despite all the amazing medical advances and women's rights. Point taken. And this? He pointed upward to the invisible speaker as the song shifted to a Creedence Clearwater Revival hit. If I didn't know any better, I could have sworn our driver began humming under his breath. The Beatles are my childhood. My dad loved this music, and I grew up listening to it. And still continue to torture yourself with it, said the man who admittedly listened to rap. I smiled. Who said it was torture? This music is where it's at. You said you're a fan of rock and roll. So? He hedged, not giving a definitive answer. So you owe your allegiance to the Beatles. They're the instigators of rock, and Elvis. Absolutely not, Duncan said. We're not listening to Elvis. I laughed, grateful my motion sickness had abated. The driver slowed, readying for another turn. I chanced a glimpse outside and gasped. We'd left paved roads behind and now trailed along a single-lane path lined by trees on either side. The occasional cabin came into view before the driver took another rather sharp turn and headed toward what appeared to be a community of its own caliber. As far as homes went, this area was a gold mine. The houses stuck their noses out at the other cabins Duncan and I had passed. These were upscale log cabins that were more akin to ski lodges than a place any single person or any single family should live. When you said lake house, I was picturing a cozy little log cabin with like a cuddle-worthy fireplace and some flannel curtains. The driver slowed along the street, and I gaped at the massive, beautiful mansions clustered with a shimmering lake as their backdrop. These homes were enormous and probably featured every possible extravagance within their walls. They're lake houses. I just hope they're far enough away. He added under his breath. I wondered if I'd heard him correctly. Far enough away from what? He didn't answer, so I turned my attention back to the homes out the window. Some were constructed of logs, while others were covered with stones. They featured every architectural style anyone could wish for. Short porches, sweeping stairs, enormous entryways, and glittering windows set off with shutters and stone. And then there was the landscaping. Each house's design fit perfectly with the rustic, mountainous surroundings. Gravel gardens, oaks and pines, small shrubs, and personal ponds that were undoubtedly stocked with fish. These are huge, I said. I imagined every home we passed had sky-high ceilings and over-the-top embellishments that would cost me years of my salary. This neighborhood is exclusive, Duncan said. A mountain cove. Not Victorian, but still. Stunning, I said. I've never seen one house this huge, let alone an entire community of them. People actually live here? Duncan returned his attention to his device, but he peered over his tablet long enough to grunt in agreement. I nudged his shoulder. Come on, you haven't even looked yet. I've seen it. Maddox's house is this huge. And you're just trying to keep up? Thanks to the paper copies of his personal investments I'd stored on hand, I was privy to more information about Duncan's finances than I probably should have been. However, I had no recollection of this particular investment, which meant it had been a recent acquisition. Was it because of Maddox? I'd never seen where the owner of Wonderland theme park lived, but I could imagine it was pretty magnificent. As far as I knew, Duncan lived in a high-end apartment in a building he owned. Was he jealous of his friend? Was that why he'd purchased this? Whatever the case, it was gorgeous, and he was missing the first impression. I nudged him with my leg. I saw pictures, he said, not looking up. A picture isn't the same as seeing it in person. He slammed his tablet down. Rosie. Don't start that now. Look out the window. The car pulled to a stop and I bolted out, eager to take in as much of this place as I could. While I wanted to be born in a different time, that didn't mean I didn't appreciate modern conveniences and designs today, which in a lot of ways were much better than anything else. The cabin's roof was just as corrugated as the road to it had been. Its gables were stacked and angled in alternating but attractive directions, giving the impression of its size. Stones covered the base level of the log colossus. Exposed logs built up from the wraparound porch. Two large wooden garage doors set off by sconces on either side served as a base layer, holding up a balcony above which then led to the impeccable front door. I had a strange urge to skip along the paved stone circles leading to the steps. "Look at this place," I said, my breath momentarily stolen. "Now, I bet you're glad you came." Duncan smirked at the structure as though he'd been the one who designed it, framed it, and added the finishing touches himself. My lip curled. "I guess we'll see, won't we?" Chapter 11. Rosabel. I wasn't sure what it was that bothered me so much. It was his whole attitude. Here, Duncan had this incredible home, and he wielded it like some kind of badge, like something that made him better than everyone else, and I should count myself honored to be granted entrance. And he'd criticized the 1800s for their version of social inequality. I despised him for ruining what could have been an amazing moment otherwise. Turning my back on Duncan, I retrieved my bag from the driver, getting my first full look at his face. Clive was in his mid-50s, I'd guess, his hair graying at the temples. Kindness lingered in his eyes. Kindness and apology, as though he were telling me not to mind his boss. Like Clive had any say or opinion on what Duncan did. "Clive, thank you for the music and for such astute navigation on the snaky roads." Clive chuckled. "Thank you for giving me an excuse to listen to the Fab Four." I beamed at him and then led the way up the wooden stairs to the second level where the main door lay. Not far behind, Duncan skipped up, unlocked the door, and let me in. I allowed my gaze to roam, from the vaulted ceiling with rich, exposed wood beams marking every new angle, to the granite counters and the seat of the hearth around a 30-foot-high brick chimney. I'd never stayed anywhere this beautiful or cozy. The room was perfectly staged. I longed to curl up on the couch with a good book and burrow for a while. To my surprise, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman wearing an apron with her graying hair tied back in a bun circled around the barrier wall, blocking us from view of what I assumed was the kitchen. Her hair curled around her face, suggesting that she'd been at work for a while. "You made it," she said. "Hey, Nicole." Duncan set his bag down. "Nicole?" I wasn't sure I'd ever heard of him knowing anyone with that name. For a minute, I wondered if she was his mother. "Glad you two made it." "Thanks," Duncan said, lifting his nose as if sniffing the air. "You've been busy. It smells amazing." Nicole beamed. "Pat and I wanted to have something ready when you both got here. We've got the fridge all stocked, just like you asked. And the other things you requested have been taken care of, too." "Sounds great." What was going on? This woman was happy. Happy to be here, happy to serve, to cook for him, to pick up his stuff. Even more amazingly, if I had to guess, I'd say she was happy to see Duncan. And he was being nice to her. Maybe she'd just started working for him. He'd been like this to me at the start after all. It was just that nice had quickly bubbled into nasty. Duncan was being decent to this woman in a way I'd never seen before. And she was smiling at him in return. "This is Rosabel," Duncan said, gesturing to me. Too late, I realized my mouth hung open and I was gaping at her like I'd never seen another person before. I snapped my jaw shut. "I'm Nicole." She offered me a hand, either not noticing my fish mouth or having too good of manners to mention as much. "I usually clean up after Duncan back at his house in Westville, but he likes me so much he couldn't live without me here." She winked at him. "You're not wrong," he said with a little laugh. "Nice to meet you," I said, still completely thrown. She'd worked for him. Before now? I couldn't grasp this at all. If someone had told me Duncan Hawthorne had staff, I never would have guessed he was nice to them, or that they liked him back. I would have thought he was the grumbly, order-giving miscreant he was around the office. Duncan not only had staff that he trusted so much he'd brought them here with him, so not what I'd expected. "You two get settled in," Nicole said. "Just leave your bags by the door if you want, Rosabel. I'll see that they get to your rooms." Brushing aside my questions about this woman, I managed a few coherent words. "Thanks, but I'm not sure where that is," I said. I gestured to the open living room and the upper level visible from the landing above. Nicole laughed. "There's plenty to choose from," she said. With his hands on his hips, Duncan gave the front room his inspection. He wasn't frowning, so that said something. "There are. Want to pick one?" he suggested. I stared at him. Seriously? He was going to let me choose? "Sure," he said. "Take a look. Pick the one you want. I'll go find mine." "It's just down here," Nicole said. She bent for his bag, but to my utter shock, Duncan stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. "I got it," he said. Nicole beamed at him and patted his cheek. "See if you can keep up," she said, striding toward the hall to our right. Carrying his bag, he followed her. He followed her? Seconds later, he reappeared and strode past me toward what I suspected to be the kitchen beyond the bearing wall. Okay then, Duncan has household staff. Not only did he carry his bag and allow her to tell him where his room was, rather than the other way around, from the laughter he exchanged with whoever was in the kitchen, they liked working for him. That wasn't all. The strain that typically rode on his shoulders and tightened his expression was gone. His smile even reached his eyes. So weird. Another woman's voice drifted toward me, soft but still discernible. "Where's this girl you were bringing? Or were you just pulling my leg?" "She's here," he muttered. "Rosabel is picking out a room." "Okay, who is this? Another staff member he was evidently all buddy-buddy with? He'd told them about me? I supposed he would have had to if they were going to prep the house for us before we got here. But still, that felt... I wasn't sure what. He'd talked about me. To his staff. Not in a rumory kind of way, but in a considerate, let's make her feel comfortable kind of way. I felt like a fish out of water. I was supposed to just wander around this fancy house and pick my own space. Like this was completely normal. I'd never been in anything this large or beautiful. Not even when we'd gone to visit my grandparents in Martha's Vineyard. More muttering followed, and then a woman appeared from around the bearing wall. She was younger than Nicole, but still older than I was. In her 40s, I'd guess. She wore an apron around her stout waist and reached for the suitcase in my hand. "I'll get that for you if you'd like," she said. "Oh, I'm good, thanks," I said, tightening my fist around the handle. Smiling, she wiped her hands on her apron before smoothing it back down again. "I'm Pat," she said. "Resident chef. You just let me know what you're in the mood for while you're living here and I'll whip it up." Thanks," I said. With another little bob, she inclined her head and made her way back to the kitchen once more. I couldn't see Duncan, but I pictured him peeking around the corner to watch our whole interaction. Was that something he would do? I was completely thrown. I didn't know what to make of this. It had been so long since anyone had cooked for me. Mom had been the last person to offer anything like that. Usually, I was the one cooking for others. Dad, mostly. Before any other unsuspecting and overly helpful staff members popped out at me, I lugged my suitcase toward the stairs. If Duncan's room was down here, I'd take one on a different level. Just because he was friendly with his staff didn't mean I could let my guard down around him. I wanted my own space. My feet sank onto soft carpet that didn't quite reach each stair's edges. I stroked the smooth banister, enjoying the bird's eye view of the living room. Everything in here was honed. Neutral paint on the walls, gray carpet, quality furniture, and tasteful floral arrangements. It made me wonder if these details were the things Nicole had mentioned that she had taken care of. The space up here was just as extravagant as anything I'd seen below. I peered through 2 bedrooms, an elegant bathroom between them. There was an office with a desk, shelves, and a comfortable roller chair, and everything was staged so perfectly I couldn't believe no one lived here on a regular basis. The moment I reached the last room on the left, my breath caught. The window across from the bed provided an incredible view of Beaver Lake. The water was fringed with trees, their green shades offsetting the crystal blue water. Other substantial homes were visible across the lake's breadth, which was marked with docks and boat launches. Not only that, but sequestered in Duncan's backyard was a lovely rose garden. Roses in every shade spread their happy light in the space between his house and the lake, and I tingled to go a-roving and explore, or at least to have this as my view every single day. "This is the one," I said to no one but myself. I broke deeper into the room and placed my bag on the bed, staking my claim. This was just the sort of room I'd always dreamed of having. Comfortable and spacious, with a cushy chair in the corner positioned at just the right angle to either look outside or in. The bed was made with a soft pink comforter stitched over with velvet paisley designs. I ran my hand along its surface, feeling the soft fabric. A few steps took me to a walk-in closet whose bare shelves seemed strange in the otherwise staged house. Inside the closet, a fat stool twice the size of regular stools marked the center. It looked so cushy, I couldn't not sit on it. I strode in, running my hand along its surface too. It was a velvety rose color as well, coordinating perfectly with the bedspread in the main room. I sank onto the stool and gazed upward, wondering just how many clothes a person would need to fill all of these shelves when Duncan's shouts carried from below, breaking through my reverie. Grimacing, I closed my eyes. "And there's the Duncan I know," I muttered, reminding myself not to forget who I came here with. "You've got to be kidding me." Duncan's voice hammered. "There's no way I can make the trip back there by tomorrow. We just got here." He paused, listening to whoever was on the other end. "I told you I'd dive in at that price, but if you can't make your end, then I'm not going to take the risk." Another pause. "You know what? I'm off duty now. This is my vacation. I can't believe you can't make this work." Work. That was what this was. I was here to work. Reluctantly, I rose from the plush stool and strode to the door, crossing the handful of feet between my room and the landing overlooking the living room below. Duncan had removed his suit coat. The sleeves of his tailored blue shirt were rolled to his elbows, something he must have done after Nicole showed him to his room. He paced on the rug between the posh seating area and in front of the fireplace, which was also near a large door leading onto a deck out back. He lowered the phone only to have it light up once more. Tapping the screen, he lifted it to his ear. His tone and facial expression shifted instantly. "Mom, hi, yes, we made it. Today?" He paused. "Rosabel needs some time to settle in. Okay, if you think it's best." I was taken aback. Was he really concerned about my well-being? Or was he just using me as an excuse not to visit his parents yet? He didn't snap at his mother, but I tried to make sense of his hesitation. Something told me he wasn't using me as a cop-out. He'd sounded genuine, probably trying to keep his word. He'd assured me we wouldn't have to see his family until his grandma's party. Confusion knotted in my stomach. I felt like a newly launched ping-pong ball being smacked from one side of the table to the other. He'd joked and acted relaxed around his staff, but that conversation with his mom sounded stilted, forced, uncomfortable. Something was bothering him about his family, but what could it be? He could have just come for the party, stayed in a hotel, and then flown back to Vermont when all of this was over. Why had he come all the way out here? Why buy this massive house and bring his staff with him? Sarah had mentioned the 2-month thing. Why did he plan on being here so long? He'd mentioned something about his grandma not speaking to him. Did that have something to do with his edginess? I tiptoed back down the stairs. He stood with his back to me, tapping his phone on the side of one of the leather couches. The tension had returned to his shoulders. "Everything okay?" I asked. He didn't immediately answer. His attention was focused on the back windows, on the fantastic view of the lake below, the same view that had made me pick the room I had upstairs. "Looks like we're expected at my parents' place," he finally said guardedly. "We? As in both of us?" Chatter came from the kitchen, along with the sound of something clattering on the stove. one of the women muttered and then laughed before the sound died down. Yes, he said, facing me. You are included in the invitation. Might as well get it over with. Does that mean you won't be ready for dinner? Pat's head peeked around the barrier wall, and she asked her question before I managed to formulate mine. Sorry, no, he said. We'll have to eat when we get back. No problem, no problem, she said good-naturedly, disappearing once more and leaving the two of us to finish talking. It was too bad. Whatever they were cooking smelled delicious. My stomach gave a little grumble. Get what over with? I asked, returning to where he'd left off. Duncan didn't answer. Instead, he was halfway to the door, texting someone as he went. I assumed the recipient was Clive, since he was how we would get there. I just loved being ignored. I was tempted to dig in my heels. I didn't really need to go, did I? Except he was kind of paying me to. That wasn't the only reason I decided to humor him. Pity seeped through the cracks in my armor. Duncan had tensed up again during the call with his mother. For some reason, seeing his family again unnerved him. And for yet another unknown-to-me reason, I didn't want to let him face them alone. Was that why he wanted me to come? And why was he so nice to his staff? He'd said sorry just now, a word I never thought I'd hear from him. That wasn't the worst thing that bothered me, though. It was the obvious discrepancy. Why was he nice to these women who worked for him, but not to me? You coming? He asked, pausing at the door long enough to peer back at me. You don't have to. You can just come to the party if you want. I just thought... Whatever he thought, he didn't finish. I could decline, I supposed. But I'd told him I'd be there for him, and I was true to my word. Give me a second, I said. I rushed upstairs for my phone, grateful that I'd worn cute jeans and a nice shirt and cardigan to travel in. I gave my appearance a once-over, shot Sarah a quick text to check in on Dad, and dashed out to join Duncan in the car. Get it over with, sure. I wasn't sure what made him so reluctant to see his family again, but whatever the cause, I wasn't all that eager to meet them either. Chapter 12. Rosabel. These mountain roads were going to kill me. I attempted to keep my attention on the solid white line on the roadside. Having a singular focus helped to abate my queasiness somewhat, but it still festered in my stomach. Much like my thoughts were doing in my brain. It was just the same old worries and wonderings I'd had since we left the lake house. About Duncan's staff, his change around them, his family. A whole bucket full of questions. We passed a few hotels when an old-fashioned trolley pulled into the parking lot of some kind of depot. Startling, I planted a hand on the seat between Duncan and me, not realizing his hand was also resting there. The touch of his skin startled us both, but I recovered faster. What's with you? A trolley? I muttered. You act like you've never seen one before. Because I haven't. Not aside from pictures of old movies, the sight triggered my typical love of old things, giving me a weird craving to track one down and ride in it. Trolleys were a thing of the past, and that meant I loved them instantly. I twisted around in my seat, hoping for a better look when the sight of something else tore me from my thoughts completely. A gasp escaped. I rotated the other direction and scooted closer to the window for a better look. What now? Duncan muttered. That house. You've never seen a house before? Shut up, I said. This one is like nothing I've ever seen before. At least, not in person. I couldn't get enough. It was a Queen Anne Victorian, buttery yellow with crinkle-cut siding, a tower situated atop its circular porch, and burgundy gables. The elaborate dream home was encircled by a low wrought iron fence above a stone retaining wall. Longing brimmed within me. I craved a view of the interior. Or better yet, to sell the small bungalow I'd lived in for the past 27 years of my existence. Pack everything up and haul it here to take up residence instead. That could work for Dad. Or maybe not. But it'd work for me. That was for sure. Even as we passed, I rotated in my seat, not wanting to let the structure out of my sight. Too soon, it was behind us. Oh my goodness, I said, patting Duncan's knee repeatedly. Did you see that house? I've seen places like that in pictures, but in person, it's stunning. Duncan didn't reply. He was too busy staring at my hand, which had apparently settled on his leg. I jerked my hand away and spoke to the driver. Clive, turn around, we have to go back. Clive chuckled from the driver's seat, but Duncan shifted and cleared his throat. My family is expecting us, he said with his attention back on his tablet once more. His voice sounded slightly off. Patches of red climbed the sides of his throat. What was his deal? Was it because I'd touched his leg? Or was he really just annoyed that I wanted to take a minor detour? I gave him a playful shove. I can't believe you're this impartial. I can't believe you didn't tell me there was a house like that on the way to your parents, after I gushed over houses just like that one on the way here. Then again, apparently, there was a lot he was keeping from me. Duncan's lips betrayed the slightest trace of amusement. His eyes twinkled at me. Twinkled. That's not the only one around here. Just wait until we go downtown. Excitement speared through me. There were more? Let's go, I said. Right now. I was probably overdoing it, especially since this was Duncan I was trying to connect with. But still. That house. I couldn't get over it. He held my gaze with a bemused tenderness that I wasn't used to. It caught me so off guard that it locked me in place. So we sat there, staring at each other. It took longer than it should have before I managed to look away. Clive drove through the rest of the small town, turning at a fork in the road marked by a series of electric poles providing power to nearby buildings, and a large sign that said, Stewart's Grocery. After a few more miles, we pulled into a lengthy drive hidden from the road by its own personal forest. A 2-level, statuesque colonial home was the destination, dated, but in excellent condition. Flower boxes spilling with begonias and popcorn-like hydrangeas lined the cobblestone sidewalk's edges. This place is stunning, too. No one builds houses like this anymore, I said. The contrast between this more historical house and the modern mansions back at Duncan's Mountain Cove was evidence of that. Each style, each time period, had its own charms and setbacks. I just have to appreciate the beauty of both worlds. This is where I grew up, Duncan said when we exited the car. My mouth dropped. It was doing that a lot lately. This house? Why does that surprise you? I never would have thought you'd grow up in a place like this. In an adorable, historic place like this. I swept my gaze to the upper balcony, which was supported by several statuesque columns. I pictured flags draped from those battlements during an earlier time period. This was Civil War territory, after all. What's wrong with that? He asked, broaching the sidewalk toward the front door. Nothing. You just don't seem like the kind of guy. Duncan wore the highest-end clothes he could find. He drove a freaking Bugatti in a tiny town like Westville. I wasn't sure why I expected his childhood home to be like Buckingham Palace or something, rather than this modest but lovely historical home. My thoughts trailed off. He had let me ramble on about my interests and hadn't said a word about his own. As we stepped out of the car and broached the sidewalk together, realization opened a new file within my mind. Though I'd handled his schedule, knew he loved to fight, and knew how he liked his coffee, I was really nothing more than an acquaintance with Duncan. How much did I really know about him? Not much. And weirdly enough, I was itching with curiosity about this man. What made him be the way he was? He'd been kinder to me when we'd first met. Why? Why had he stopped? Halfway up the walk, his jaw ticked. I don't seem like what kind of guy. I've only ever seen you in extravagance, I said. This house seems so beneath you or something. This historical home didn't seem to fit his stuffy lifestyle. We all have to start somewhere, he muttered, staring at the front door. That was interesting. Duncan seemed like the kind of person who'd shot out of his mother's womb in fully operational boss mode. A living, breathing boss baby. To think he had a past where he'd been a different person shook me. Moments passed. He stared at the door with his hands fisted at his sides. He didn't knock. He didn't move. He only stared. I'd watched this man take on CEO tycoons from company after company, steering them, and in some cases, bullying them, toward or away from certain investments. I'd watched this man tackle an imposter who'd once keyed his friend's car without a second thought. He'd never confronted either of those things with his hands fisted so tightly at his sides that his veins bulged. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Fine," he said placidly. I opened my mouth to press the issue when the door swung open. A tall, thin woman stood on the threshold in a striped blouse and knee-length skirt and heels. She showed only a small spark of recognition. In fact, I wondered if she was an assistant herself, someone who regularly answered the door for the family. Except she shared traits with Duncan that were too obvious to ignore. Their hair color, the shapes of their eyes and noses. This was his mom. It had to be. Why then did her already downturned mouth frown a little deeper? I suspected her age lines were due more to stress and dissatisfaction than smiling. Though this woman's complexion could make Audrey Hepburn jealous, if Audrey were the type, care, stress, and frustration dragged down the corners of this woman's eyes and weighed on her shoulders. Duncan's arms went ramrod straight against his sides. "Hello, Mother." "You made it," Mrs. Hawthorne said, feigning a smile. I waited for her to pull her son into her arms, to ask how his travels were, or even to say how glad she was to have him home again. She said exactly none of these. Instead, she stepped back and gestured for the two of us to come inside. So we did. Feeling more like an imposter than ever, I followed Duncan's example and removed my shoes, leaving them on the marble entryway. To the left, the entrance lowered a single step into the living room. The carpets were greener than envy, but clearly well cared for, shimmery in that just shampooed kind of way. Floral curtains contrasted the carpet. A tiny clock on the mantel above the fireplace gave off little pinging noises every time the second hand moved. Mrs. Hawthorne strode with grace and settled herself on the left side of a floral love seat at the room's far end. A man occupied a high-backed velvet chair in the opposite corner. He kept his attention plastered to his phone. I waited with my heart in my mouth. Duncan stood near the baby grand piano in the room's left-hand corner. Tension didn't ripple so much as seethe as the man lowered his phone and looked up, as Mrs. Hawthorne rested her eyes on her son. His fists remained at his sides. What was the deal? Was this a military family or something? Had his dad kept a tight regime, giving him rigid schedules and demands for upright posture at every turn? The clock on the mantel ticked, letting off tiny pings. My fingers tapped my legs. I was tempted to pull out my phone just so I had somewhere else to look than this awkwardly uncomfortable scene. Why didn't Duncan say anything? Weren't these his parents? Why didn't they say anything? This was completely different from the atmosphere we'd had at the lake house around his staff. Nicole and Pat had welcomed him, gushing over our trip, over how pretty I was, over which rooms we'd wanted to stay in. Instead, this was like an awkward blunder during a public speech, where the speaker said something out of turn and didn't know how to continue, and the audience was too baffled to do anything about it either. Were they always like this? Why was his family so cold? I couldn't fathom being treated this way by my family. No greeting, no pleasure in each other's company, no warmth. My gaze shifted to Duncan, who still stood as stalwartly rigid as a soldier. My heart softened with pity for him once more. Earlier, I'd suspected he was the way he was because of his family. I couldn't remember a time where I wished I was more wrong. Was this the family dynamic Duncan had grown up with? Was this normal to him? Memories of my own mother swelled so painfully it hurt. Mom's gentle, kind countenance, her sweet smile, the way she pulled me into a hug every time I came home from school. These people hadn't seen their son in years, yet they were treating him like a salesman. What happened between them? I tried to think of something to say, but it wasn't my place to break this ice. Any minute now, his mom's stony expression would crack. She'd call him out for believing the joke, cross the room and wrap him in her arms. Duncan chiseled into the silence, letting the pieces tinkle where they may. Mother? Dad? How are you? Mr. Hawthorne lowered his phone once more, as if barely noticing there were 2 extra people in the room. His expression lifted, and he smiled and rose from his chair. At least someone in this family had some decency. Duncan! He offered Duncan a hand and then pulled him to his chest, clapping him on the back. How was the trip? Just fine, thanks. Relief seeped onto his face. Dad, Mother, I'd like you both to meet. Before they could say anything more, a doorway down the hall across from the living room opened, and soft, feminine voices began trickling in our direction. You've got great mobility, all things considered, one woman said. She had thick hair pulled into a ponytail and wore teal scrubs. Sporting a bright, cheerful smile, she was the friendliest person in the house, and she shuffled to make way for the elderly woman behind her. Duncan's grandma was hunched over. Each movement was clearly a chore. Graying hair nestled in tight curls on her head, and her hand shook the crystal head of a cane that impaled the green carpet with every step she took. What you do with me is no one else's business, the older woman said to the younger. Surprisingly, this only made the nurse smile. Of course, my apologies. Dipping her chin, she headed out the door, leaving the rest of us waiting in this mire. The elderly woman's cane poked the carpet a few more times. Hunched over, she lifted her head. Her gaze trailed from giving a glimpse to Mrs. Hawthorne, a scowl at Duncan, and a superior sniff at me. Who might you be? Duncan cleared his throat. Grandmother? He began, his voice shaky. He took a step, but his parents moved faster. They edged past us and climbed the step onto the marble entryway as well. They faced one another in some kind of standoff. His dad was the only person who looked happy at all. What's the meaning of this? Grandma Hawthorne muttered. I meant to tell you, Mrs. Hawthorne began in a rushed kind of way, as if eager to please her mother-in-law. I invited Duncan to your party. My party? The cane jabbed the tile and made a tapping noise. That's all well and good, but who's that woman with him? The way she said woman had much worse nuances than I ever thought I'd hear. It was like she implied I was his escort or something. Duncan shot me an apologetic glance. He cleared his throat and placed a hand on my shoulder. Everyone, if you'll allow me. In unison, the 3 others' heads rotated in our direction. Grandma glowered. Oh, good. This was going well. Chapter 13. Rosabel. Duncan cleared his throat again. I'd like you to meet Rosabel Astor. They didn't respond at first. Grandma took precedence. Get me to my chair, Beverly, she muttered. I need to sit down for this. Of course, Beverly said, quickly acquiescing. My mouth fell open. I was astonished at their rudeness, but not to me. To Duncan. They acted as though he hadn't spoken at all. Your girlfriend? His mom asked, finally responding to her son's words. Her heels clacked on the marble as she helped Grandma Hawthorne toward the living room, down the step, and to a cushy armchair. I stepped aside, staying by the piano, as far out of their way as possible. Duncan stepped forward, hurrying to offer his assistance as well. His grandma clung to his arm as she lowered herself to the cushions. Or have you married? Mrs. Hawthorne went on, straightening and returning to her spot on the love seat. Is she your wife? My defenses went on high alert. I raised my hands. We're not married, I said, trying to breathe. They thought he would get married without telling them? What was wrong with this family? I'd never been so nervous meeting anyone. In fact, I hadn't felt this awkward and unwanted since being picked last for dodgeball in junior high. I'd thought I was done with those terrible juvenile experiences, but apparently not. An urge to break from my shoes and ditch out the door flooded me, but I also reeled with understanding in a way I never have before. No wonder Duncan was the way he was. If his family was this personable? Holy wow. Not only that, but I had to make sure he'd keep his word and not attempt the whole fake girlfriend ploy. It would be so like him to wuss out and try and save face with these people. Returning to my side, Duncan spoke. No, we're not married. Rosabel is my assistant. My relief was palpable. He'd kept his word. He hadn't fed me to the wolves like I'd expected. I stared at him in a new light as he went on. I have an investment I'd like to look into while we're here. She came along to help me handle that end of things. I see. Mrs. Hawthorne brightened up way too fast. Similarly, Grandma's head lifted, and she responded to her daughter-in-law's sudden relief with a smile of her own. Someone was glad to see her son was still on the market. You and me both, sister. Mrs. Hawthorne smiled at me. She was a beautiful woman. She'd be even prettier if the smile were genuine. In that case, welcome, Miss Astor. How long have you worked for our Duncan here? Their Duncan? Could have fooled me. Duncan and I were still standing. We hadn't yet been invited to sit. His hands flexed at his sides, and he peered down at me with his lips pressed together in muted apology. Or a silent plea. I wondered if he worried about what I might say just as much as I had worried over his words. Was this some kind of formal interview we had to pass before our backsides were allowed to grace the furniture? Part of me didn't want to grace these people with an answer. Part of me wanted to be just as rude to them as they were to me. But I could just hear my mom now, telling me to be the better person. I opened my mouth to answer her question when Mrs. Hawthorne interrupted. She pointed a finger at Grandma Hawthorne as if a thought struck. You know, we still haven't ordered the flowers we need for my birthday party. Perhaps that is something your assistant can take care of for us. Both Mommy Dearest and Grandma from the depths of despair sneered at me. I'm sure she'd be happy to, Duncan said, answering before I got the chance to. My momentary relief puked. How many times had he done this to me? Yet again, he offered my help without asking me. The most recent instance had been a few months ago when I'd been volunteered to help Maddox vet the auditions of actors wanting to work in his theme park. And then again for his Paris honeymoon with his model. Admittedly, things between the Hatters had been magical. Their wedding had been something from a dream. All those flowers and her exquisite dress. The whole thing had been so immaculate. I was kind of a sucker for the new Wonderland Instagram page too, if I was being honest here. Whoever handled the marketing, they captured the most adorable pictures of Adelaide and Maddox in costume, kissing, swooning, flirting with one another as both the Hatter and Alice in their real-life romance. What do you think? Duncan asked, breaking into my thoughts. Is that something you think you could do? I met his dark eyes and narrowed mine. Sure, I was bugged, but maybe helping with the flowers wouldn't be so bad. This was a chance to prove my assistant status and how not dating I was with Duncan. Sure, I said, turning to Mrs. Hawthorne. I'd be happy to. Just let me know which flowers and how many. Phone at the ready, I tapped out a reminder for myself. Why don't you let them sit down first, Beverly? Mr. Hawthorne said to his wife, stepping down from the entryway where he'd gone to help his mom. He then turned to Duncan and me, gesturing to the couch between where he and his wife sat. Please have a seat. It's good to see you, son. And to meet you, Miss Rosabel. I wasn't sure which of them to answer, since Mommy Dearest, Grandma, and Dad didn't seem to be on the same page. Mrs. Hawthorne cocked her head to one side and plastered on a simulated smile, as though she were trying to cover up how irritated she was by her husband's lack of notice that she'd spoken first. Sitting implied staying, lingering, remaining. However you wanted to look at that word, I didn't want anything to do with it right now. I did not want to stay here any longer than we already had. But the invitation had been set, and I, at least, had been taught a few manners. So I swallowed my pride and strode to the couch Mr. Hawthorne had indicated. But I didn't settle in. I sat as close to the tip of the couch as I could, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. She's worked with me for about 1.5 years, Duncan said, waiting for me to sit before lowering himself beside me. Again, his posture was patriot perfect, ramrod straight, and I noticed he didn't sink back all the way onto the couch either. And I've been... okay. He cleared his throat, resting his fists on his knees. This was unusual. Typically, he acted as though he were in charge. But here, now, He acted unsure. Boyish, even. Two things I would never have called my boss before now. Mother, Dad, Grandmother, I know we didn't end things very well the last time I was here, and I wanted to. Grandma Hawthorne readjusted her cane and placed both hands on it. Mrs. Hawthorne reacted to her mother-in-law's cue immediately, sliding forward in her seat. Oh, come now. We don't need to go back there today. Not in front of company. Miss Astor, I'd like 95 bouquets of lilies and gardenias. She blasted her fake smile in my direction. The forced expression did nothing to ease the simmering friction between the four of them. If anything, the facade made things worse. Of course, I said, feeling more and more like hired help by the minute. Duncan lowered his head. I watched him closely, noting the twitch in his jaw and the position of his fists in his lap. His heels bounced, making me wonder what was with this pent-up energy. Obviously, he'd wanted to clear the air about something. And his mom called me the impediment. Not only that, but they barely knew me and were okay with giving me orders. At least Maddox had told me over and over how sorry he was and how grateful he'd been for my help. I took it back. I wasn't ordering any flowers for these people. You know, I said, rising to my feet. I'm not sure about those flowers after all. You'd better get someone else to order them for you. Well, really, Grandma muttered, gaping at me. I kept my head high. And I actually have a phone call I need to make. I'll just step out for a minute. Make that minute however long it takes for Duncan to say what he needed to say so we could leave. If they didn't want to discuss personal things with me here, no problem. Not only would I save myself from being given any more tasks, but hopefully they'd allow Duncan to open up without me in the room. Duncan gave me a slightly panicked look. He foiled my plan. He rose too, bolting from the couch as though one of the cushions had overheated. That's right. I remember that call. It's about time for us to head back anyway. But you just got here, Mrs. Hawthorne protested, much to my surprise. From the way she acted, anyone would have thought Duncan was the last person she wanted to see. She gaped from Duncan to me with her mouth ajar. We'll be at Grandmother's party, Duncan assured her. He buttoned his suit coat and inclined his head, first at his mom, and then his grandma. We're excited for you. This particular birthday is rather monumental, Grandma said with superiority, one hand poised on the head of her cane. 95 is an accomplishment. Very true, I said, offering the older woman a smile only to receive a nod in return. We made our goodbyes, slipped back into our shoes, and were out the door. The minute we were back outside, my lungs expanded in huge breaths. It felt as though I'd been binding my chest the way some women did in old books to try and conceal their gender or something, and I could finally take a full breath. I waited for Duncan to say something, but he didn't wait around on the porch. In fact, he took off in such quick strides, I had to run to keep up down the verdant sidewalk. The sleek black car we'd driven here in was still parked out front. Ever the attentive driver, Clive stepped out of the driver's seat, but he didn't make it to the door before Duncan opened it himself and gestured for me to climb in. Okay then. With my brain in a complete whirl of confusion and disbelief, I slipped in, taking his side of the car. He sank in after me, and the sound of the door slamming opened the floodgates. That was the worst, Duncan muttered. His knees struck the seat in front of him as he slouched in the seat like a teenage boy and covered his face with his hands. You want to tell me what just happened? I asked. Slowly, his hands slid from his face. In the process of his recovery, he'd tangled the front of his hair, disturbing its usually coiffed style. Tendrils of hair tumbled into his eyes, and I was pretty sure I'd never seen him look more attractive. Color flushed up the sides of his throat again, the way it had when I'd absent-mindedly rested my hand on his leg. He straightened. Rosabel, he said, starting with my name as though he were about to explain, as though he were about to answer my question. His lips thinned. He lifted a hand toward me as if he were about to take mine. Then, seeming to think better of it, he placed his hand on his leg and said, I'm sorry you had to see that. Like I'd witnessed an embarrassing confession or something. Then again, that visit hadn't exactly been pleasant. But I'm glad you were there, he said as I stared at my shoes. My head darted up. You are? Why? His eyes burned holes into me. He locked into my gaze and didn't answer this one, but I had an inclination of why. Duncan had been just as uncomfortable as I was. More so, probably, since he had history with those people, and I'd been on a first acquaintance basis. A sudden vulnerability entered his gaze, a look I hadn't expected. And I knew, without him needing to explain anything. I'd been right before. He was glad I'd been there because that meant he hadn't had to face them alone. His elbow rested on the windowsill, and with his chin in his hand, he stared toward the street. Clive climbed into the driver's side, cranked the car to life, and eased out into traffic. "Home, sir?" Clive asked, his face appearing in the rearview mirror as he glanced back at us. Duncan exhaled. "That's fine. Yes. Home." "Duncan," I prodded. "What?" "Tell me what happened in there. Does their coldness have something to do with your grandma not speaking to you? You mentioned something like that before we left Westville." Duncan sighed and kept his gaze on the scenery we passed out the window. We had a falling out about 3 years ago. The circumstances weren't pretty. "A falling out? Over what?" He drummed his fingers on the doorframe. Seconds passed before he angled his body toward me. I couldn't believe my mom emailed me in the first place and that they actually spoke to me in there. He hadn't expected them to talk to him? But they wouldn't let you apologize for whatever the mishap was? I asked, assuming he'd been about to apologize. It had sounded that way to me. For Duncan, this must be serious. I'd never heard him utter the words, "I'm sorry," in all the time we'd spent together. And here he'd said it 3 times in a short amount of time. First to Pat, then to his parents, and then to me just moments ago. Maybe he really was taking my request seriously. "It's okay," he said. "Today's visit was the first attempt. That's another reason I wanted to come here. And to have you with me. Remember the deal I mentioned to my parents?" I nodded. There's a house nearby that has significant sentimental value for my grandma. It kind of played a part in what happened between us. And I thought maybe if I bought the house for her, the gesture could be just what we needed to mend our relationship. "So you do have a heart," I wanted to say. But that probably wasn't the best thing right now. "That sounds really sweet of you," I said instead, discounting the fact that he'd just told me he wanted to buy his grandma a freaking house for her birthday, like it was a plant or something practical. I've been watching the location for a while now, and it was listed recently. I contacted the seller, or her assistant anyway, and he said she's agreed to meet with me while we're here. That's fantastic. Judging by the release in his shoulders and his gradual slouch, his mood lightened. Yeah, I think she's really going to love it. I settled into the silence, smiling when Clive cranked up some day tripper. Singing along with the words, I allowed my head to tip from side to side and basked in the oddity of meeting Duncan's family versus how seeing my family after 3 years would have gone so differently. My mom would have squeezed me so hard I wouldn't have been able to breathe. Dad would have led me around the house to take in his latest Beatles paraphernalia, making sure I hadn't forgotten his old electric guitar from his garage band teenage years. He would have hustled me into his study to pore over new books we'd each read and initiated a heartfelt discussion about world events or some author or another. Tears stung my eyes. Had Duncan's parents ever embraced him? I couldn't believe he'd never been hugged by them. What happened between them to make his parents, his own mother, so cold? Chapter 14. Rosabel. I didn't want to deal with Duncan yet this morning. Running helped me get my head in the game, and from the way meeting his family had gone yesterday, and then the complete contrast in having dinner with Nicole, Pat, and Clive, and how friendly they were with us, I couldn't handle anything else until I had my dose of adrenaline. Plus, the lake was calling my name. Not to swim, but to explore, breathe in the mountain air, and take in some sights. Yeah, I needed my run. Still, avoidance was best. I decided rather than going out the front door, I'd slip downstairs to the side door that would take me directly to the driveway. Hopefully, I wouldn't see him until well after I'd gotten back, showered, and had braced myself for the impact. The house was quiet, aside from the sounds of Nicole and Pat in the kitchen, and I took that as a good sign. I padded down the carpeted stairs, energy pumping, feeling all kinds of sneaky as I crept to the second staircase that led to the house's ground level. A pool table sat in the center of the basement. The windows to its side overlooked a second deck whose base was covered with the morning's fog. I passed the couches facing a silent flat screen, past the minibar, and had the door leading outside in my sights when the sounds of something clanking stole my attention. The door to the left of my exit was wide open. Light gaped from within. That door had been among the many that had been closed during my brief perusal last night before I'd gone to bed. I'd wanted to find a way I could sneak out without Duncan noticing. Guess that had been wishful thinking. This was a home gym with a huge mirror lining the back wall, a row of dumbbells and hand weights on stands in front of it, and Duncan pumping iron in front of that. He wore a tank top and basketball shorts. His body was angled slightly forward as if to offset the weight he was handling, and I was transfixed at the way his muscles strained as he pumped the dumbbell to his torso and back to his thigh. Transfixed wasn't the right word. I was gaping, overtly staring at him. I'd caught a glimpse of his muscles back in his office when I'd walked in on him changing. But let's just say he took extremely good care of himself. And my cheeks couldn't keep it together. Someone get me to the door, because I certainly wasn't getting there on my own. Duncan peered in my direction. Like an idiot, I managed to close my mouth, but I couldn't get my feet to move, or my limbs, or the rest of my body for that matter. I was welded into place, standing there like a fish with legs. A ridiculous little smirk played on his mouth. He dipped his head and lowered the dumbbell to its place on the rack. I didn't miss the impressive swell in his bicep and shoulder before he rose to his full height and faced me, planting a hand on his hip. "Everything okay, Rosie?" "Huh?" I managed to get my posture together at least. My head was over my feet. My teeth found middle ground, clicking together as I closed my jaw. He rotated his torso as if needing the stretch and then righted himself, resting that hand back on his hip once more. "You going to join me? Or are you going to stand there staring?" The flames in my cheeks cranked to Wizard of Oz levels, the kind that simultaneously blasted with every word spoken. Time to play it off. I lifted my chin. I would stare if there was something worth looking at. A wicked grin stole over his expression. Duncan swaggered toward me, disarming me. I was used to seeing him in suits and ties, not half-dressed with those strong arms and the defined shape of his torso in a skin-hugging tank top. He stepped closer. Proximity wasn't good. Every synapse in my body jolted as though I'd just overdosed on caffeine. My heart tripped over itself, and I took a step back toward the door. In the direction I should be heading right this second. "I was just headed outside for my morning run," I said stupidly. "Should be a good, safe place for a run if you stay around the lake. I saw Pat out there earlier." "She runs?" "Walks," he said. "Brisk, you know. She says walking helps her get her joints limber." He knew such a little detail about her. "How long has she worked for you?" "Pat started with me when I first moved to Westville about 10 years ago," he said. "She's been with me the longest. Nicole is her sister." "Really? I never would have guessed." "Yeah, they don't look a lot alike, but they're related. And they like you for some reason." His mouth did that little tweak again. "Yeah, I can't imagine why." "Me neither." The words were lighthearted. I didn't mean them at all. The truth was, I could find a few likable things about this man, especially out here, around his staff and away from the stress of our work environment and the rumors. It made me wonder what things might have been like between us if we'd met under different circumstances. If we weren't surrounded by people who were constantly gaping at us. If he didn't feel whatever this need was to be a total jerk all the time. The truth was, part of me liked him. I couldn't help it. I turned for the door, but the thoughts had me swimming in them, and I lingered. Asking this was a risk, I knew, but it was something I'd been thinking about and hadn't been able to figure out. His request to date me had felt so real. It had almost felt like he'd meant it. The thing was, I'd never seen Duncan go out with women before. Ever. I'd assumed it was because he had no interest in a relationship at all, but after his request to not only date me, but to act like we were engaged, that wasn't something we could just dive into, no matter how well it had worked out for Maddox and Adelie Hatter. And of all the women he could have asked, women who would have been more than willing to hang on his arm and indulge in his attention, he'd picked me. After peering into the hall to make sure no one was around to overhear, I was the one to step closer this time. It wasn't that I didn't trust Pat or Nicole. I just didn't know them that well. "You never told me why, I said. Duncan's head reared back. "Why what?" I strode to where the punching bag hung from its steel chain in the ceiling and rotated again. "Why you wanted to date me. The rumors around the office wouldn't be reason enough for you to give in to them. I would never have put it past you." "What, dating? You've seen me date?" "Actually, I haven't. You've never been on one date at all in the time I've known you." "That you know of." I laughed. "Does someone else keep your schedule as well as I do? If you'd had dates, I would have known about them." "So your question is, why not? Why don't you date?" He frowned. "Never needed to before." "But you needed to with me, is that it?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned his back to me and reached for the white towel on the end of the rack of dumbbells. "This need to trick your family," I said. My heart began to pound. I couldn't figure out why, but I pushed on. "Was that?" He scowled at me, but this time his gaze held a different kind of intensity. It was almost as though he wanted me to ask what I was about to ask. "Was that what?" he growled. Was that all there was to the request? Was there more? Was there some other reason that you picked me? My heart galloped, rapping against my ribs and skipping a lub here and a dub there in the process. I couldn't believe I was essentially asking if he'd wanted to date me because he wanted to date me. Did Duncan like me? Why did the prospect make my bones thrum beneath my skin? His gaze darkened. He folded his arms over his chest. "No, nothing more," he said. That was all there was to it. Disappointment sank behind my sternum, and I couldn't figure out why. His expression was stony, and this time, the hardness I'd grown accustomed to slid into place over his eyes. I saw more in that expression, though. Almost a vulnerability. Like he was hiding something. He wiped his face with the towel. "Any reason you're asking?" "Hmm?" Duncan let the towel slip to the dumbbells once more and strode in my direction. For some reason, his nearness rendered any movement from me impossible. "Maybe you wanted to hear something else," he said, his head angled low like a wolf on the prowl. I retreated away from the punching bag. "Like what?" "Maybe you wanted more of a confession from me." My heels hit the wall. There was nowhere else to go, and he was getting closer with every step. "You're dreaming," I said, the words echoing past the cotton in my ears. He was turning this on me? His jaw ticked. He tilted his head to one side, a playful glint in his hazel eyes that looked browner in this moment. "Maybe. You liked that I asked you to date me, though. Is that why you wanted to know? You're considering it?" "No," I said with a breathy laugh. He closed in, way into my personal space now. Energy pulsed from his body, filling what little air there was between us with heat. "Come on. Don't tell me the thought hasn't crossed your mind before. Dating me. Being with me." "Not once. Not since you brought it up." This amused him. "So you have thought about it? Might be worth exploring." "I don't think so," I said, my chest spurring from the charge between us. "Why not?" I don't. I'm reliable, Rosabel. In the workplace, yes. With your friends? I'm sure you are. But in love? His mouth twitched at the L word. Love is no different. It's totally different, I said with a laugh. I needed space from him. I needed distance. Scratch that. I needed him to pull me closer. How so? Because there's so much more to it. It's more than attraction. Loving someone means giving yourself to her. Loving someone means honoring her, being honest, putting her needs above yours. I just can't see you giving yourself to someone like that. I could tell the words were too much the instant they left my mouth. Duncan's body radiated with energy. His chest heaved. His eyes closed to half-mast, and he lowered his head toward mine, lifting his arm to place it on the wall behind my head. And catching me so off guard, I planted my hands on the wall behind me, my heart drumming against my ribs. Heat thrummed from his body so close to mine. The edges of my vision blurred. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Duncan was beautiful on a regular basis, but close up? He was brutal. I know how to love, he said, his voice throaty and low. And if I loved you, you wouldn't know what hit you. I couldn't breathe. There was no air in this room. I would love you with everything I am. There would be no ocean I wouldn't cross, no depths I wouldn't sink to. I would do anything for you. I would shower you with attention, kiss you senseless, and leave you wanting more. And because I loved you, I would grant that request. Every time. My mouth went dry. I was trapped in the passion in his gaze, in the quiet truth ringing in every one of his words, and the way they reverberated in the air between us as though they were stiff strings that had been plucked with no other purpose than to make sound. You want me to respect you? I would. I would worship you. My heart didn't dare beat. My lungs stopped pumping. I stilled, holding my breath, pressing my palms to the wall behind me, and drowning in the depths of his focus. His eyes dropped to my mouth. And then my heart took off like a runner at the sound of a gunshot. Surprisingly, desire pounded along with it. This wasn't just want. It was an aching need to have him close the distance between us, wrap his arms around me, and follow through on every one of the promises he'd just made. Which was stupid. Beyond stupid. A continent away from stupid, with all the stupids living in the distance between point A to point B. Because he'd been such a jerk to me? Yeah, that had something to do with it. But also because one all-encompassing word kept that barrier in place, if. If he loved me. Which he didn't. He was teasing me, that was all. I couldn't forget who he was, no matter how much attraction flared between us. Duncan lowered his arm and turned away, stalking to where he'd dropped the towel on the floor. He scooped it up, slung it over his shoulder, and said, "Enjoy your run," before leaving me alone in the weight room. The minute he was gone, air expelled from my lungs in one long exhale. I tilted my head back against the wall and slapped a hand over my chest. What was that? Talk about lifting weights. Whatever he'd just said was heavy. Who would have known Duncan had a heart? And if I wasn't careful, it would slowly steal its way into mine. I couldn't let that happen, no matter how nice his muscles were. Chapter 15. Rosabel. My typical strategies of self-defense no longer seemed to apply. The jerk who snapped at me I could handle, much as I never thought I wanted to. How was I supposed to handle a vulnerable, sexy, confessing his feelings Duncan? I needed my morning run more than ever. Huffing, I marched out the door with a mixture of shaky limbs and this weird replay setting in my brain where Duncan's super smooth words and his low, attractive voice stroked my spine. I pictured him doing just what I'd wanted moments ago, pulling me to him and pressing his mouth to mine. Holy crap, I wanted to kiss Duncan. And I suddenly couldn't help wondering what it would be like. With how bossy and confident he was about everything, I was sure he was right. If Duncan Hawthorne wanted me, I would never be more loved by anyone else than I would by him. Because if there was anything I knew about my boss, he never did anything by halves. When Duncan made a decision about something, he didn't hold back. That thought surged through me with more force than I expected. and I pumped my arms and legs faster than I normally did at the start of a run. The morning was cool. A low-hanging fog slithered along the road, masking the grass, bushes, and the bases of the trees. It was still, too. Quiet. I didn't need quiet. I needed the roar of a bustling city. I needed honking cars and harried people. Something to get my mind off of the conundrum that was my boss. And, yeah, the thought of kissing him. He's just messing with me, I muttered, like he always did. My shoes crunched on the single-lane dirt road once the cement ended. Even without the slew of million-dollar homes spanning the stretch of mountain where Duncan and I had secluded ourselves, the sheer number of trees creating a fortress around us was breathtaking. Duncan had mentioned something about the seclusion, about no one finding us here. Who was looking? That was a question I would not ask. Not after the turn the last question I'd asked had taken. Knowing him, he'd twist it around to make it sound like I was the one who wanted to be secluded with him. Alone with Duncan? With his simmering glances and that little smirk and the way he sparked my soul to life? No thanks. Stop thinking about him, I told myself, picking up the pace. The single-lane road cut a path wide enough for one car to crawl along these woods. It twisted and wound around whatever breaks in the trees it could find. At one point, a tree rebelled and stuck itself in the road's center, so cars had to steer to either side of its trunk. I slowed my steps and smiled at the tree's resilience. That's right, I told the tree in passing. Jogging caused my breath to quicken. Be relentlessly you. I nodded to the tree as if expecting the wood to return the greeting. Something else about the tree caused my steps to slow that much more. It looked like scratch marks were etched all along the tree's trunk. I'd seen pictures of the claw marks bears and other animals made on trees out in the wild. But these weren't parallel scratches. These looked more like carvings. Resting a hand on my side, I trotted in for a better view. Sure enough, initials were carved into the trunk. Some with hearts, some merely connected by nothing more than a plus sign, indicating that the two who'd carved their initials belonged together. Dates were also scrambled in along with the names. I peered at the private lane, wondering when this had started. There weren't that many homes here. Who had done this? And for how long? This was the stuff of cheesy romance movies. I ran my finger along several of the initials, many of which had colored enough to imply that this had been done long ago. Random passers-by? Retreating step by step, I didn't notice the other woman coming toward me until we nearly collided. Oh, I said, veering to the side. The woman stopped as well. Black hair hung down her back in a single braid, and her dark skin was beaded with sweat. Sorry, the woman blurted. She jogged in place, pods in her ears, and offered me a small smile. I pointed to the tree. Not to interrupt your run, but what's with the tree in the middle of the road? The woman plucked her earbud free, her chest laboring to catch her breath. Oh, that? That's the sweetheart tree. Supposedly, when they were building this development, the contractor ordered companies to preserve it. I guess it's been here for longer than we have. That's amazing. And resting a hand on her hip, the woman bobbed her head in agreement, breathing hard. Do you own a place around here? No, I don't. I work for someone who does. Cool. I'm Hazel, by the way. Hazel Strickland. Rosabel Astor. I offered a hand and we shook. Hazel jogged in place once more, returning the pod to her ear. I run this path just about every morning, so I'm sure I'll see you around. Yeah, see you, I said, but Hazel was already on her way. That was cool. It was nice to know someone else who lived around here. I followed the curve in the road until another sight caused my steps to slow. A secret path cut right down the center of the woods, worn enough to imply that many others had followed it many times. There was something alluring about paths, especially those in forests. Trying not to think about ticks, or about the climb back up once I was done exploring, I gave in to my curiosity and started a slow descent toward the lake. Soon, wooden planks interrupted the dirt, providing steadier footing along the increasingly steep decline. Trees with their tall, thin trunks scattered along the brush. There was something rejuvenating about being enclosed by trees that my heated moment with Duncan had finally, nearly, cooled. Duncan Hawthorne was a stone-cold fox. There was no denying that fact. I'd pegged him as a beast to be avoided for so long, and I'd been so determined to show him a thing or two on this trip, I hadn't ever considered I'd get the same treatment. The only difference there was that I doubted he was intentionally trying to turn my life upside down. And then there were his family issues. Initially, I'd been touched by the idea of him buying his grandma a house, but the more I thought about it, the more doubt nestled in. In all reality, how could he think that would solve anything? Wounds ran deep, and in my opinion, Duncan needed some serious Beatles therapy. Money couldn't buy everything. It certainly couldn't buy love. He was ostracized from his family. It would take more than money to fix that. I tried to leave the issue alone. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But a different thought nudged its way in. Peculiar as the notion sounded as before with his family, I wanted to help Duncan. Everything inside of me argued against it almost immediately. He was selfish. He'd only expect as much from me. In fact, I was surprised he wasn't demanding something the way his grandma had done with the flowers. He'd take me for granted, the way he'd done since I'd accepted the executive assistant job. Regardless, I wanted to help him. His hazel eyes, the heat of the moment that had surged between us, the intrigue I'd felt at his openness, flared once more, along with the memory of him taking my hand to hold the mild coffee burn underwater. But I pushed those feelings aside. This desire had nothing to do with my attraction to him, the way he made my awareness prickle or added heat to my blood with a single glance. Helping people was just the right thing to do. Any decent person would want to do the same. Besides, I started to suspect there was more to Duncan Hawthorne than I'd ever thought. What else was he hiding beneath that gruff, grumpy, gorgeous exterior? Only a few wooden steps led to the lake's edge. A wide dock planked from there, long enough for a handful of people to stand on. I stepped onto it, feeling it bob slightly beneath my weight. It held, and so I stayed and stared out at the view swallowing me on every side. Water spread as far as I could see, hemmed in by trees in every shade of green. Blue sky capped the scene, shouting its happy color in every direction and yet adding tranquility all at once. "Wow," I said with a breath. "This is absolutely amazing." Beast or not, I wouldn't be here, experiencing this, if it wasn't for Duncan. Ugh, could I stop thinking about him already, please? Not thinking about Duncan. Here we go. A sigh escaped my lungs. I tipped my head back to face the sunlight and inhaled, drinking in the loamy, crisp air. Not thinking about Duncan. The gentle sounds of leaves being rustled by the wind. The slight crackle of twigs. Not thinking. Not. A boat sped past, disrupting everything with its motor and causing ripples to shimmer across the lake's glassy surface. And then I turned and released a little squeal of surprise. Hands in his jacket pockets, Duncan approached the little bobbing dock with a carefree kink at the corner of his mouth. I fluttered my lips. Well, that worked about as well as tripping on a spider web. "Pretty astounding, isn't it?" he said, gesturing to the lake with his elbow. With his hair messy and wet, implying he'd just showered, and his jeans ending at a pair of black sneakers, he was the picture of casual. My heart rattled off a few traitorous, erratic beats, and I slapped a hand to my chest as though that would make it slow back down. "You scared me," I said. "Sorry. I saw you turn off after talking to that woman and decided to see what caught your interest." My suspicion rose. "You were stalking me, you mean?" One of his rare smiles made an appearance. "I'm not letting you out of my sight." The words were easily cast, but I narrowed my eyes at him. "Please tell me you're not serious." He said nothing. The dock bobbed beneath his weight. He crossed to my side and faced the lake, resting his elbows on the railing that prevented an unsuspecting admirer from plunging into the gleaming water. That was good because I wouldn't put it past him to do just that to me. Just for the laugh of throwing me off. I couldn't move on quite as easily. He'd been watching me run. I hadn't made much distance from his house, I supposed. So the idea wasn't that odd, but still. Why would he care where I went? Uh, this was the same view that impressed me the first time I came here when I was a kid, he said. Apparently, he wasn't going to give. What did bring you here? I asked, deciding to keep the conversation light instead of pestering him like I wanted to. Secrets shrouded his eyes. I suspected there was something, a definite reason, and one he wasn't willing to admit. The seclusion, he finally said, and the fishing. You're lying. He released a laugh. Duncan was laughing? I'm not. I love to fish. My shoulders relaxed only slightly. Treading carefully as if tiptoeing through a Lego spill, I rested my weight against the railing behind me and folded my arms. I waited for him to let this facade go, to revert to the uptight jerk I was used to. I don't buy that at all, I said. When have you ever liked doing anything besides work? He faked a hurt expression and placed a hand on his heart. How little you know me. How little I do, I agreed, fully serious, unlike him. Okay then, you like to fish. So you bought a whole hunk of house in the middle of nowhere just to fish? So you make it sound like that's an odd thing, but a man needs his space. And if you can afford to, why not take as much space as you can get? Exactly, I scoffed. That wasn't a compliment. He placed his palms on the railing and straightened. Why not enjoy a place like this? I love Vermont, but my life is busy. So busy, Rose. I just needed to get away, and I'm not about to stay with my family. I grew up in Arkansas. I've been to these mountains before. I used to fish here when I was a kid, and I knew this was a well-hidden area that didn't get much traffic. The thought pinched unexpectedly in my chest. Why do you avoid them so much? He faced me rather than the lake. What do you mean? When we met them yesterday, you didn't even hug your mother. None of you said much to each other, and then when you and I left, no one really said anything. You all just went on your separate ways like it was no big deal. A furrow appeared between his brow, his typical scowl settling back into place. Are things supposed to be any different? Discomfort wedged between us. More so because I realized his question wasn't defensive. It had been serious. He was serious. How much he'd missed, and he didn't even know it. This time, I hunched, relaxing and resting my arms against the railing beside him. If only you could have been there when my mom was still alive, when my dad was his normal self. We used to have the most amazing conversations over meals when I came home from school. Home was warm, it was welcoming, and a place I never wanted to leave. My family was my best friend. Our extended family is huge, and when we all get together, it's this great reunion. We could form a whole orchestra, so many of us play instruments. In fact, we did all play together when my grandma died. One of our cousins conducted us together. Keeping a hand on the railing, he faced me. How many cousins do you have? I don't know, over 40. 40? His shock was evident. Sure, I said. Not including my parents, who tried but couldn't have any more kids after I was born. We're a big family. We'd get together on Thanksgiving and Christmas to play games and share musical talents. My favorite, though, was the intellectual conversations that took place. I always felt so privileged to be a part of that. My family instilled in me a thirst for knowledge, for betterment, for musical talents, he said, finishing my sentence. He edged closer to me on the dock. What do you play? The flute, I said. I don't play as much as I'd like, but now I wish I had my instrument here. I might actually have time to get it out. I'd like to hear you play. I stared out at the trees reflecting on the lake's glassy surface. No, you wouldn't. His hand brushed my elbow. The touch seared straight through me, lifting the hairs on my arms. Don't go painting this picture of a perfect life and refuse to let me in on it. You should play for me. You deserve that escape. I was caught off guard by his sincerity, by the gentleness in his voice and the directness in his eyes. They created a haze around my mind, threatening to make me forget who I was talking to. This is Duncan, I told myself. You can't open yourself up to him no matter what he says while he's lifting weights. I don't know. It's been so long. Silence shrouded the air. My earlier resolve to help him didn't do me any favors in this moment. He was pricking a hidden pocket in my heart, a portion of myself that I'd kept locked away from him. I couldn't afford to feel more than friendship, not with someone so egotistically abrasive. Despite his statements earlier about love, Duncan wouldn't know what to do if I offered my heart to him. He would either trample it or lord over it, neither of which I wanted. I needed to get away from him, from this romantic setting, from the way he continued to play pinball with my heart. Chapter 16. Rosabel. Things were getting a little too up close and personal for my liking. I turned and crossed to the dock's edge. I lifted my foot to step back onto the mountain's base when his voice stopped me. My family has praiseworthy qualities, too, he said softly. I lowered my foot and turned. His back was still to me, his arms still resting on the railing. As if noticing that I stopped, he turned toward me. Resting a hand in his pocket once more, he took a step. Yes, we're all very work-focused, but my parents have supported large charities and funded cancer research for years. My mom devoted a large portion of her attention to building a successful fashion design business. She has many talents, and she's used those to create wardrobes geared to help teen girls with their self-esteem. My brows shot up. I would never have guessed something so philanthropic from the interaction I saw with Mrs. Hawthorne. With my mom working, often in foreign countries, my grandma raised me. She might not have been the warmest person, and she might have her social standards, but I still love her because she taught me to work hard and not give up on my dreams. She taught me the value of persistence, perseverance. My family supported my education and helped me get into a prestigious fraternity when I was in school, since my grandma was friends with the woman who ran the frat house. I suppose we don't share the intricate connection you share with yours, but that doesn't mean we aren't connected. There was that look in his eyes, the same one that had been in the weight room when I'd accused him of not being able to love. It was a trace of vulnerability, something I couldn't quite read. Had I hurt his feelings? Duncan, I didn't mean... He lowered his head and treaded toward me, passing until he stepped off the dock. He peered back long enough to say, I've interrupted your morning. I'll see you later. He climbed up the railroad ties in the mountainside, not so much like a dog with his tail between his legs, but like a resolute man who just lost the battle but still kept his head high. Duncan's confidence was usually effervescent. Now, he was down a few rungs. Wasn't that what I'd wanted? Why should I care this much? He'd inadvertently, and sometimes intentionally, riled me so many times I couldn't count. So what if I insulted his family and compared them with mine? Part of me considered following him, joining him back up the long hike to the road above. Instead, I watched him go, wondering what was going on. Dissatisfaction bubbled in my chest at a low boil. The man was infuriating. I thought I could read his stormy moods like an analog clock, but here, in the Ozarks, away from the bustle of busyness back home, he was a different person. Half of the time I wondered if he had any feelings besides animosity at all. Having him show them now, they took me completely by surprise. I wasn't sure how to handle the thoughtful man I'd just spoken with, the one who spoke fondly of his family and didn't shout orders at me or demand coffee. I climbed the railroad ties, my thoughts spewing in all directions. Once I made it up to the road, I had to pause to catch my breath. Running at my usual pace, I circled my way around the lake, taking in several other exquisite and massive homes in the ritzy, sequestered neighborhood. A dog at one house barked from its post in the backyard. Muscles supple, lungs winded, I returned to Duncan's, trundled to my room, stretched, and took a restless shower. I toweled, dried, and styled my hair, prepped my makeup, and dressed before heading downstairs. Pat was in the kitchen, bustling around with something. I'd obviously missed the breakfast she'd prepared. She wore an apron over her jeans and white shirt, and her graying hair was tied back in a ponytail. "Hello, Rosabel," she said, bending to retrieve a bowl from beneath the counter. "You hungry? Can I get you anything? I was just putting this away, but I can heat it up for you, if you'd like." I. Oh, I'm okay. I opened the fridge and startled. Filling an entire shelf in the door were the exact bottles of flavored water that I loved. Strawberry kiwi. I insist. She smiled and draped a hand over the bowl she held. I'd love some, thanks, I said, closing the door instead of taking a water. I'm not used to people cooking for me. As if the idea of serving me newly energized her, she set the bowl down, retrieved a plate, and placed several pancakes onto it. Then, she clicked on the burner and poured what looked like eggs from a different bowl into the pan. From what I hear, you do all the waiting on others, she said. I wasn't sure what to make of that. I rested my hip against the counter. It felt weird to sit and just have her serve me. I wanted to grab a spatula and stir the eggs, but she knew the kitchen better than I did and beat me to it. What do you mean from what you hear? I asked. Oh, nothing. She waved this off. It's just that Duncan talks sometimes when he's winding down after work. Color me shocked. He talks about me? Sometimes. This didn't seem to faze her, but it was an explosion to me. What does he say about me? Pat hummed as she finished cooking the eggs and scooped them and the newly heated pancakes onto my plate. Pat? I said. Hmm? This time she didn't look at me. Was she deflecting on purpose? What does Duncan say about me? Nothing of consequence, really. But the number of times your name is mentioned is telltale enough. She winked. To you? Not just to me. I hear him talk about you to his friends. He sure does think highly of you. Here, eat up. Thank you, I said, slightly stunned. His friends? He talked about me to his friends? Like Maddox and Hawk? I ate in a kind of daze, checking my phone and replying to texts from Sarah about Dad. So far, he was doing great. In fact, she said a few new nurses would be coming in to trade out times to oversee his care. Before I knew it, my plate was clear, my belly full. Neither state, however, had any bearing over the disbelief still raking over me. Pat had left the kitchen, though I could still hear her humming somewhere nearby. Chuckling, I took my plate to the sink, rinsed it, and loaded it in the dishwasher. She had to know more than she let on. Pat had the intelligent kind of mischievous look that told me she was hiding something, and I was beyond eager to know what more it was. She said she'd worked for him for 10 years now. That meant she probably had all the dirt on him. I was ready to probe, to bribe her if necessary, though what I'd give I couldn't think. I doubted she was interested in editing or my organizational skills. These thoughts dripped away the minute I turned around. Duncan had stepped into the kitchen, and he was no longer in the jeans and jacket he'd been wearing earlier. He killed it in a dark suit. The black fabric emphasized his shoulders. His blue button-up shirt was a splash of color behind the gray tie he was in the process of adjusting after catching a glimpse of it in his reflection in the cupboard's glass door, and his slacks emphasized the length of his legs. A soft hint of cologne wafted toward me, taking what was left of my breath and apparently my sanity, since all I could do was stare. This was ridiculous. I'd seen him in suits plenty of times before this. What was my problem? He was my problem. It was all him, no matter what he wore. I attempted to play off the effect he had over me. What are you all dressed up for? He wiggled the knot on his tie. I'm meeting with the owner of that property today, and you need to... I quirked a brow and folded my arms. He grimaced. I mean, I'd like for you to come with me. How do you feel about seeing Eureka Springs? It's replete with those old homes you love. I thought we already went to Eureka Springs. Not exactly. You haven't been to the actual town. It's quite the sight. What do you say? I reached into the cupboard and retrieved a glass, setting it down on the counter. Though Pat had made me breakfast, I hadn't had anything to drink. So now, why exactly do you need me while you meet with this realtor? Something flashed across his eyes, but it was gone so quickly I probably made it up. It's your job, he reminded me. You're here to be my assistant and assist me, remember? There was more to it. He'd occasionally expected me to be there during his other business deals, but often when I hadn't been in the room, I'd found out after the fact what he'd needed me to do. What do you possibly need assistance with? You're a brilliant businessman. I've seen you close deal after deal on multiple investments. You've never needed me for anything other than to run your errands and keep track of the paperwork. His voice perked up and he opened his hands to me. Exactly. I might need you to bring one of those files you're so fond of. You know, put papers and stuff in it. My lips quirked. I did not want to smile at him. His eyes glinted with admiration. And while you know I think you dress well, you might want to glam things up a bit for this. He thought I dressed well? Well, you are in a suit. I suppose it would look strange if I came in jeans. You might feel better. I'm taking you out on the town after we're done. First pat, now this? I wasn't sure I could handle any more surprises from him. Oh, you are? That's news to me. How so? Remember the part where I said we'd see Eureka Springs? The houses, the sights? I folded my arms, mostly as an attempt to help me feel like I wasn't about to burst in a dozen different directions. Most people don't dress up to do that. Duncan's expression turned serious. He swaggered toward me, parting his suit jacket to rest a hand on his side. He leaned conspiratorially toward me, sharpening my edges like a knife. Everything inside of me stilled. I was frozen in place, trapped in the shimmer in his eyes, in the twist of his tantalizing mouth, in the heat building between us. His pupils dilated. He leaned his head toward me, capturing what was left of my ability to think. I'm not most people, he said, his voice gruff. No, you're not, I breathed. He wasn't like anyone I'd ever known, and he really needed to back up before I did something stupid like tilt my face up to meet his. His eyes flickered down to my lips. My lungs pumped in double time. I knew I should back away. Sidestep. Do whatever it took to get out of his crossfire. This sounds too much like a date, I said, needing to ground myself. That little kink in the corner of his mouth appeared. He backed away, giving me room to breathe once more. I know very well how you feel about that, he said. It's not a date. He buttoned his suit coat and stepped back near the cupboards he'd been by before. The moment lingered between us, silent and noticeable. You know what? Duncan said, his scowl returning. Forget it. Friend here. Dress however you'd like. Okay. The word came out slowly. He paced, his motions stiff and suddenly awkward. It's true. You don't need to dress up. I'm in a suit because it's my power stance, but I respect you and want you to be comfortable. Wear whatever you want. Power stance? I laughed. I couldn't help it. I pictured him in that old, goofy cartoon about the exercise equipment, flexing his muscles or bouncing on the balls of his feet the way a fighter readying for battle might do, while the equipment malfunctioned in humorous ways all around him. That had not been the case in his gym this morning. He clearly knew how to use every piece of equipment in there. He smiled in response, and the sight only stretched my own. When had I ever seen Duncan smile this much? Happiness lit up his face, making his eyes gleam. Better still, it brought out a dimple in his left cheek. You have dimples? I wasn't sure I'd ever noticed as much before. His amusement dimmed. He pointed to his cheek. Just the one. I try not to smile. Don't want to let that thing loose. Why not? It's cute. Cute? Did you just call me cute? Not at all. I called your dimple cute. His expression softened. Don't go naming it now. Mischief sprang into my mind, along with dozens of possibilities. That's an idea. How about Daphne? His scowl deepened. It's not a girl dimple. Are you changing or not? I inched toward him. Don't change the subject. What about Humphrey? Clothes, Rosie. I'd like to leave soon. You need to... Oh, I know. Wilbur. Duncan's smile faded. A steaming hot coal fell into his gaze, adding luster and warmth there that singed straight through me. Rose. The nickname was spoken in a private way, a way that made me want to keep it in a jar and hold it to my ear like a seashell. I do need to go. Would you like to come with me? I drowned under the weight of that stare. He was so beautiful. Clean shaven, cutthroat, genuine, mesmerizing. Yes, I heard myself saying. Thank you for asking me, and no, I'm not going to change into anything fancier. I'd just spent 40 minutes getting ready for the day. I wasn't about to redo it. You look incredible as you are. We leave in 5 minutes. Yet neither of us moved. I was still close to him. So close. Is there something else you wanted to ask me? I said, not sure how to handle more of him. The side of his throat worked. There's something you should know. What's that? His gaze flickered to my mouth once more. You know Hawk? Maddox? Disappointment surged, especially when he backed away. Instantly, my thoughts strayed to the thing Pat said about him talking about me to his friends. Was it true? What did he tell them about me? Yeah, what about them? They said I should. You're never tongue-tied, I said. What's wrong? He shook himself and stepped back. Never mind. The house I'm buying? It's that one you wanted to see. I was too addled to try and follow anything he said at this point. What did Hawk and Maddox have to do with this house? Clive pulled off to the side of the road and my suspicions rose. I gaped out the window. There it was, standing in all its majestic glory. The Queen Anne Victorian that Duncan had called the Painted Lady. The one that made me act like a total trapped baboon who'd just seen his first banana the instant I'd seen it. This house? I said. What about it? I was freaking out when we passed it yesterday, and you didn't say anything about this house being the one you wanted to buy. He grunted. I didn't want to spoil your fun. You could have said something. I didn't want to tell you, he said, because it's not for me. It's for my grandma. I steepled my fingers against my mouth. This is the most beautiful house I've ever seen. And you're telling me we get to see inside it? I thought you'd like that. Duncan gave me that smirk before nodding to Clive and exiting the car. This house used to belong to my grandfather. No way. You're acting like it's just some random house. I've been a little distracted, he said with a grimace. By what? I stared at its buttercream color, at the front tower with a pointed roof that reminded me of a dollop of cream. The circular window that was surrounded by stone. The chiseled details in the shutters. The signs of age on the front steps. I slapped my senses back into place and scurried up the steps to stand beside him as he reached for the heavy door knocker. Clearly, he wasn't going to answer my question. The door opened, and an elderly woman with a scarf wrapped around her head like a turban answered. She wore a purple dress beneath an orange vest the same length as the dress's skirt. And an impolite slur escaped Duncan's lips. Eudora? He said. Hello, Mr. Hawthorne, she said.
Chapter 17, Duncan. When I'd scheduled this meeting with the owner of the Painted Lady House, Eudora Wilson was the last person I expected to see. Every communication had been done through a man named Cameron, and in every email or text, he'd only referred to her as the owner. But Eudora Wilson, the woman who'd owned the fraternity the guys and I had been a part of, the woman whose sons were the reason for the genesis of the pact all those years ago, the woman who'd supposedly disappeared around the same time Adeli's grandma had. She owned this house? What was she doing in Eureka Springs? I should have asked more questions. My brain was raging through the last details I knew about her. Adeli's grandma had been a part of this whole godmother club, the Godmother Gals. And when her grandma had gone missing, they'd asked the Gigi's what they knew about her disappearance. During that visit, Maddox had said the old bags knew Eudora. She'd been a part of their group, but had left this random postcard saying how she was bowing out. The women were all pretty upset about it and hadn't known where Eudora had ended up. Rosabel placed a hand on my arm, shaking me from my stupor. Everything okay? She asked. It's fine, I said, leveling a glare at the woman who once owned the fraternity that had ruined so many of my friends' lives. She's an old acquaintance. Someone I never thought I'd see again. Eudora was slightly hunched over, but she kept her attention on me, which gave her the overall look of a vole. I can tell you weren't expecting me, Eudora said. My fingers went to my suit buttons. It was a nervous habit. But you knew I was coming. I did, she nodded. Who's your friend? I glowered at her. Ridiculous. I felt like I was being played, like something more was going on here than the simple exchange of information and funds for goods. I needed this sale to make things right with grandmother. But introducing Eudora to Rosabel when I'd brought Rosie with me to keep her safe, I should never have brought her with me today. I could have had her stay at the house with my staff. Pat would have loved that. They'd raved when they'd realized I'd brought a girl to Arkansas with me. Even more so when they'd found out it was Rosabel. Both she and Nicole gave me all kinds of flack about how much I talked about her. But I didn't mention her that much. Not really. Not if I could help it. Even so, it was enough that they noticed. And like everyone else, they suspected something was up between Rosabel and me. I'd sworn them to secrecy when I'd asked them to come here. I'd practically begged them not to say a word about what they thought was going on to her. She got enough of that back at the office. She didn't need it here, too. But they didn't know the danger Rosabel was in. I wasn't going to tell them that part of things. I couldn't walk away from this. Not before I found out what Eudora was doing here and why she disappeared. Eudora's disappearance had thrown Maddox and Adelie completely after Addie's grandma had gone missing, and her friends had suggested that Eudora had had something to do with it. I'm Rosabel Astor, Rosie said, beating me before I could decide what to do. How do you know each other? I was ready to beat it. I wanted nothing more to do with this woman. Not after the chaos that had come into my life, because of her sons and the pact they'd instated, a pledge I'd signed too stupidly and readily. She's no one. Eudora gave me a derisive glance, but she recovered quickly and rolled her eyes. That's gratitude for you, Eudora said. After all those times I cleaned up after you boys? Rosabel's smile grew. She cleaned up after you? She owned the fraternity house I lived in during college at the University of Chicago, I grumbled. The one Hawk, Maddox, and Adrian all went to? Eudora let out an amused coo. Oh, you know my boys? Rosabel's smile stretched. Clearly she was being hoodwinked by this old lady's charms, undoubtedly because Eudora's reaction to me was so much warmer than my own mother's had been. Your boys? Eudora's eyes glimmered with interest. She took Rosabel's hand and shook it. Eudora Wilson, is this your girlfriend, Mr. Hawthorne? I'm his assistant, Rosabel said, and this is the most exquisite house I've ever seen. Eudora beamed. Would you like to see inside? Hard pass. We're leaving, I said at the same time Rose said. We'd love to. Oh, no. No. This was not happening. I'd brought Rosabel to Arkansas to keep her away from the insanity, not have her fall in with it. The two of them stopped to look at me as though I were insane. I had a bad feeling about this. The worst feeling, actually. I pictured Eudora leading Rosabel inside like one of those freaky movies where unsuspecting victims went somewhere they shouldn't and never came out again, which was completely ridiculous. This was Eudora. What was she going to do to Rosabel? This only brought me back to the reason I'd come in the first place. Right. I wanted to buy this house. I supposed I should at least mention that. It was entirely possible that I was being paranoid for no reason. Actually, I'd like to discuss why we're here, I said, trying to keep this strictly business. Even so, I couldn't help the questions creating a tornado in my mind. Was Eudora still in line with Ulrich? Did she know he'd kidnapped an old friend of hers and had recently escaped a jail sentence for it? Forget it. I was here about the house, nothing else. From the expression on Rosabel's face, she was drinking in every aspect of the house that she could. She gaped at the thick, carpeted, sweeping staircase that created a swirl in the ceiling in the entryway's corner. The paneled walls, the chandeliers, and especially the stained glass mosaics at the top of the entrance into the living room. Exquisite, Rosabel said, turning in place. I can't imagine cleaning a place like this. Imagine the cobwebs all those decorative crannies can collect, Eudora said, indicating the adornments that I suspected had been recently painted white, since darker wood was the style of these homes when they'd been built. That would take some serious, meticulous cleaning, Rosabel said, and that's why I have someone who does it for me. Eudora chuckled. Since when? I couldn't help asking. If she'd recently ditched out on her friends in Westville, how long had she lived here? Especially since she'd grown up in Hyde Park, Illinois, before turning her home into a fraternity. How did she end up here in Eureka Springs, and with a house like this? A house I was fairly certain my grandpa had sold to the state? How long ago did you move here? Only about a year ago. I lived in Hyde Park, so I could keep an eye on the fraternity. After you boys graduated, I decided to sell and let someone else deal with the hassle of that pact you all made. I wasn't ready to go there. I had the sudden urge to leave, but short of scooping Rosabel into my arms and carrying her out, I wasn't sure how to do that. What are you talking about? Rosabel asked. Her face was lifted with sweet curiosity, as if this was some kind of happy reunion. I ignored Rosabel and asked a question of my own. When did you sell the frat? Just about 2 years ago now, she said, settling into the chair in the large, wood-paneled living room she'd led us into. 2 years. Shortly after that, Will had gotten out of jail. He'd targeted Goldie because Adrian had broken the pact and fallen in love with her. Had Will taken things to such extremes because he thought he could since the frat was dissolved? I hear it's been giving you boys some trouble, Eudora said. She gestured to the chairs across from her, inviting us to sit. Rosabel moved to take the invitation, but I grabbed her arm, holding her back. Rosie frowned at me, but I shook my head at her and directed my response to Eudora. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm interested in purchasing this property. I've had my eye on the house for years now, since my grandfather sold it to the state. This was my family home. I'd like such a legacy to return to the family. Eudora didn't respond, and neither did Rosabel. Her dainty hand was visible in my periphery. I had the strongest urge to reach for it, to thread my fingers through hers. Shaking it off, I kept my attention on the older woman. If she didn't accept my topic change, then we were out of here. I see, she said, angling her body to face us, instead of the empty chairs across from her. Do you intend on turning it into a tourist attraction? A bed and breakfast? Like so many other homes around here? Now, she was talking my language. My shoulders relaxing, I placed a hand on Rosabel's lower back, getting her attention and gesturing to the chairs across from Eudora. A line appeared between Rosabel's brows. I read the questions gleaming in her eyes and slightly shook my head, hoping she would read my mind. Not here? Not now. Reluctantly, she pursed her lips and followed my invitation, taking the seat. I settled into the one right next to it. I don't, I said, adjusting to this more comfortable shift in conversation. My grandfather passed away, but his wife is turning 95. I thought this would be an appropriate gift for her. Eudora picked a non-existent piece of fluff from off of her sleeve, placed her hands on either of the armrests, and stared me down. What are you really doing here? She asked. Rosabel and I exchanged glances. A more adorable line creased between her brows. I'm here to purchase this home. You had it listed. It's no longer for sale, Eudora said, but that was preposterous. If that was the case, then why hadn't her assistant said anything in our correspondence? Whoever he was, she needed a new assistant. Eudora leaned forward in her chair. Do you know why I left Chicago, Duncan? Why I left my friends behind? I wasn't sure where she was going with this. Was she talking about the postcard the Gigi's had shown to Maddox? Either way, she was going back to a topic I thought we'd moved on from. What does that have to do with my offer? I'm willing to pay cash, Eudora. Today. The house isn't for sale. It's already under new ownership. That's something you could have communicated to me before we arrived, I said, rising to my feet, mostly in an effort to quell the frustration boiling inside of me as well. The pact my son created was never meant to be taken so seriously, but it has been, which means I can't connect myself to you in any way. So when I got a different offer, I took it. You should have told me sooner. I bit down the curse word, threatening to leave my lips, and threw caution to the winds. She'd mentioned knowing about our trouble with the pact when I'd first arrived. Did that mean she'd known about Faye Carroll's kidnapping 2 months ago? Did she know who had sent the notes threatening Rosabel? Chapter 18. Duncan. Has Will or Ulrich contacted you? I asked. Are they threatening you too? Is that why you're doing this? Do you know what they're up to? Ulrich's supposed to be in jail, but he escaped in the middle of being moved from the county jail to the state pen. Did you know that? Her gaze shifted to the fireplace behind us, and a thread of uncertainty crossed her brow. I'd heard something like that. How? My voice rose in pitch, but I didn't care. How did you hear that? Eudora, what do you have to do with the pact? Was she in line with them somehow? I didn't like this at all. We should leave. We never should have come here. I'd have to take Rosabel somewhere else. I'd thought the mountains would be random enough, safe enough. What if Ulrich and whoever else he had at that made-up business of his somehow found out I'd brought Rosabel to Eudora's freaking house? What pact? Rosabel asked. Her gaze darted from me to Eudora and back again. This was going to come back to bite me. But if Eudora knew what was going on, I needed to know. I ignored her and pushed the issue. Did you sign it too? Did you sign some kind of agreement along with it? I hadn't realized I'd risen to my feet until the older woman stood as well. My son Finn created that pact, and he used my name when he did so. It's tied to me. He convinced me to sign the papers, agreeing that the scholarship money you boys receive for being a part of Sigma Phi Rho was contingent on your agreeing to such a ludicrous arrangement. But I want nothing more to do with it. And you're still tied to it, Duncan. What are you talking about? Rosabel demanded. Nothing, I said. In that moment, I knew my fears regarding Eudora were unprecedented. From the sound of things, her hand had been forced. She was as much a victim in this as Gabby, Ella, and Adele had been, which meant I was done here. I still couldn't figure out why she hadn't just told me the sale wouldn't go through. Why have me come at all? Unless she wanted me to know her connection to the pact for some reason. The more distance I could create between us, the better. We're leaving, I said. Rosabel stood as well, looking confused. She moved slowly, too slowly. It was all I could do not to jerk her by the elbow and frog march her to the door. I suggest you sever whatever ties with that pact that you can. Eudora spoke with a sense of urgency, as if she had something she needed to say and wanted to get it out before we left. Apparently oblivious to that fact, Rosabel turned to Eudora, presumably because she wasn't getting any answers from me. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you two are talking about. Eudora smiled as though we were discussing the weather. She took Rosabel's hand in hers and patted it a few times. I can't tell you how relieved I am to hear you're only his assistant, Miss Astor. I suggest you keep your heart far away from this man. He has a past you won't want to find yourself embroiled in. Fury blazed in me at full throttle. I gripped my hands into fists, trying to keep my temper in check. Come on, Rosabel, we need to go. You've both lost me, Rosabel said. What does this pact have to do with Duncan buying this house? I wouldn't want to meddle with anything else, Eudora said. This riled me. She wouldn't want to meddle? That was all she'd done since we'd walked through the door. I'm sorry you came all this way, Eudora said. My throat was tight. I couldn't bring myself to look at Rosabel, but I felt her gaze boring into me. I wanted to slip my arm around her and herd her outside, but all I had were words and an ache inside I could never quench. Please, I said under my breath, the words stirring the hair at Rosabel's temple. Let's go. Rosabel's jaw tightened, but she nodded. Finally, she led the way to the front door. She paused long enough to say, It is a beautiful house. Thank you for letting us see it, before stepping outside. She was gone, and I was going to take one last stab at getting some answers, this time without Rosabel around to hear. My suspicions rose with every step I took toward the old woman. This had seemed like an accidental meeting, but it felt far too coincidental for that. I didn't like that. You knew I was coming today, I said. She blinked at me. Yes. Why didn't you say anything? Why use an assistant? To keep your identity a secret? Eudora released a little laugh. You make it sound like I was trying to act on some kind of conspiracy. Wouldn't be the first time, I muttered, thinking of the time she'd set us all up with the pact the night I'd signed it. She'd sided with some of the upper guys when I'd first arrived. She'd helped them move all of my belongings to the attic and had left me to search the whole house for them. It was all meant to be in good fun, and that was how I'd taken it, but seeing things now, I'd bet it was something else. She was too easily roped into shenanigans, regardless of what was being asked of her, or what her actions might do to the victim. Eudora lifted her gnarled hands, Calm down, Duncan. Stay away from Rosabel, I said, feeling the need to make my intentions clear before she or anyone else could. Something flickered across her gaze. Again, she looked almost panicked as she glanced toward the fireplace. You shouldn't have said that, she muttered almost regretfully. What? Why not? Her shoulders sagged with her next breath. You signed that pledge, Duncan. I did, I said, hating the reminder. Her gaze trailed to the large window behind me, to where Rosabel was visible staring back at the step, and probably wondering what I was still doing in here. A rock slid into my gut. She's lovely. I get the feeling there's something more between you two than a casual acquaintance. If I'm wrong, then ignore my warning. If I'm right, my feelings for Rosabel were none of her business. I am leaving her out of it. I'm telling you to do the same. Because you love her. You love her, don't you? Why else would you warn me or anyone else to stay away from her? She smirked as though she had me there. And the worst part was, she did. She so did. If you want to keep her safe, bury those feelings deep, Duncan. Do a better job of hiding them. Lock up your heart, Mr. Hawthorne, and throw away the key. While that had already long been the plan, hearing Eudora say it made me want to disagree with her. Saying it this way felt like giving in to bullies, something I refused to do. How could Eudora say this? What did she care? What did she know? How much do you know of what's happened? I demanded. To Adrian, Hawk, Maddox? Each time, the woman they'd loved had gotten hurt. I've heard rumors, she said, unperturbed by my insistence. My frustration grew. Then why haven't you done anything about it? You said you left Chicago and turned your back on the frat. On us. Eudora planted her hands on her hips. With her head hunched so far forward, she looked like a pigeon. What am I supposed to have done? I want nothing more to do with the pact my idiot son concocted. People are getting hurt. Rosabel knocked on the door and fiddled with the knob. I lunged for the door, holding it. I didn't want her hearing any more than she already had. Which is why I suggested you not tell that assistant of yours that you love her. That statement sank hard into my stomach, as if I'd been punched. Do you know who's threatening her? I said through gritted teeth. Eudora lifted her chin. She pinned her eyes to mine, but said nothing. The worst part was that she had a point. It was too late. I was already in too deep, and I couldn't involve Rosabel any more seriously than I already had. I don't love her, I added. Eudora laughed, tearing her gaze away and peering toward where Rosabel stood at the door and knocked again. I heard my name through the door. That's not what it looks like to me. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she loves you, too. I swore. If Eudora could tell as much from less than 10 minutes with us, then I wasn't sure I could hide my feelings from anyone else. I opened the door and peered at Rosabel. Her eyes were wide, her expression frantic. Are you okay? I'll be right out, I assured her. I promise. Duncan. Everything is fine, I lied. I'll be just a minute. Okay, she said reluctantly. I gave her a little nod, closed the door, and rounded on Eudora, who was, thankfully, still standing there. What do you know about Wolf Industries? I demanded. What does that corporation have to do with the pact? I've never heard of such a place, boy. Boy. Like I was some idiotic child who had no right to be thinking or acting otherwise. Do you know where Ulrich is? Are you in contact with him? The more insistent I got, the more Eudora laughed at me. I haven't spoken to the Ulrich you knew in over 10 years. Then you don't know who's sending the threats to me? Her eyes softened. She peered behind her once more as though worried someone was around to overhear. I don't. I moved here to get away from all of that, remember? But, like you, the fraternity won't leave me be. It's cursed. What did she mean, the fraternity wouldn't leave her be? What did she have to deal with because of it? I don't believe in curses, I said. Maybe it's time you started. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get to the matter of settling this house with my buyer. She brushed her hands toward me as if shooing me away. This was madness. Cursed. That was utter nonsense. I went back to the one thing I could put any kind of stock in, the fact that she'd said she hadn't spoken with Ulrich in 10 years. If that was the case, then why did she bother warning me about my feelings for Rosabel? What did she know? Really? For all I knew, she was senile. She'd had some knowledge of things and was acting unreasonably in her old age. That was all. And I'd given in to the bait. Forget it, I said, turning my back on her. I threw open the front door. Rosabel no longer stood on the porch, but was down near the car, chewing her lip and staring at me, wrenching her hands in front of her stomach. I stormed toward the car, toward her, all while emotion whirled like a hurricane inside of me. And for some reason, the only thing my thoughts kept focusing on after that interaction was the fact that Eudora had seen my feelings. Was I that transparent? Were my feelings so obvious? I didn't stop to talk to Rosabel, who watched me with worry in her eyes. I couldn't stand that look, mostly because I wanted to draw her to me and comfort her. I wanted to wipe her worries away, but I couldn't stand the thought of anything happening to her. So I walked right past her. "Is everything okay?" she asked. The question struck me straight in the back. "I never should have brought you here," I said, busting out my phone and staring at it rather than at Rosabel. Her shoes scuffed on the sidewalk. The sound let me know she'd moved closer. "To the house?" I paused long enough to meet her gaze. Confusion lingered in her soft brown eyes. Confusion, frustration, and hurt. I wanted to smooth away each worry, which only made this situation all the more agonizing because I knew, now more than ever, that I never could. "No, to Arkansas. I should have let you quit. I should have stayed out of your life. But I hadn't. I'd brought her. I'd wanted her as close to me as I possibly could. And for all I knew, she was going to pay for my mistakes."
Chapter 19. Rosabel. Well, that was the most bizarre interaction I'd ever had with Duncan, and that was saying something. Thunderclouds gathered in his gaze. He walked with his hand on his chest as though he'd just received some kind of sucker punch and hadn't quite yet recovered. Every step he took was robotic. He moved toward me like he didn't know he was. My palms clammed. I wanted to say something, but honestly, I wasn't sure what had just happened back there. And he was acting so comatose. So detached. He didn't yell or rage the way I'd heard him do so many times to others. He only glowered at me and stormed past me to the car. But he didn't get into the car. He kept right on going. What else had they talked about after I'd left? I'd gone ahead because I'd sensed he wanted me to give them some privacy again. But now, I wished I hadn't. I didn't know why he wanted the house so badly. I didn't know what had just happened. Obviously, there was something more going on here. Was that what bothered him so much? What was the pact the two of them argued about? Had Eudora thought Duncan and I were an item? I wanted to deny it, the way I'd done for almost 2 years in defense against the rumors at the office. I was here because of Dad. I waited for the resentment I'd held toward Duncan for the last 1.5 years to prick, to be as sharp as it used to be. But it wasn't. Something had changed since coming here with him. "What's wrong?" I asked him. He paced from the grassy side of the sidewalk to the curb and back again, and every step he took only deepened the furrow between his brows. I'd told him to do an act of service, to try and see things from another's point of view the way he never seemed to be able to before. But this slump in his shoulders, this slackness to his mouth, had come from no act of service. Did whatever Eudora had said get him to see things? To see me differently? Was that why he was acting so strange? Duncan stood on the curb and scowled at the cars on the road. Clive remained near the driver's side door as if waiting for instructions, but he received none. I waved him away. "Maybe give us just a minute, Clive," I said. He inclined his head. "Sure thing," he said before opening the driver's side door and lowering himself into the car once more. Now that we were semi-alone, I approached Duncan. He kept his attention on the road, but his eyes shifted in my direction, letting me know he knew I was there. "What was she talking about?" I asked. "What pact?" The side of his freshly shaven jaw ticked. "It's nothing." I wasn't going to let him brush this aside. It had been anything, but nothing. "I've organized every paper in your office, and I've never seen or heard of anything called a pact, nor have I seen anything involving a fraternity of any kind. Were you in a fraternity in college?" "Does it matter?" "You tell me." I folded my arms and stared him down. I knew I was asking for details about his personal life, something neither of us had ever done much of before. But things were different on this trip. We were different. This wasn't a boss employee kind of thing. It was, what was it? Friends? Did I consider Duncan a friend? This was what I'd do with Sarah or any of my other friends from college. If they were upset, I'd ask questions and let them know I was there if they wanted to talk. I'd never really had guy friends before. Pete Dalton had been my boyfriend, yes, but even then we hadn't been confidants. So yeah, I guess this was a friendship kind of thing. Plus, it was plain old-fashioned curiosity. He and Eudora had talked about this pact thing like it was some kind of secret, and I wanted in. You can talk to me, I told him, wanting him to know as much. Please, I understand if you don't want to, but I'm here. His eyes closed as though the notion was painful. How could my presence here be this difficult for him? I tried again. What pact were you talking about? He scoffed, the sound rising from his throat. Then he looked at me, and the look he graced me with was so agonizing it nearly knocked the breath from my lungs. I hate that bloody pledge, he said helplessly. I wish I'd never signed it. I wish I'd never gone to Sigma Phi Rho. What pledge? Instead of answering, he stalked off the curb toward the car. Clive's door opened. Is everything okay, sir? Clive asked. No, Duncan muttered. He stalked past Clive's open door, his upper lip curled. Then he rounded on the car, kicked the back tire, and stormed down the sidewalk in the opposite direction. I hurried to keep pace, glad I wasn't wearing a dress or heels like he'd suggested. What pact? He kept walking. I grabbed his arm, stopping him. Duncan, trust me, tell me. No, he said, losing it. I can't tell you. I can't do that to you. I can't put you in any more danger than I already have. What are you talking about? I'm not in danger. He stopped so abruptly, I collided right into him. His hands caught me by the arms, and the tension in his grasp was very real. You will be, he said. The words were weak, defeated. If I tell you, you will be. I just need a minute, okay? He continued walking, and this time I let him go. This time I turned around and went back to the car. I slid into the back seat and stared at the headrest of the seat in front of me, stunned. What in the world was he talking about? Telling me this secret could put me in danger? How? Why? He'd mentioned something like that before, about hoping the house was far enough away. How running around the lake should be safe for me. What was going on? Everything okay? Clive asked from the driver's seat. I don't know, I said vaguely, lost in my thoughts. What happened in there? I don't even know, I said. Do you know anyone named Eudora? I couldn't remember her last name. Can't say as I do, Clive said, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. Moments later, he said, Would you like some music, Rosabel? The question was so sweet and thoughtful, it stole a little smile through my sadness. No, thank you, Clive. But if you do, go right ahead. Please. For now, I needed the company of my own thoughts. I didn't want to derail anything that might serve as a clue to what was going on. I sat there, worrying and wondering. My mind replayed every part of the interaction in the house that I could remember. Duncan had been so agitated from the minute Eudora had answered the door. Why? From what I could glean, she'd been the mother of the fraternity he was a part of in college. She'd owned the house in Chicago. Her sons had been slightly older than Duncan and his friends. They'd started some kind of pact that Duncan and others had signed. This obviously devastated him, but I couldn't understand why. What kind of pledge could possibly be this bad? What had he agreed to do? It seemed like only minutes had passed. Clive had indeed turned on some music, and the strains of Queen harmonized in the black interior of the car. He'd kept the volume low, though. Low enough that I heard him mutter, There he is. I pivoted on the seat. Sure enough, Duncan walked around the other end of the corner. He still wore the suit coat, but he'd loosened the tie so it hung low enough for him to undo the top buttons of his collar. and his hair did that swoopy thing where he'd been running his hands through it. He stared at his phone for a few seconds before pocketing it, making me wonder who he'd just been talking to. "Hang on," I said, sliding out of the car. I quickened my steps, hurrying to meet his side so we stood at almost the exact spot we had 10 minutes before. The animosity in his expression was gone. Now his eyes were unguarded, and the helplessness there unsettled me. "I'm sorry," he said before I got the chance to say anything. "Hold up." Duncan was apologizing. Again. "It's okay," I said, placing my hand on his arm. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" "I can't," he said, retreating enough to step out of my reach. The action stung a little. I did my best to ignore it. Said, "I know that doesn't seem like enough of an explanation. I know you want more, but I can't give it." His eyes kept apologizing to me. They pleaded with me to let this go, to understand. How could I possibly understand? All I knew was that it was something that had completely unanchored him. "Will you tell me later?" I asked. Maybe he just needed some more time to process or something? The question struck him. Pain cleared his gaze of every other emotion except for the difficulty eating at him. What had him so torn up about this? I don't know. He lowered his head and stuffed his hands in his pockets. Seconds later, he lifted his head only enough to peer up at me through his dark eyes. "I can tell you something else, though. Anything else. Ask me anything. Just not that." I gazed up at the house I'd loved so much. A house that would always strike me for different reasons from this moment on. Now, every time I saw it, I would remember this turmoil, and the time I'd seen my stern, gruff boss looking as though he'd lost the reason to live. Was Eudora in there? I pictured her standing near the window, looking out, watching us and wondering why we were still out here. I searched my brain and mentioned the first thing that came to mind, aside from whatever it was about this pact that tormented him so badly. "Why did you want to buy this house?" I asked. Duncan exhaled. Gradually, his posture relaxed, and the action was so visible I was struck by just how tense he was moments before. "My grandfather used to own this house. He wanted to clear his debts since he was getting older and wanted to settle into retirement." "You're kidding? He lived here?" "Why hadn't he told me?" Duncan nodded. "You should have heard grandmother when we would drive past when I was younger. She would say how this was her favorite house in Eureka Springs, how it was the reason she'd married Grandpa in the first place. She hated him for selling it." "I can see why," I said, smiling, hoping to lighten the mood. Duncan's scowl remained in place. He took a few steps toward the car once more, so I kept pace with him, stopping again when he paused at the car's trunk. I tried standing up to him about it, tried defending her. Young and hot-headed as I was, I went too far in our argument. Grandpa had a heart attack right there as I was yelling at him. He died the next day. He placed his fist on the sleek black trunk. The admission was so sudden that it seized a gasp from me. Did that have something to do with this pact? Was it why he was so upset? Chapter 20. Rosabel. Duncan's admission was unsettling. "Oh, Duncan, I'm so sorry." I lifted my hand again, wanting to place it on his back or something, to soothe him in some way. But I didn't want him retreating from my touch again, so I thought better of it. He went on, still staring off toward the houses across the street, away from me. "My family blamed me for his death. I blame myself. I couldn't face them, so I left town, which apparently was even worse. They shut me out." Pieces began clicking into place. Why his family was so resentful toward him. Why they hadn't spoken in 3 years. Why he so badly wanted this particular house. Then why did you not push for the purchase? Did you not think Eudora would sell it to you? He rested his arms against the car and hunched over. He didn't respond to my question about Eudora, but instead continued explaining his previous story. "I carried on the best that I could, trying to cope and pretend like my loss of temper, like Grandpa's resulting death, never happened. My friends noticed a change in me too, but I just blew them off and focused on my business. The email inviting me to my grandmother's birthday was the first I've heard from any of them since the incident. You hoped this house would be the peace offering you needed. He'd mentioned as much before, but I hadn't grasped what he'd really meant. And the pact? He sniffed, warding off emotion. I told you, I can't tell you. I geared myself, readying for the battle I knew was coming, because I wasn't going to back down. Not yet, anyway. Is it because you don't trust me? I asked. He'd just shared something extremely personal about his family. Why could he share that with me and not this? Duncan faced me. He stared at me so long I thought he might give in, but he didn't. He just stared at me like he'd never seen me before. Or like he'd never see me again. Banter had always helped oil his hinges. I decided to try that particular tack. She made it sound like your friends know. I added a smile for good measure. Maybe I'll call in a favor of my own. Duncan's chin jutted to one side. He rose just enough to tower over me like always. Don't you dare. I lifted my face. I helped Maddox with his auditions. He would fill me in if I asked him. No, he wouldn't. Oh no, I bet he would. He values his life too much. He was being way too serious about this. I laughed and bopped his shoulder with my fist. To my surprise, Duncan caught my hand in his and held it so gently, so tenderly, it disarmed me. He stared at my hand, guiding my fingers to open until we stood palm to palm. The sensation sent off a riot of tingles up my arm. Just tell me, I said. The words were almost a whisper. What is it? What did you sign that you're so ashamed of? I was young, he said, cradling my hand between his. It was a stupid fraternity agreement that's coming back to bite me over 10 years later. I'd gleaned as much. What exactly did you agree to? Mischief slid into his eyes. I agreed to hire annoyingly persistent assistants. My nose crinkled. You like my persistence. For whatever reason, that killed the mood. His shoulders fell. He released my hand, exhaled, and the words, "That's my problem," slipped out. I wasn't going to let him deflect this time. What was that? What's your problem? He straightened, lifting a single brow before dropping his head once more. My problem is that I don't know what to get for my grandma for her birthday now. He really wasn't going to give in. Duncan was keeping this secret close to the chest. I watched him. No, he hadn't opened up to me about his college days, but he had shared something else. Something personal and seemingly heartbreaking. Everything made so much more sense. Why he was so snappish, so nasty all the time. Clearly, he wasn't responsible for the heart attack. His arguing might have contributed to it, but he couldn't claim full responsibility for whatever state his grandpa's health had been in before the argument. But he'd believed himself to be at fault for years now. What an intense burden to haul. I decided to let this one go. 1,000 thoughts tumbled in my brain. I couldn't believe he'd opened up to me like he had. Maybe he would tell me more about this pact thing if I gave him time. Leaning my arms on the trunk and feeling the warmth emanating from the black surface, I nudged Duncan with my shoulder. I wanted to lighten the mood between us. I wanted to help him smile again. How about a normal present like some flowers or a nice figurine for her mantel? I suggested. He shook his head and gestured toward the house. I wanted to do this for her. For her? Or for you? There was that line between his brows again. What does that mean? I tried to word this as carefully as I could. We'd arrived at some kind of level ground, a plane we'd been climbing toward since we'd arrived in Arkansas. I didn't want to lose the ground we'd covered. I get that things are rocky between you and your family. All of your family. You're a successful businessman, but your success doesn't seem to be enough. They already have money, Duncan. They want something different from you, don't they? He stared at a spot on the car, considering. I noticed Clive's face in the rearview mirror, watching us. It made me wonder what he knew about the situation with the Hawthorns. As for your grandma, well, not to be rude, but she doesn't have long to live. You're trying to buy your way into her affections before she passes away. That's not true. I think it is. Money is your solution to everything, but money can't heal hearts. If you've let your family down in some way, you can't buy your way out of that. I haven't let them down. His tone rose. You just said. He slashed a hand through the air. I'm done talking about this. Fine, but don't blame me if. Of course not. My assistant, who should know me better than most people, can't stand me. Whoa, where was this coming from? Sometimes when emotion was pent up for too long, letting go of one thing meant releasing other things you'd suppressed. Was this something that had bothered him about me? What do you mean, should? I do know you better than most people, Duncan. Okay then. You act like you can't stand me at the office. You hate the rumors swirling around between us. What about me is so repellent? Glowering, he stared me down. It didn't mask the pain still stewing in his eyes. I inhaled, taking in the passing cars and the spread of grass between us and the painted lady. A couple walking their dog strolled past, forcing me to retreat onto the street until they passed. Maybe we should head back to the house. We can talk after you've had some time to cool down. No, we're doing this now. His bossy tone took over. I lost it. That tone. I can't stand that tone. I can't stand that you see everyone as a rung on a ladder. You have no respect for others. How can I possibly think otherwise when I witness that fact every day? I respect people, he argued. He sounded small and petulant. Seeming to realize as much, he turned away from me. Do you? I came around and stood in front of him. Most people like being told please and thank you. Most people appreciate a polite response rather than an annoyed snap. Most people like being listened to and having their thoughts validated. And you think I don't listen to you? You're on your phone or tablet every time I try to talk to you. You say you want a relationship with me? He shook his head. I don't. I was wrong. But I'm not sure you know how to have one. I think you've been indulged all your life. I think your requests were granted because your parents were so busy working, and your grandma, or whoever they hired to watch you, just gave in rather than teaching you how to treat others. I was going too far, but he'd asked for it. And while he was keeping everything close to the chest, I was tired of doing the same. We'd known one another long enough, and I was pretty sure we had more than a boss-employee relationship going on here. It was time to clear the air. I was tired of things being the way they were. Why haven't you said anything before now? His voice was quiet. I have, I said. Remember the part where I said you don't listen? That I quit? You take me for granted. You treat people like doormats, especially me. I'm tired of being unappreciated. I'm tired of being bossed around. I want to be noticed, to have your genuine thanks for what I do for you. I waited for his comeback, for him to sputter something about how he paid me to take his attitude. But the quip didn't come. The wind left his sails. He hung his head and then lifted it again. Okay then. Okay? My hands hung in the air between us. I wasn't ready for the argument to end. He'd opened up to me. I wanted him to keep it up. I waited for the spar that had spiked my adrenaline, but it didn't come. He slid his eyes to mine. They were so muddled, so glittery and sad. Rosabel, you are the most competent woman I've had the pleasure of working with. I never meant to hurt you, to push you away. I never meant to degrade or belittle you. I only thought it was the best way to quell the rumors at the office. And then you were dating Pete, and I didn't handle that as well as I should have either. But he didn't appreciate you. I lifted my chin. And you do? More than you know. I never told you. I never knew how to tell you. You've been taking care of your dad for so long and taking care of me. I want to do what's best for you right now. I want to take care of you, the way I should have from the start. That's why I think. He squeezed his eyes shut. I was left pulsing. hanging on his every word. I think you should go home. Go back to Westville. Get a job where your employer treats you like I should have treated you. This time I was left speechless. Duncan. That was all I managed. Just his name. This couldn't be real. This confession was rigged somehow. It had to be. He was going to reveal an ulterior motive any second now. But he didn't. I'm heading back to the lake house. Are you coming? I can... He pulled at his collar. I can let you go. It's probably better that way. I'll see that you get home if that's what you want. This was a side of him I'd always wanted to see. And now that he was showing it to me, I wasn't ready to leave him. You promised me a night on the town. I want to see Eureka Springs, I said. He opened the car door before pausing. He dug a golden ticket from within his jacket and offered it to me. I understand. Go ahead then. The sights are so close. Here's your trolley pass. The trolley stop is just up there. Clive will take me back. I can give you some cash for an Uber that can take you to the lake house for your things when you're done sightseeing. This was absurd. I'm not leaving, Duncan. His tone quietened. It's for the best. I need to let you go. Silently, defiantly, I crossed to the other side of the car, the side he usually sat in. I slipped into the car. I wasn't leaving. Since words weren't giving him the message, my actions would have to do. Okay. It took him several minutes before he opened the door on his side. He sank in on the seat beside me, and we rode in silence back to the lake house. The ride home was too noiseless, too jam-packed with thoughts and emotions and the gentle strains of Clive's oldies. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to think. And I didn't figure it out by the time we made it back to the lake house. We passed the sweetheart tree. We passed the house with Spanish-style architecture and its tall, adjoined tower out front, and then slowed until Clive pulled into Duncan's driveway. Before Clive pulled to a complete stop, Duncan slid out of the car without a word and stalked back into the house without a backward glance at me.
Chapter 21. Duncan. My phone was out before I made it inside the house. I'd texted Maddox and Hawk during my brief walk around the block, but neither of them had replied yet. I didn't want to have any kind of conversation about this in front of Rosabel, and while I was flummoxed and thrown off about what to do about her, something about finding Eudora here in my hometown felt off. Eudora had said she hadn't spoken with Ulrich, but she'd also said the frat wouldn't leave her be. She'd said it was cursed. Something more was going on. Something she hadn't told me, and I didn't like the thought that she had the upper hand. I especially didn't like what she'd said about Rosabel. Rosabel. I hated arguing with her. I hated backtracking after how close we'd grown on this trip. She was reaching out to me. She cared about me enough to worry about my well-being. She'd touched my arm, and it had ripped a piece of me away to pull away from her. I'd said more than I should have back there, but I couldn't leave her hanging. Not anymore. I wanted to tell her so much. I wanted to tell her everything. What if I'd never signed that blasted thing? What if I had free reign of my emotions? I wouldn't hesitate. I wouldn't pull away. I would have done the opposite, gauged her willingness, watched the emotion in her eyes, and savored her short breaths as I'd slipped my arms around her, as I pulled her close like I wanted to. "Don't go there," I muttered, kicking off my shoes. One of them struck the wall behind the door, and I grimaced. I hadn't meant to be so forceful. I couldn't do anything about my feelings for Rosabel. In fact, oddly enough, after doing exactly what Maddox had told me to and finally letting her go, finally doing what was best for her, I felt this bizarre release in my chest. I'd tried controlling her, and I'd manipulated her. I'd deceived her. Maddox had been right. I should have just let her go a long time ago. While it left an ache in my chest that I couldn't ignore no matter how hard I tried, I also knew it was the right thing. I would miss her. I would do all I could to ensure her safety from a distance. And I would always love her the best way I could, the way I should have, by doing what was best for her. How come it had taken me so long to realize that that was what true love meant? She'd accused me of not knowing how to love someone. Maybe she'd been right. After bending to retrieve my shoes, I marched on sock feet down the hall, yanking my tie off and closing the door to my room so I could change out of this suit and get my thoughts in some semblance of order. I tossed my suit jacket on the bed and unbuttoned the dress shirt, thoughts racing. The first person I called was Noah, the PI we'd had tailing Pris. He agreed to look up Eudora Wilson and see what he could find. Maddox had mentioned something about Eudora's disappearance when he'd been investigating Adeli's grandma's disappearance a few months ago. He had also mentioned some kind of mysterious note that Eudora had left for all the other Gigi's, but I couldn't remember what it had said. I hadn't paid that much attention, if I were being honest. After slipping into some jeans and a t-shirt, I hung up my suit. Nicole would probably give me crap if I didn't. Actually, knowing her, she'd coo in that motherly way she had about how I was such a child and hang it up for me. Even so, I didn't want it getting wrinkled. Finally, my phone buzzed with a reply from the text I'd sent Maddox earlier. Me. I found Eudora. And his reply loosened something in my chest. I sank onto the edge of the bed, glad he had my back in this, and read it twice. Maddox. No way. Where? How? Me. She's here in Eureka Springs. Care to remind me what that cryptic message said? The one you guys couldn't figure out? Seconds later, my phone chimed with an image of the backside of a postcard, covered with scrawl from a shaky hand. I assumed as much, since the words wavered just enough. Tapping 2 fingers against my phone's screen, I enlarged the picture for a better look at the message. I read the words aloud, as though they'd make more sense that way. I wanted you to know I'm okay, but I've had to bow out of the group. The springs are full of youth, something I no longer have. The springs are full of youth? No way. Eureka Springs? She couldn't be talking about the spring here. The balm of life. Dude, I muttered, my thumbs tapping on the screen. Me. She was giving them a hint about where she was going. Maddox. What kind of hint? Me. The spring here that people used to think had healing properties, remember? He was from Eureka Springs, too. We'd grown up here, gone to school together here. Maddox. I can't believe I never thought of that. Why be all mysterious, though? Why not just say she's going to Eureka Springs? What does she have to hide? Excellent question, I muttered, crossing one leg over the other and resting my ankle on my knee. I stared at the dresser across from my bed, thinking of the mysterious notes I'd received that were currently tucked away in the top drawer. My brain traipsed over possibilities, but I came up with nothing. If Eudora had wanted to remain hidden, she would never have met with me when I came to inquire about the house. Then again, she'd said she didn't know it was me. Was that true? I'd been suspicious about her reasons for allowing me to come to her house. More so for not informing me that she was the one I'd be meeting with. I didn't believe for a second that she hadn't known it was me. What reasons did she have for the secrecy? Especially when she'd all but dropped off the face of the earth, according to her friends anyway. Had she met with me to warn me about Rosabel? How much did she know about what was going on? That seemed so pointless. Of course, I would know how much danger Rosabel was in because of me. She'd warned me herself. Why? What was she up to? Me. I'm not sure what's going on, but I might need to pay her another visit. Without Rosabel there this time. I hated the notion of going anywhere without her. It was stupid, but I didn't want to let her out of my sight. But I needed all the stops pulled. I needed nothing in the way of a conversation that very much needed to take place. Rosabel was confused enough already as it was. I didn't want Eudora to say anything about my feelings or the pact around her this time. She'd have to leave me. She'd have to go. Why did that thought make me feel as though my lungs were no longer in my chest? Maddox, you shouldn't go alone. Me. What's some old lady going to do to me? The thought was laughable. Maddox, it's just not a good idea. I could fly out there. I was already shaking my head. He and Adele had already dealt with their fair share of garbage from this stupid pact. They'd come out on top and were now happily married as a result of what they'd endured because of that nightmare. I didn't need to rope him back into it again. No, I could handle it on my own. Me. It's all good. Stay with your wife. I'll figure something out. Maddox, let me know if you hear anything else. I tapped my phone against my knee, thinking through it all. What was going on? Whatever the case was, it was time to send Rosabel home. It was time to keep her as far from me as possible, like I should have all along. and just hoped nothing would happen to her from here on out.
Chapter 22. Rosabel. My limbs were frozen. Even though he'd left the car, I couldn't bring myself to move. So I sat in the back seat of Duncan's luxury car, watching him storm into the house. Staring. Lost. Wondering. I wasn't sure how much time had passed before my door opened. Clive stood there in his suit with apology in his eyes. I took the hand he offered and slipped out of the car and onto the gravel driveway, feeling oddly listless. Duncan had talked about my going home. Maybe it was time I packed it in and left. What was I still doing here? The driver must have read the consternation on my face because he cleared his throat and gave me a sympathetic smile. Too late, I realized my hand was still in his. Smiling but not really smiling, I slipped my hand free and stepped back so he could close the car door behind me. Sorry, I muttered, taking a few steps toward the lake house. The afternoon air was much cooler up here in the mountains than it had been at the Painted Lady. Just how late was it? I wasn't sure. I hadn't paid much attention to the time, but it had to be well after lunch by now. Clive kept pace, walking beside me. I know it's none of my business, he began, but I know the boss thinks highly of you. This made me stop. I gazed up at him, at the gray beard hugging his round chin. Oh? Nicole had said the same thing in the kitchen a few days ago. How could either of them possibly know that? He made all kinds of arrangements before we came, Clive said, keeping his hands clasped behind his back. What kind of arrangements? I asked. He made sure we stocked books in the library because though he's never picked one up that I've ever seen, he knew how much you like to get lost in them. He also stocked the fridge with your favorite drinks and had the gardener tend the roses out back since he said he knew they were your favorite. A lump rose in my throat. Duncan had bought me roses before, for my birthday. I also remembered finding the flavored waters in the fridge. I hadn't considered that Duncan had been the one to request them for me. He did? He also made some special arrangements in that workout room of his. Added a treadmill and some smaller weights. The treadmill, I said, realizing now why it was there. Duncan wasn't a runner. Why else would he have a treadmill? As far as I know, Nicole said a package came for you today, too. A package? I said. My gaze cast toward the front porch, where packages were usually waiting whenever I'd ordered anything back home. From what I could see, nothing was there. Better check your room when you get inside. All I'm saying is he cares about you. I was touched. If what he'd said was true, that was sweet. Sweeter than I knew how to express at the moment. I knew buying things for people was no excuse for bad behavior, but I didn't think that was what his actions meant. It was an effort to show his feelings when he didn't know any other way. That didn't mean it was the best way, but I was still touched by his thoughtfulness. He hadn't been a jerk to me on this trip. He'd changed, just like I asked him to. Even the times he'd snapped and nearly reverted back to his old self, he'd caught himself and stopped. He'd been kind. He was trying. I took the remaining steps toward the door beside the garage and paused. Thank you for telling me, but he can't buy my affections, I told Clive. Maybe that's all he knows how to do. Clive tipped his hat toward me and then strode back toward his car. There was no sign of Duncan once I entered the house. I made a stop in the kitchen just to check the fridge again. Sure enough, when I opened it, an entire row of flavored waters were there. I hadn't yet found the book room, but that would have to happen later. Curiously, I wandered down the hall in the direction I'd seen Duncan go. I wasn't exactly sure which room was his. I'd never needed to know before. But as I edged closer to a pair of closed doors and heard movement within the one on the far left, my heart wedged in my chest. I knew I shouldn't eavesdrop. And in all honesty, there wasn't much to listen in on. He was moving around. That much was evidenced by the occasional sound of shuffling. What was he doing in there? I lifted my hand and almost knocked on the door, but thought better of it. He hadn't talked to me at all during the drive home. He'd rushed away the instant he could. He'd made it more than obvious that he wanted to be alone right now. So I let him sulk, or brood, or whatever he did when he turned all surly like that. Quietly, I traipsed back out into the open area and made for the stairs, grateful for the barrier wall keeping me from the chatter I now heard in the kitchen. Probably Nicole and Pat, prepping dinner. Once I was up the stairs, I headed down the hall toward my room. Everything looked to be about the same as I'd left it. I'd nearly forgotten about the package Clive had mentioned earlier, but the small black case sitting on the end of my bed brought it back to mind once more. That wasn't the only addition to the room. In one corner near the large window overlooking the lake was the same cushy armchair that was there before. There had been nothing in the other corner, but now a music stand stood there. A music stand? Duncan had bought me a music stand? Several yellow books that appeared to be compilations from different music eras were stacked on the stand's lip. I turned back to the bed, to the narrow black case and the single red rose wrapped with a black ribbon draped over it. Oh my gosh. Our conversation by the lake this morning came shouting back through my mind. It had only been hours ago that we'd talked. Hours. He must have sent for this right away, before our misunderstanding. I stalked to the bed and let my fingers run the length of the narrow black case. Then I sat on the bed and placed the case on my lap. Little tremors overtook my body. With my thumbs on the clasps, I unlatched each and tipped the lid open. There, sitting on the red velvet cushion with spaces specifically for each piece, were the silver pieces of a flute. He didn't. Except he did. He bought me a flute. And not just any flute. He'd gotten me a top-of-the-line instrument better than the one I owned, than the one I'd taken a student loan out for in college to purchase. So what? So, it meant he cared. He listened. He'd opened up to me and he was trying to be the friend I'd asked him to be. Maybe that's all he knows how to do. My heart pounded unreasonably fast. A nugget of shame slid in right beside it. I'd let him have it back at the Painted Lady all while he'd been doing something kind for me. I'd misread him. I'd so misread him. No one had ever paid this much attention to what I liked. Even when I'd dated Pete, the day he'd gotten me flowers for my birthday, as sweet as that was, he never knew my favorites. He'd never paid that much attention. When we'd gone to restaurants, he'd forgotten my preferred drink. He'd even ignored me the time I'd gotten the flu. But Duncan, the last person I'd expected to notice anything about anyone, had paid attention. He'd gone above and beyond my expectations, which had been 0, by the way. When I'd told him I wanted an act of service, I hadn't meant for me, but he'd done that, sometimes even before I'd asked. He'd had the drinks and book room all prepped before I'd even asked that of him. And something told me the flute thing would have happened regardless, because he noticed the little things. I opened the case and stroked the silver instrument, letting my fingers trace the flat and sometimes open keys. Gingerly, I removed each piece and aligned them, securing them together. Then I lifted the instrument to my lips, reached for air from my gut, and blew. The sweet sound filled my room. It was rich and fluid, trilling in its soft, wafting way I'd always loved. There was something more this time, though. This time, the sound was more penetrating and silvery, and I could tell this was the best instrument I'd ever played on. Lowering the flute, I shook my trembling hands and then brought it back to my lips once more, placing the flute in just the right position for air to blow across the opening in the head. Again, the airy, lovely sounds filled my room, and this time I moved my fingers. I played through a few scales, feeling the motion loosen some of the stiffness in my hands until the fingerings came more easily. Then, keeping my eyes on the window and the view of the lake outside, I ran through what I could remember of the last piece I'd worked so hard to master. It was Mozart's Flute Concerto, and I'd won the competition to play it for a local concert with orchestral accompaniment. I'd memorized it so I wouldn't have to use music while I was on the stage. It was after that they'd offered me a seat, but my job and the attention Dad needed was too demanding. I turned it down. But I'd forgotten the release playing music gave me. A release I desperately needed. I lifted the flute to my lips once more. The notes flowed, the music surged, and I played. My fingers skimmed through the more difficult passages, the notes lingering in the slower ones, until I concluded the first movement and lowered the instrument. I've never heard anything like that. I turned to find Duncan leaning against the door jamb. His arms were folded across his chest, and he watched me with fire in his gaze. He'd changed out of his suit and now wore a muscle tee and jeans. I tucked my hair behind my ear. "How long have you been standing there?" "Since you started." I lifted the flute, feeling both admiration and chagrin. "When did you do this?" "I made a call after we talked this morning. It was delivered while we were out." I stared at the flute in my hands. "Thank you," I said, though the words didn't seem like enough. He edged farther into the room, standing between the door and the bed. "How long have you been playing?" "Since junior high." "Will you play something else for me? I had them deliver some arrangements in case you needed some music." Hesitating for only a moment, he crossed to the stand and flipped through one of the books sitting there. I gazed at him, still completely disarmed by his thoughtfulness. He was sincere, and acting slightly awkward, too. Not that I blamed him. He and I had just had a really rough conversation not an hour before. A rough conversation where I'd told him exactly what I'd thought of him. A conversation where he'd apologized for the way he'd acted toward me, too. I realized now that even though what I'd shared had been true, my judgment had been slightly flawed. I hadn't realized he had this other side to him. I hadn't seen the full picture. He strode to the chair in the corner near the window and settled himself into it. And he wasn't swallowed by his phone or staring at his tablet. He leaned forward in the chair toward me, looking right at me. I didn't move for several moments. Duncan fidgeted in the chair and then gestured to the flute in my hands. "If you want to, I mean," he said. "I'd love to hear more. What you just did was like something on the radio. I've never heard anything like that in person." I stared at the flute in my hands. The gesture had been kind. It had been thoughtful, but it was also too much. "Duncan, thank you, but I can't keep this." Moments later, he was on his feet again. "It's a gift, Rosabel. A show of my appreciation. A show of admiration. Please keep it. Take it with you." Everything inside of me crumbled. I placed the flute on the bed by its case and went to him. Surprising myself, I took his hand. He pulled it from my grasp. Not roughly or defensively, just definitively. He turned his back to me and gazed so hard out the window I could tell he was too absorbed with his own thoughts to take in any of the view. I circled to face him. Slowly, his eyes drifted to meet mine. The glance lasted only seconds before he cleared his throat and looked back to the lake. I wasn't sure what came over me, or over my hands, really, because they lifted and placed themselves on his cheeks. Duncan's eyes closed, but he didn't pull away this time. His soft breath brushed my skin. A shadow grew quickly after being shaved earlier. His skin was slightly scratchy beneath my palms. "Look at me," I said. "Now, who's being bossy?" "Please?" His lids lifted and he looked right at me. The force of wariness, of dejection in his eyes shot right through the center of me. I never would have imagined Duncan Hawthorne looking so injured. "I don't know how to read you," I said. "You're different." "I thought you wanted me to be different." "I did. I wanted to see this. I wanted you to change, and it seems like you have, and I don't know what to make of that." My hands lowered to his shoulders. "I've had moments with you these past few days, moments of pure thoughtfulness. You opened up to me. You tried to buy your grandma a freaking house. You got me a trolley pass. Duncan, I didn't even know I'd need one." He tried to glance away, but I directed his face back to mine, and I returned my hands to his cheeks without knowing why. A connection wove between us, as though this conversation opened a gate I'd lost the key to. Duncan lifted a hand and placed it on my wrist, keeping his attention right on me. This was curative. I suspected I wasn't the only one who needed its healing. "Mostly, though, you helped my father. That means so much to me." I lowered my hands and gazed up at him. "And all of this?" I gestured to the room behind me. "The drinks in the fridge? The flute? Clive told me about the book room. When were you going to tell me?" "I wanted you to find it on your own," he said. I can take you there now if you want. Do you want to see it? He grimaced and stepped back again, delving his phone from his pocket. On second thought, never mind. Never mind? You mean you don't want to show me? No, that's not it. It's just, as lovely as your music is, that wasn't the only reason I came up here. I wanted to let you know. I have the plane all ready for you. He flashed his phone at me. Just say the word and my pilot will be ready to take you home. Just be sure to take the flute with you when you go, so you have something to remember me by. Well, that sounded way too final. Did he think we'd never see one another again? My heart swelled in my chest. I'm not going home. His eyes flicked to mine. And I don't want to see the book room. You don't? While I was curious about which books Duncan had stocked in his personal library, or a personal library he'd intended for me, rather, I shook my head. No. Right now, I want that date you promised me. I knew based on previous conversations that the D word was dangerous in and of itself, but I said it anyway. He'd done so much for me. I couldn't just walk away from that. What date? He asked. Didn't you say you were going to take me out on the town? You promised me Eureka Springs. I want to see this town I've read so much about. His body lured me in closer. I didn't want to stop touching him, and I couldn't understand why. It's friendly, I told myself. Nothing more. So even though he'd pulled away before, I took his hand in mine, eager to extend an effort at camaraderie after such an awkward yet revealing afternoon. This time, he let me. His warm skin slid softly against mine. The touch fizzled up my arm. A quiet thunderstorm erupted in my palm as he accepted my gesture. He matched his palm against mine and wove his fingers through, clasping them. It's not a date, he said softly, as though he didn't believe the words. He gazed at me, and it felt as though an entire lifetime was bottled in that moment. As if he felt the same thing, realization flickered in his expression. He peered down at our hands and then removed his from mine. My palm felt strangely empty. Not a date, he repeated, stepping away from me. Whatever you say, I said. The fight I usually packed into my words during moments like this with him was gone. I was so thrown, I didn't know what to think. What was bothering him so much? Why did he keep pulling away from me when I got such opposite vibes every time he looked at me? We weren't back at the office. His staff kept to themselves, so there wasn't anyone around to see what we were up to. This reluctance was no longer about rumors. Not for me, anyway. I wanted to figure him out. I wanted to explore this fledgling connection between us. I wanted him to know I was someone he could trust. And yeah, I was tempted to respond to the attraction searing between us every time we were in the same room together. Could Duncan Hawthorne be someone I could trust? So are we going? I asked. Conflict ravaged his eyes. Are you sure? I wouldn't stay if I didn't want to. His throat worked through a swallow. He paused, staring at me, his brow furrowing. Just when I thought he would argue, he nodded. Sure, I'll let Clive know. Without another word or backward glance, he strode to the bedroom door and left. Disappointment sank into my chest. I strode back to the bed and swabbed out the flute, dislodging its pieces and returning them to the case while running back through every moment of this latest encounter. What made Duncan so reluctant to get close to me? He was so push and pull, I couldn't grasp it. After the heated moment we'd shared in his home gym and the conversation about dating, why would he say he wanted to take me out and not call it what it was? I should have known he was hiding more than I knew. Chapter 23. Rosabel. Duncan was too uptight in the car. He sat rigidly on the seat. He kept his gaze out the window. He barely looked at his phone or at me, but kept his fists on his knees and stared straight ahead as if at nothing. I wondered if it had been a mistake to nudge him to take me out. I'd tried mending the hurt I'd caused earlier, but what if he was right? Maybe it would be better if I left. I made a few attempts at conversation, each of which earned me either silence, grunts, or one-word answers. At length, I turned to my phone and texted Sarah. Me. How's Dad doing today? Sarah. Better than usual. He had a few lucid moments and talked about your mom. Me. He did? I'm sorry I missed it. There it is, Duncan said, breaking the silence. Across a spread of green lawn, an eye-catching rock face displayed the name Eureka Springs. Clive turned at its corner, but the street dropped so suddenly and unexpectedly, I couldn't see our destination. I rested a hand on the back of the empty passenger seat in front of me. My stomach gave the same little swooping sensation I got at the top of a roller coaster's peak before the cars plunged. What's down there? The historic sites, Duncan said. I inched forward in my seat, attempting to take in what I could. Each side of the road was met by retaining walls of stone and trees, making me feel as though we were about to take some kind of dive. Gives a new meaning to going downtown, I said. Duncan didn't laugh. He was too distracted by the view over the dashboard as Clive signaled toward a parking lot on the left. He waited for several trolleys to pass before turning in. We aren't driving there? I asked. The town is old, Duncan said. Even though it thrives on tourism, there isn't much by way of parking. Plus, you miss a lot if you spend the entire trek in the car. It's much better to walk. Clive pulled into a parking spot and killed the ignition. To my surprise, Duncan fished another golden ticket from within his jacket and passed it over the seat. Here, Clive, he said. Take the evening. See the town. Thank you, sir, Clive said, resting a hand on the vacant passenger seat, first for a better glimpse at his boss and then to slide me a meaningful glance as if to say, see? I bit back a smile. Had Duncan always been so thoughtful, and I'd just been so preoccupied with his grouchiness that I never noticed before? He got me that punching bag, the ring. He'd even offered to pay for Dad's medical care. There were other moments, though, like the time he'd held a company party at the ball fields in neighboring Bennington. I hadn't thought to pay for my parking, but after talking to several of the other employees who'd complained about the high fees, I realized Duncan had already covered mine. I'd been so focused on the rumors that had spurred because of it, I'd cast it aside. What else about him had I missed? The reason he'd gotten me the punching bag? Because he'd wanted my safety. He'd wanted me to be able to defend myself. He'd been looking out for me. We'll be in touch when we're done doing the same, Duncan said, his words cutting into my thoughts. Clive inclined his head. Sure thing. You two have a nice time. He winked at me through the rearview mirror. Together, Duncan and I exited the car. He stepped to a large, posted map of Eureka Springs, completely oblivious to what just transpired. To my discovery about him. The summer's late afternoon air was warm. Regardless, I tightened my arms around me and stared. Where to? The trolley stop is up here. He pointed to a brick building and a metal green awning where at least 8 others waited their turn to board a trolley. Do all these people live here? I asked. I don't think so. Most of the homes have been turned into B&Bs to accommodate the tourists. The town is on the National Historic Registry, so they get a huge influx of people who come just to see the old houses. Add the events to it and it's a real show. Events? I propped my shoulder against the trolley stop's green support beam. Nearby, a woman with black hair and wearing a tank top and jeans overheard our conversation and perked up. They do something different practically every weekend, she said. Stan and I came during October last year for the zombie crawl. They had something like 5,000 visitors packing in to see people dressed and parading like zombies. It was wicked. Definitely fit in with the ghost thing going on here. The man I assumed was Stan answered. The ghost thing? I'd read of the supernatural happenings around the town during my brief research during our flight here. Eureka Springs offered regular ghost tours to cover the town's eerie history. The Crescent Hotel was certifiably haunted. Duncan said something about Mustang Week that made the couple laugh. Didn't you hear? Ghosts interfere with GPS? That's why so many people get turned around. Probably a big joke to them. The 3 of them laughed again. Have they done Mustang Week before? I asked. They did Corvettes last year, Stan said, as a green trolley with 3 wide front windows, a white roof, and a wide black bumper reminiscent of a vaudeville villain's mustache pulled to a stop. Its screen displayed the word red along the front with a matching screen running down the side. Very hello, Dolly. All the vehicle lacked was the cables overhead to keep it on its track. Red track, that's us. You going to see the historic homes? The woman asked. I wasn't sure what our plans were, so I said as much. We're just out to see the town, I added. Make sure you take the tram tour, the woman instructed as the trolley's doors opened. You find out all kinds of interesting things about the town's history. They even take you up to that haunted hotel. She and Stan climbed on, and Duncan and I waited for several others to board before joining as well. We greeted our driver and showed our trolley passes before turning to find a seat. Except there were none to take. The trolley was packed with people. The front-facing benches along the back were filled. Benches lined the sides, allowing those who were seated to look out the opposite window. They were all full, too. Black leather straps hung down along the gold poles lining the trolley's ceiling. I suspected they carted as many people as could fit in these things if the occasion called for it. Looks like we're standing. Duncan reached for the nearby strap. A lump rose in my throat. Anticipation built. From the look he gave me, he sensed it too. My mouth went dry. I situated myself close to him, nestling in, feeling his chest against my back. Every inch of me tensed, but I brushed it off the best that I could and lifted my hand to grab hold of the same strap Duncan held. Our hands brushed, sending a trail of tingles down my arm. My eyes flicked to his, which were pinned right on me. We all in? The driver called. We're good, Duncan replied, keeping his gaze on me. So good. Too good. More than good. I was far too aware of him, of the heat of his body so close to mine, of the clean spark of his cologne, of the frissons that took place every time our hands touched. I felt his gaze on me, and I lifted mine to meet it. His eyes glittered, frothed, burned. Time stretched. My vision blurred. And slowly, his pinky trailed over to smooth itself across mine. That single touch packed a punch. It exploded in my stomach. I chewed my lip, and in spite of myself, my gaze trailed to his lips. The heat burning in me intensified. I wanted to kiss him. I wanted to tip forward and press my lips to his. Too soon, the doors closed, and the trolley began its slow progression, rocking us slightly and shattering the moment. My heart beat far too fast for how little I was moving. Duncan hadn't pulled away that time. He couldn't. Not with so many people crowding around us. Had I imagined the touch? The fire in his eyes? Here we go, he said, casting his attention toward the front of the trolley. Shaking myself, I did the same. A new thrill climbed my throat as we progressed deeper toward the town. I turned my attention to the street. Pedestrians strolled down the hill despite its steepness, making me glad Duncan and I had opted to take the trolley. Homes of a time long past were stacked in the mountainside, wedged in among the rock and trees, and then the trolley slowed, pulling in at the next station. I was so absorbed with the surroundings, I didn't pay attention to my footing. The trolley stopped, tipping me into Duncan's chest behind me. His free arm braced around my waist, holding me to him. 1,000 explosions shot through me. I placed my hand over his, pounding, beating, drubbing. He didn't lower his hold. Instead, he ducked his head toward my ear, tickling my skin as he said, low and secretive, "Hey there." His cheek prickled against mine, spiking my pulse. I didn't want to move. I wanted his arm to stay around me, to turn around and face him, to lose myself in the depths of his eyes. I didn't know how to handle this new openness between us. He'd been scary before, but if he was the kind of man I thought was underneath all the pain and gruff, something told me he'd be downright dangerous to my heart. Logically, I told myself I couldn't go there with him. So why did I want to so badly?
Chapter 24. Duncan, I was being tormented. It wasn't my bombed attempt to purchase the painted lady alone. I'd lost out on plenty of investments before. Those were always to further my business, and I'd known every time I could find a bigger, better asset, It wasn't even the wounds I was hoping to heal between myself and grandmother. No, like always, it was Rosabel. But this time I was touching her, and she was letting me. I didn't know who Ulrich had watching me, watching us, or how he even afforded paying to have spies everywhere. The guy had been in jail on and off, yet he had the means to bribe people to do things for him? Had that been the purpose of Wolf Industries and these people were his so-called employees? Ever since those threatening notes first appeared, I had the sense that I was being tailed wherever I went. Like it or not, he had spies. And if Eudora's unexpected appearance and warnings were any indicator, he had them here in Eureka Springs. Hopefully, the police and Noah would find more. I'd thought I could keep her safe. Granted, she might have been better off without me. But my hand was still around Rosabel's waist, and now that I'd allowed myself to touch her, I couldn't stop. She hadn't pulled away. Her hair tickled my neck. Her cheek was soft against mine. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear her head was angled toward mine, and her eyes were flicking to my mouth like she wanted me to kiss her. Did she want me to kiss her? I inhaled the scent of vanilla in her hair, felt the smoothness of her hand against mine, the slimness of her waist, the way her body brought mine to life. But Eudora's words brought to mind a different rejection, one I'd brought on myself long before I'd met my pretty assistant. I couldn't have her. Not ever. Which meant I couldn't risk this touch any longer than I already had. Reluctantly, hating every move my body made, I lowered my hand and put as much distance between us as I could. Though in this cramped trolley, that wasn't much. The slightest traces of pink touched her cheeks. She cleared her throat, peered at me only long enough for me to turn away from her, and then angled her body away from me once more. Crap. I wanted nothing more than for the trolley to hit another bump. Or better still, to bring my arm around her for no other reason than that I wanted her close. But I couldn't go there, so I focused on grandmother, on the painted lady, and what I was going to do now. No other house would do the job. Grandmother had raised my dad there. That place meant something to me, despite the stupid rift that had wedged between us since grandfather died. Not only that, but grandmother meant a lot to me. I'd never been able to tell her how much. As a youth, I'd spent a lot of time in her company, but then my teenage years had landed. I'd attended private schools and pursued my own interests. Then I'd left for college in Chicago. I hadn't done the best job of keeping in touch with her. Who knew how much time she had left? I wasn't sure what to do. Even if Eudora hadn't had another buyer, I couldn't have gone through with the purchase. Not with all the suspicions popping up like prairie dogs with every word Eudora had spoken. I hadn't gotten any kind of update from Noah since I'd called him to have him look into her. I'd only called him a few hours ago. He probably needed more time before I followed up on that. Patience was not my strong suit. The trolley swayed once more, and Rosabel tipped toward me again as it came to a stop. Her vanilla scent brushed beneath my nostrils, igniting the same longing I'd been fighting this whole time. Get it together, Hawthorne. Hey. She and I waited as the doors opened and the pack of people surrounding us slowly filed out. I fell in behind her, stepping out onto the street and breathing in the warm air. The sky was bright overhead, the summer evening kicking into full swing. People meandered, wandering to their own destinations, and Rosabel and I joined them at the crosswalk. Even if I could allow myself to touch her again, Rosabel wasn't interested in any kind of relationship with me. I couldn't forget the harsh things she'd said, or just how true many of them were. I supposed I had tried to buy her affection. First, by offering her a raise, and then to pay for her dad's treatment and care. Then with the book room and flute thing. She'd seemed to like it, though. Back before the pact, when I dated Sylvia, she'd loved my financial gestures. It was when I stopped buying her things that the relationship had soured. That wasn't how things would work with Rosabel. Wait, what was I even saying? Nothing would work with Rosabel. I couldn't even go there. Eudora might have a few screws loose, but she was spot on about one thing. I could never tell her how I felt about her. Not her. Not anyone else. You okay? I blinked from my stupor and stared at the Civil War memorial of a soldier posing atop a pedestal of limestone bricks and gripping his stone musket with a somber expression. An amphitheater's curved roof stood beyond a rock wall behind the soldier, and in front of the soldier was the circular green railing offering a view of the original spring for which the town was named. We'd already made it to the Balm of Life Memorial? I cleared my throat. I vaguely remembered walking alongside Rosabel beneath the awnings of shops along the street, but I'd been so distracted, so trapped by my thoughts, I hadn't realized how far we'd gotten. I'm fine, I lied. I searched the area, desperately looking for a distraction. See that hotel? I pointed past the kiosks being set up by vendors wanting to sell merchandise during Mustang Week, past the layered stones serving as retaining walls for the mountainside, to a large hotel reaching high above the trees. What about it? Ripley's Believe It or Not said it's the only hotel in the world where all 7 stories lead out onto a ground level because of the mountain it's built into. We can go inside if you want. She tucked her lips together. Maybe. Right now, I'm curious about this. Balm of Life? She gestured to the thick archway near the street bearing that title. I was eager for the subject change, although the sight of this brought Eudora and her mysterious postcard to the GGs back to mind once more. What had really brought the old lady to Eureka Springs? To abandon her friends? This used to be a healing ground, I said, explaining the history I'd heard many times over since my youth. Many people believed the water here had curative powers. I wiggled my fingers for good measure. Civil War soldiers from both the Union and Confederate sides came here to be healed. I could use some of that water right about now. Maybe its curative powers could heal the scalpel-style worries slicing beneath my ribs. I leaned against the green railing and peered down toward the sidewalk. A small trickle was visible through the grate blocking the well down there. And did the water work? Rosabel asked. I think so. People think so, anyway. Our shoulders brushed. She leaned over the railing, too, peering down, before standing upright. She brushed her dark hair away from her shoulders and tucked her lips between her teeth. Duncan, she said, I'm sorry your deal with that house didn't work out. I lowered my head before turning toward the street and the shops there. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't want to talk about that anymore. Maybe it was because talking about my failure to get the house was too related to what I wanted with Rosabel, what I could never have with her. Want to grab something to eat? I deflected. I think the Mustang rally will be starting soon. Maybe we can find a seat at a window and watch the cars drive through town. She set her jaw. Fine. Then we can talk about how you're going to reconnect with your grandma. There is no other option. That house was my only shot. And now it was one I could never take. Did Eudora really own that house now? If not, what had she been doing there? Those were all questions Noah could help me answer once I heard back from him. For now, it was time we moved on. Saw the town, got Rosabel back to the lake house before anything happened. I doubt that, she said. Her tone didn't match its usual level on the snarkometer. She sounded heartfelt. To make matters worse, she touched me. Just a hand on my arm, but it was enough to click my heart rate up a few notches. I sidestepped from her reach. She pouted that bottom lip. For a minute, I thought she was going to ask me why I kept doing that. But to my relief, she didn't. I've seen you miss out on plenty of deals. This one is bothering you more than any other, and I know it's because of her. You really care about her, don't you? I did care about grandmother. I'd allowed myself to believe things between us would be all right, since Mom had sent the invitation. I'd even prayed, something I hadn't done in a long time. How do you feel about Mexican food? I said, not giving Rosabel a direct answer. I needed time to sort through my thoughts. Maybe I could do that over food. I like Mexican food, she said after several moments. I fell into step beside her once more, keeping my hands behind my back as we walked. Rosabel peered into shop windows, stopping and commenting on certain things until we arrived at Amigos. Mariachi music greeted our ears, along with the scent of cooked meat and spices. Most of the tables inside the dim restaurant were occupied. A waitress with dark hair, thick eyeliner, and wearing a black apron over her dress greeted us. Just the two of you? Can we have a table outside? I asked, gesturing to the collection of tables beneath an awning. The best part was we had a clear view of the main thoroughfare. Sure, she said, reaching for a pair of menus and handing them to us. We'll be right with you. The traffic and trolleys that had been slowly grazing their way through town had been cleared. Police officers and a few others stalked right down the center of the road, waving and monitoring the crowds filling the sidewalks. Looks like the show's about to start, I said, leading the way to a table. Let's find somewhere to sit, she said. We landed at a table close to the railing, and soon enough the waitress brought drinks and took our orders. We sat in awkward silence, and I indulged in the chips and salsa she'd placed in the center of our table. Not long after, the waitress brought our food. I lifted my fork, ready to dig in, but several loud honks split the air. Rosabel lowered her fork and turned in her seat. The crowd's eagerness grew deafening as a sleek, blue 1950s Cadillac coursed down the street. It was followed by a black Model T Ford that looked to be something about 100 years old, the kind without glass in its windows. Rosabel grinned at me, digging into her enchilada and taking a bite before turning her attention back to the street. Her enthusiasm was contagious. I couldn't help my smile, and I watched her reaction to each car more than I watched the cars themselves. Old Lincolns, refurbished Fords from the 1950s, I'd guess, cruised through town in a long procession, the drivers honking and waving from within the cabs. People whooped and cheered for their favorites. Rosabel even commented on a cherry red convertible that in any other instance I'd be ready to surprise her with, because that was how I rolled. Soon enough, the procession ended. This time, a different waitress with fiery orange hair and a tag pronouncing her name as Molly left our black folder on the table between our plates. I reached for my wallet when Rosabel held out a hand. "I've got this." What did she think she was doing? She and I both knew things were tight for her. "Don't," I said. "Don't what?" She looked at me with wide chocolate brown eyes. I was a putz for those eyes, for the gleam in them, for the long lashes that framed them. She slipped the black folder toward herself, retrieved her card from her purse, and inserted it into the clear pocket inside before handing the folder to the waitress. "I know I don't owe you anything," she said, "but we're here as friends, remember? If I were going out to eat with any other friend, I would never let them pay for me all the time." "Friends," I said, both knowing the necessity of that word and hating it all the same. I wanted more than that. I wanted to slip my hand across the table to take hers. I wanted to stand and lead her into the open space where a few other couples were dancing to the soft music being played by live musicians on the corner. I wanted to press my lips to hers. "Yes, friends," she said. "And just like friends do, I'm worried about you. You hit a snag today, and I can tell it's still pestering you." She thought I was still hung up on losing the house. If she only knew what I was hung up on losing. What would she do if I told her what my problem really was? It didn't matter. Couldn't matter. I sighed, deciding to allow her to think what she would. It was the safer option. Besides, she wasn't wrong. I was worried about my relationship with grandmother. "I need her to know how sorry I am," I said. "That house would have completely lit her sky if she'd gotten such an incredible birthday present. I don't know what else to give her." "You don't have to give her anything to say sorry. That's the beautiful thing about apologies. If the rift is big enough, that one little word can have more power than any gift." My breath bottled in my chest. "Regardless, it's her birthday. I'd like to get her a present and make up for all the other presents I'd neglected to give." "That's not hard," Rosabel said without breaking a sweat. She smiled. That sparkle in her eyes magnified, striking my entire system like a gong to a bell. "You don't know my grandma?" Evangeline Hawthorne was the woman who'd fired her staff for failing to iron the sheets. Her exorbitant standards made royalty squirm. Rosabel rolled her eyes. "Give me some credit," she said. "Your grandma may have her quirks, but she's a woman, a human being. And people like it when you say sorry. That's all you have to do. Just say the words." Was she right? Would a simple apology be enough? I doubted it. I'd tried to make amends while we'd been at my parents' the day before, and grandmother had waved off the attempt. She and I were the closest of anyone in my family, I said, trying to explain to help Rosabel understand. She taught me how to read, taught me table manners, made sure I did my homework. She practically raised me. "And is she the one who insists you call her grandmother instead of grandma?" You got it. So much of her is in me, Rosie. I was so angry that grandfather had sold that house because I knew what it meant to her. Never mind what it meant to me. Her birthday present can't be just any gift. The gift has to mean something. Rosabel perked up, plastering on a smile that lit her entire face. A prick of attraction struck me as it always did, and of interest, too. I pushed both sensations down. She did what I couldn't bring myself to. She reached across the table for my hand. When her fingers claimed mine, the touch streamed through my entire body. I knew I should pull away. I wanted to weave my fingers through hers, like I did before, but that had been hard enough. This was her gesture, not mine. So I considered it strength enough that I didn't steal her hand and never let it go. It's a good thing you brought me along then, isn't it? I'm great at shopping, and if I'm not mistaken, we passed by several adorable shops on our way through town. Let's see what we can find for her. I don't know, Rosie. Withdrawing her hand, she slowed, her eyes centered on the colorful tiles adorning the tabletop. You know, my dad used to call me that. Rosie? Yes. Plenty of others have tried calling me that, but I always correct them. I shifted in my seat. I'd been calling her that for a while, and she'd never mentioned dislike of it before. Why don't you correct me? I asked. I have before, she said. I don't know. I guess I feel like it's something to verify the new friendship we've developed during this trip. If you call me Rosie, then I'll call you Dunk. She grinned as if knowing how ridiculous this sounded. Don't call me Dunk. Plenty of people had before. My friends used it regularly. But that nickname was almost as ridiculous as having her name the dimple on my cheek that I hated. The waitress returned with Rosabel's card. Needing something to do, I took a long swig from my glass. The cool water perspired down the cup's side, wetting my hand along with my mouth. Hey, look, she said with a little twist to her mouth. You're drinking the water here. I chuckled. Think it'll cure me? I'm not sure anything is strong enough to fix what's wrong with you. Her eyes danced. I dipped my hand into the cup and flicked some water at her. She retreated with a gasp, her full lips parting in surprised delight. She was beautiful. But that wasn't all I saw in her in that moment. Her kindness, the connection we were sharing, worked wonders for my entire outlook. She was so much more to me. If I'd had this conversation with anyone else, Mom, Dad, even Maddox, they would have pointed out my flaws at every turn. My family had certainly launched every particle of blame they could at me. Rosabel didn't do that. She pointed out my imperfections, sure, but she hadn't done that to be nasty. Something told me she'd done it to help me. I wasn't sure how to tell her what that meant to me, not without crossing this line I'd drawn for myself. Tucking her wallet back into her purse, Rosabel stood. She crossed to my side and offered me that hand of hers. Come on, Grump. Let's find her a present and see if we can't cheer you both up. Her hand was right there. Logically, I knew I had to keep fighting the battle, yet something other than logic took over. I acted on impulse. Without thinking, I took her hand, and almost as if someone other than me was driving the action, I brought it to my lips. It felt so natural, so right. I couldn't regret it. I heard Rosabel inhale a sharp gasp, but she didn't pull away. She should have. She should never have let me get close to her at all. If I'd only known how much harm doing so would cause, I would never have allowed myself that little liberty.
Chapter 25. Rosabel. The impression of Duncan's lips on my hand tormented me with every step I took. We walked together along Eureka Springs sidewalks, stopping at an antique shop, a quilt shop, and a comedy club. We even paused at the approach of a psychic reader who offered to foretell my future. I wanted to ask the psychic what the heck was going on with my boss and me, because things between us were changing so rapidly, I could hardly keep up. He'd never shown this much emotion on the surface. He'd wielded the tougher, masculine, manly emotions and brandished them like weapons at every one of his business ventures. But when it came to matters of the heart, Duncan kept those close. And yet, he was showing them to me now. That fact endeared him to me more than I wanted to admit. I found myself softening toward him even more. First, his thoughtfulness toward me, now this new realization. Duncan cared about things. He'd worked hard at his business the best way he knew how. He'd donated to charities just like his parents had. Little pieces I'd always noticed but had never paid much attention to before started clicking into place. I'd accused him of wanting to buy others' affections, but a new thought crossed my mind. I'd read this book once, about love languages and the ways people expressed and received love. I think you're a gifts kind of guy, I said as we passed a large window labeling the beautiful brick building as the New Orleans Hotel. The building did, in fact, look like something that belonged in New Orleans, with its multi-level brick interrupted by balconies above. What does that mean? That's how you show you care. You like to buy things for people. I'm sorry about what I said before. I guess I always thought you could just buy your way into anything. That having more than someone else was a power struggle for you. But that's your love language. Giving gifts. He scowled. You say that like there are other love languages. Sure, I said. There's acts of service, physical touch, quality time. Mine is words of affirmation. Words of what? I like to be told I'm pretty. Please and thank you. To be complimented when I do a good job. You do a good job, he said. No, you do a great job. I tucked my lips between my teeth, trying to ward off the unexpected heat in my chest and face. That wasn't an invitation. I'm serious. He paused near a sidewalk sandwich board. Its white painted frame surrounded a chalkboard on which the words, "It's the little things," were scrawled with calligraphy. The neighboring shop was labeled, "Little Things, Souvenirs, and Gifts." Duncan gestured to it, opening the door and waiting for me to enter first. I could tell after a single day that I'd never find a woman as capable as you. He'd complimented me when he'd given me the flute earlier, but I didn't know how to accept it now any better than I did then. If coffee making is my only skill, then that compliment is severely lacking. He scowled again at the contents on the tables, hands in his pockets, an internal battle taking place inside. What was bothering him so much? What's wrong? I asked. Nothing. Tell me. I didn't want him to close up. Not again. He turned toward me and opened his mouth. Then he clamped his teeth shut. After shaking his head, he gave in to whatever was going on inside. I know I mentioned the other woman couldn't handle my coffee, but there were more issues than that. She didn't organize the papers on my desk or open the blinds in my office, so the sunlight spilled in. She didn't turn my plant 3/4, so the other leaves got their fair share of light. My cheeks heated even more. I never knew you paid so much attention. She didn't have a breakdown of my day ready for me. How could she have known to do that if she didn't plan your schedule the day before? She didn't greet others in my office, even though they said nasty things to her behind her back. She didn't answer the phone, pronouncing herself as my assistant. You obviously didn't train her to do any of those things, I argued, my chest heating with the surge of his attention. I doubted she'd been there long enough, honestly. From what he'd told me, she'd lasted about an hour before he'd fired her. I read instead what he was really saying. He'd noticed me doing all of these things. Even the lack of connection with others in their cubicles and how hard I tried to ignore the things they said about me. I didn't train you either, he said. You just showed up fully operational and hit the ground running. I expelled a breath and stared at the lineup of teddy bears on the shelf nearest to me. Boy, when I ask for compliments, I get them. You don't have to take that whole love languages thing so seriously. His scowl returned. I'm not overdoing anything. He flicked through several cups with the words, Eureka Springs, Arkansas, on them. I'm being honest, like I should have been from the start. Before I could respond, he shuffled toward the back of the store. My thoughts fled. I wasn't just flattered. I was touched. Hyper-awareness stole across my entire body, stealing my breath and rendering my knees the consistency of jelly. Here I'd thought Duncan never paid attention to anything or appreciated anything I did. But he had. He had. I'd never had a compliment take me so much by surprise. No man had ever paid so much attention to me and then voiced what he saw and liked the way Duncan just did. It took me several moments before I recovered enough to really see what I was looking at. I inhaled, steeling myself. Shopping. Right. We were trying to find something for Duncan's grandma. License plates from various states lined the back wall. Trinkets, knickknacks, and all kinds of various items were for sale, but everything was too kitschy. Though I didn't know her well, from our brief meeting, I suspected Grandma wouldn't be impressed with pig-shaped salt and pepper shakers or striped aprons. Duncan seemed to sense the same thing. He meandered toward a collection of comic books filed in white buckets and then inspected a few t-shirts, holding one up for me. It was blue with a circular logo displaying the town name. I wouldn't mind a souvenir t-shirt from a town like this. I gave in and joined him, reaching instead for a nearby pink tee. His shoulder brushed mine, stoking the fire in my chest. New flames danced, surging inside of me with heat. Taking another breath was harder than it should have been, especially because I remembered our moment on the trolley. I remembered how it had felt to have his hand on my stomach, how it felt to have him hold me, and I wanted him to do it again. "I never knew you saw me like that," I said softly, holding up a brown t-shirt speckled with mountains this time. "I never knew you saw me as anything but an errand girl." He lowered the shirt, making way so I could get a better look at him. My breath caught. Under the influence of his glance, I couldn't look anywhere else. "You've never been just an errand girl." "Then how come you never treated me differently?" He scowled, making me suspect that internal battle warred inside of him once more. "I tried to," he gritted out. You struck me from the start." He squinted over his shoulder as though worried we'd be overheard. A pair of women tottered into the shop. Duncan inched closer, driving me wild with his nearness and the smell of his cologne. "But the cubicle giraffes noticed? I think that's how the rumors started in the first place. And there was that boyfriend of yours, too." I held the shirt to my chest. Memories of those early days working in his office surfaced as distinctly as stepping on snow with bare feet. Stark, obvious, and shrill. Duncan had been friendly, flirty even. He'd been kind. He'd gone out of his way to talk to me. It was why I'd stayed. At first. Then the whispers had started. He must have heard them too, because it had been as though a switch had been flipped. Duncan had changed so instantly toward me, treating me with the same coldness everyone else received. I'd considered leaving, but by then my first paycheck had come, and it had been substantially more than I'd gotten from any other job I'd had. So I'd stayed. The Aster in me, Dad's lessons of going the extra mile, of doing my best no matter what, kept me trying despite my beastly boss and the whispered things the other women said under their breaths every time I passed. "In that case, I'm going to remember that the rumors were your fault," I said. "Part of me wishes I'd never stopped paying attention to you." I went rigid, my mind filled with cotton. "And the other part?" I practically whispered. He peered at me, his eyes pained, his expression unreadable. "The other part knows I shouldn't be stupid enough to give in." Duncan's admissions were aligning with something inside of me, something I wasn't sure I was ready to confront yet. What was he talking about? What was I thinking? I shouldn't wish he'd paid more attention to me. I shouldn't wish his confession didn't hurt so much. But I did. I wanted things to be different between us. I wanted to be closer to him. Why did he think that would be a problem? I wasn't with Pete anymore. I couldn't see what was holding him back. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Why would giving in be stupid?" He thumbed through another stack of t-shirts, selecting a black one bearing the town's name. He took the pink one I held and made his way toward the register without another word. I trembled from head to toe. It was a sensation I wasn't used to. I couldn't make sense of what was going on. Duncan had asked to date me before we'd even left Vermont. But I hadn't taken him seriously for a second. I never would have believed he cared that much for me. But now? In his humility, in this weird bubble of openness and confusion we'd blown around ourselves, he was acting more genuinely than I'd ever seen him. From the sound of things, from these heated interactions we kept having, he liked me. Like liked me. The realization threw me more than if I'd been struck with a baseball to the head. The rumors, the stolen glances, the request to be something more. He'd meant it all. He paid for the t-shirts and waited for me to join him by the door. "Something tells me my grandma wouldn't appreciate a souvenir t-shirt," he said. I tucked my hair behind my ear. "Yeah," I said. "Let's keep looking." Fluttering tingled through me, We walked up the street together, all while a new awareness of him strung through me. I noticed every step he took, the way his hand swayed at his side, begging me to take it, the scraping of his shoes on the pavement. More than sight, though, I sensed him there. His warmth, his presence. I glanced at him several times, and every time he returned the attention with that same unreadable expression. Yet there was warmth in his eyes, too. Warmth and shared secrets. Something valuable and new and so unexpected it hit me like a wave every time. I tried keeping my attention on the shop signs. One store gave me enough pause that I stopped for a closer look. Hats of every shape and size filled the window display, and in elegant writing above the door were the words Le Chapeau. Hats and haberdashery. Le Chapeau? Duncan pronounced the words differently than I would have. Chapeau. That means hat in French. Let's go in here. Okay. I was eager for the distraction from the twists and turns in our conversation. The minute we entered, I was instantly enchanted. Below a decadent Tiffany-style lamp made of pieced glass in every color, stately stands laden with hats created a maze. Hats were sorted by style, many of which I'd seen before but didn't know the names of. Men's hats lined glass counters and were in shelved displays on the walls, while the women's hats each claimed its own peg on the stands. This was a forest all its own, a forest of color and style. I had the sudden urge to play dress-up, to try every single hat on and see how each accentuated my face. Yet another reason I love fashions of the past. I muttered to myself with a kind of reverence. They are impeccable. Duncan agreed. A pair of older women tittered over a red straw hat with a colorful purple sash around its middle. I beamed at them and moved closer to the hat trees. My hands were drawn to an elegant blue hat replete with feathers and ribbon along one side. For your grandma? I suggested. Duncan shook his head. Not really her style. What about you? Which do you like? Me? We're not shopping for me. Says who? He rested a hand on his hip, eyeing me. So I humored him. I inspected the selection, searching, looking. My eyes were instantly drawn to the collection of 1920s-style cloche hats, the kind that hugged the head and stopped at the ear like a bob. Several adorned faceless mannequins on the table, a cream one set off by a lacy band, a lavender one without adornments, a pink one sprayed with flowers on one side. Captivated, I reached for the woolen gray cloche hat, which was accentuated with a flat-seated bow at the back. Using the circular mirror on display, I fluffed my dark hair and placed the piece on my head. No, a woman said from across the store. Her graying hair was cropped short. She wore a beret with a little palm on the top and made her way toward us. My hands flew to remove the hat. I'm so sorry. I should have asked before trying it on. Nonsense. The woman waved me off, speaking with a French accent, with her R's in the back of her throat. Of course, you should try it on. With delicate hands, she tilted my hat to a more distinct angle on my head. Concentrating, she adjusted it a second time. There, the French woman said. She stood back to admire the shift. What do you think? I gazed at my reflection in the small mirror and was struck. This hat, with the small adjustments she'd given it, redefined the shape of my face and made my eyes pop. In an instant, I was a new woman. Chills trailed down my arms. I felt transformed, as though a layer I didn't know I possessed had been brought to light. I love it, I said, shooting a smile at Duncan and receiving one in return. This hat is definitely for you, the shop owner pronounced with pride. I was suddenly self-conscious. Her words fragmented the moment. No, not for me. We weren't here for me. I removed the hat and placed it back on its mannequin, catching a glimpse of the price tag and inadvertently stepping on Duncan's foot in the process. $140? For a hat? Oh no, I insisted. Duncan? A male voice called from across the store, cutting me off. The three of us paused. The shop owner and I turned toward the back where a tall man with brown hair and thick-rimmed glasses, waved and wove through the hat stands toward us. He wore a white button-up shirt and slacks. Duncan took a few steps forward. Wesley? Dude, Wesley said, lifting his arms. What are you doing here? I turned toward Duncan. Who's that? A blast from my past, he said, sounding stunned and a little like he was preparing for impact. Another one? I couldn't tell if this was a good thing or a bad thing. I read the conflict in his expression, but that had been in place most of the day. His uncertainty and shock reminded me of our visit to the Painted Lady. He was just as thrown at seeing this man as he'd been at finding Eudora at the door. Duncan went rigid. Either he wasn't happy this other man was approaching, or he was bracing himself as if for impact. Who was Wesley? What was it about this man that had Duncan so ill at ease?
Chapter 26. Duncan. First Eudora showing up out of the blue. Now Wesley? The last thing I needed right now was another reminder of the pact. I wanted to hook my arm through Rosabel's and steer her toward the door, to turn my back on Wesley and pretend I hadn't seen him. But that was only my skittishness speaking. In all reality, I had nothing against the man who'd only been at Sigma Phi Rho for a matter of days. In fact, I barely knew Wesley all that well. Adrian had been the one who'd kept in touch with everyone. How do you know each other? Rosabel asked. The fraternity, I muttered, not liking this at all. Here we'd finally found a store that had something grandmother might like, and the urge to bolt as though the building was on fire wouldn't leave me alone. I'd done everything I could to keep word about the frat and the pact from Rosabel. Wesley wouldn't bring it up now, would he? Though I hadn't been there, Hawk told me. Wes had come to Adrian and Gabby's wedding. He'd known about the mysterious cards that had shown up beneath each of the guys' plates during that rehearsal dinner thing. How much did he know about what else had gone on since? You know my Wesley? The woman who'd arranged Rosabel's hat asked. Wesley made his way to us before I could respond. I hadn't known him well back in the day. Wesley hadn't made it past the hazing night at Sigma Phi Rho when Ulrich and his brother Gray had accepted the pledge and signed their names to it. Nah, Wes had had more sense than any of the rest of us. He'd refused to sign a pledge to lifelong bachelorhood. He'd claimed he was already in love, and how the girl would never forgive him if he signed something so stupid. If only I'd had that much sense. I hadn't been in my right mind, though. I'd been thoroughly rejected by a girl I thought I loved. Sylvia had only wanted me for my family's money. One day she'd asked if she could borrow a huge sum. I'd told her I didn't have that kind of cash. Then, she'd had the gall to ask me to beg my parents to loan her the money. That had been a hard pass. Mom would never have gone for it. When Sylvia realized I wouldn't give her a dime, she'd pried herself out of my arms and out of my life. The stupid thing was I'd fallen for her. So her leaving me, the shallowness of her feelings, had really crushed me. From that day on, I'd been determined to never succumb to something as stupid as love. So when the pact had been presented to me, I'd signed it. Maddox had too. He'd been my roommate, my best friend, a better friend than I'd ever had before. In fact, I'd gotten close to many of the guys there. I hadn't wanted to give that up. So yeah, I'd signed it, hot-headed and determined that I knew just what I wanted for the rest of my life. If only I'd known the trouble that would cause. Rosabel smiled at Wesley, talking about how amazing the hats were and enchanting me all over again like she always did. If only I'd known about her, I never would have acted so rashly. What was that phrase? Youth is wasted on the young. Nah! If only there was some way to take the life experience I'd gained thus far and go back so I could make better choices. What are you doing here? Wesley asked, turning back to me. Shopping, I said. What else would we be doing here? Wesley laughed and socked me on the arm. I mean in Arkansas. You visiting for something? Did you come for the Mustang rally? Did he not know I was from here? I have family here, I said. We're just visiting. We? Wesley turned to Rosabel and laughed, swatting me on the chest. I see you finally found sense and gave up on that stupid pact. Is this your wife? I heard about Maddox and that model of his. Even Hawk and what's her name? Ella. They're tying the knot here soon. Didn't know you'd settled down, though. My wife. The thought fisted over my heart. He had no idea how badly I wanted her to be mine. This is Rosabel, I said, warding off more of his prattling. She's my assist. Friend, Rosabel said, offering her hand and cutting me off. We're friends. I eyed her. This was new, except if I were able to be totally honest, friend wasn't the term I would have picked. Wesley took it and shook it before eyeing me. Friends, huh? Yes, I said pointedly, trying not to notice the distinct change in what Rosabel introduced herself as. She'd insisted she was coming with me as my assistant. Nothing more. But saying we were friends, what did that mean? What about you? I asked. What are you doing here? I live here, Wesley said, backing up a step and lifting his hands as if presenting the shop. This is my mom's shop, and I moved in to help her with it. He's a good boy, the woman smiling beside him said in that French accent. Sweet, I said. Crickets could have noticeably chirped in the sustaining silence that followed. I wasn't going to make small talk. I wasn't going to imply that I wanted any more interaction with him after this. I didn't. Good to see you, I said, backing toward the door to make my intentions clear. You too, Wesley said. We should catch up sometime while you're here. Not likely. Adrian had been the one to keep in touch with the other freighters, not me. Sure, I said, because what else was I going to say? I backed up another step, hoping Rosabel noticed and would do the same. She peered at me for a moment before turning back to Wesley. Maybe you can help us, Rosabel said. We're looking for a gift for his grandmother. I withheld a groan. Could she not see my obvious attempt at escape? Sure, Wesley said, gesturing to his mother. That's her area of expertise. I just help fix the hats, keep things stocked, and clean up. I'll see you later, okay? Nice to meet you, Rosabel said, waving kindly as Wesley returned to approach a new set of customers who entered the shop. Now then, the woman said, turning to me. I had no choice but to retrace my steps and return to Rosabel's side. I'm guessing your grandmother is a woman of class. She is, I said, casting aside my reluctance. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea after all. Rosabel had a point. Grandmother would probably like many of the hats in here. At least Rosabel was able to keep her head right now. That was more than I could say for myself. Do you have something that might go with just about anything? I asked. But of course. The shop owner slid with grace toward the store's center. I did my best to follow, to not let my gaze or attention trail to Wesley. I didn't like that we'd run into him here. He hadn't signed the pact, so there was a good chance that Ulrich didn't have anything on him. But I still didn't like the fact that he might be watching Eureka Springs. What if he did have eyes and ears somewhere in this town, after all? First bumping into Eudora and now Wesley? I wanted to get out of here, to whisk her away to the lake house and never leave again. Do you make these? Rosabel's faint voice pulled me back into the present moment. I needed to stop worrying so much. I was freaking out over nothing, or so I told myself. Oui, I do. It's a family trade. She reached for a caramel-colored wool hat, distinguished by a black side bow. A gauze veil drifted from the front brim, not long enough or thick enough to really conceal anything. Clearly, its purpose was to tease. This is perfect, the woman said. The wide brim will suit her for any occasion. I agree, Rosabel said, casting a grin at me. His grandma will love it. I had no objections. If Rosabel loved it so much, then it was the one. We'll take it, I said, and that cloche one as well. Rosabel gaped at me. What? No? I insist. Her eyes narrowed as though she were trying to figure me out. I couldn't blame her. But we weren't leaving this shop without that hat for her, too. Not after the way her eyes had lit up when she'd seen herself in it. You will be the belle of any ball in that hat. C'est très joli. The shopkeeper rang up the hats as Wesley appeared from the back room. He and his mother had a rhythm, and I guess this was normal for them. She rang up the purchases. He prepped the inventory. Looks like you found a good one, he said, reaching for Rosabel's gray hat. His mother stilled him with a hand on his wrist. Wesley glanced at her, but she was smiling at Rosabel. Are you sure you don't want to wear it out? She asked. Really? She turned to me, like she needed my permission. I gave her a little shrug. It was up to her. Decision settled over her gaze at once. She chewed her lip, considering, and then gave a little nod. You know what? Why not? The shopkeeper smiled encouragingly and handed the hat over to her. Rosabel took the hat and, using the small mirror on the desk beside the register, positioned it on her head. She looked adorable. The shopkeeper was right. The hat really made her eyes pop. I will have Wesley provide you with a hat box for storage, ma chérie. The shopkeeper passed the second hat to Wesley, who took it through the door behind the register. Moments later, He returned with two glamorous white boxes in hand, each tied off with a red bow. "So good to see you," Wesley said, angling around to walk us out of the store. "Seriously, hit me up while you're in town. We could catch a ghost tour or something." "Ooh," Rosabel said. "That sounds interesting." "We'll see," I said. The last thing I wanted was to walk around fully exposed in Eureka Springs at night. I wasn't sure why, but my uncertainty increased with every step we took to the door. I still didn't like that Wesley knew we were here. He didn't have any connection with Ulrich that I knew of, but warning still settled into my gut. "Trolley time?" I suggested, heavier hat box in hand while she carried her empty one. "Sounds good," she said, swinging the box at her side. Alone time was more like it. I wanted her away, far away out of the public eye, from packs and past stupidity, before it could come back to bite me. Then again, after the day we'd had together, being alone with Rosabel was probably not the best idea either.
Chapter 27. Rosabel. Duncan's gaze when he insisted on buying me the hat wouldn't leave me alone. His eyes had been filled with both riddles and confessions. He'd given me that look before, in his office, when I'd had the sensation of being watched only to turn and find his attention on me. Realization had dawned over me like a sunrise in that moment. As wrong as even he had admitted it had been, Duncan's gruffness had been an effort to protect me from the office gossip. Now that we were back at the lake house, I lay on my cushy bed and stared at the white hat box on the dresser. The minute we'd returned, I'd placed the hat there for safekeeping and settled onto my bed, staring at the designs on the ceiling, needing time to process the befuddling, bewitching afternoon. My pulse thrummed in my stomach. For me, knowing someone cared about me made me that much more aware of him in return. After his revelations earlier, and the way my mind recalled clues I'd previously ignored, I couldn't deny the reality any longer. Duncan Hawthorne, my beastly boss, was into me. He had been for a while now, I'd guess. And I'd been completely oblivious. Now that I knew, I wasn't sure what I was going to do about it. Living in the same house didn't help. I had so many questions. I wanted to make it up to him for judging him so badly. But honestly, what was I supposed to think? I'd thought he was heartless. To be fair, there had been times when he'd acted like Linus Larrabee from Sabrina, the world's only living heart donor. But the truth was, I liked him too. I hadn't wanted to. I'd fought my attraction to him on a daily basis. Being around him had been a constant struggle. I'd managed by closing myself off from him as much as I possibly could. What was I going to do now? I sighed and rolled over onto my side, snatching a second pillow to hug to my chest. The pillow's fabric was cold, and I pressed my cheek against it, hoping that would cool the flush in my skin. But memories cascaded in, bashing into me from all sides. Stolen glances, the heat of his body close to mine, admissions and kind words, his quiet gestures. I hugged the pillow tighter, fighting the realization storming in on all sides. My body trembled and I sat up, staring out at the dark sky through my window. "Oh my gosh," I said in the quiet room. I wasn't just into him too. I'd crashed hard for him, and I hadn't even realized how much. My mouth was a desert. I needed some water. I strode down to the kitchen, praying he stayed in his room, praying I wouldn't run into Nicole or Pat either. Fortunately, the kitchen was empty, which made sense. It was nearing 9 p.m., too late to be doing any kind of cooking. I retrieved one of the drinks he'd stocked for me in the fridge, cracked it open, and wandered through parts of the house I hadn't yet seen. I had to admit, my curiosity about the book room Clive had mentioned was too strong to ignore. It took several doors before I finally found it. Shelves claimed the majority of the back wall, while several fat armchairs in shades of delicate sage green were situated on a rug on either side of a coffee table. I gazed at the lovely room while tremors of longing stole through me. Quietly, I approached the shelves and examined the titles. The Duke's Demise? A Heart Abandoned? Blazing Cowboy? They're all romances, I muttered. Definitely not the kind of thing I ever pictured Duncan reading. A conversation we'd had at the office replayed in my mind. He'd walked in on me reading during my lunch break. He'd asked about the book, about how I loved reading, about how romances were my favorite. My knees grew weak. I staggered to one of the chairs, needing its support more than ever. He picked these for me, I muttered. Or he had his staff do so. Either way, I was struck. The flute, the fridge, the trolley pass. I'd been blind. So blind. My earlier resolve to avoid him changed like a flipped coin. I took it back. The truth was, I wanted him. I wanted to be where he was, to know what he was doing. I wanted to hear his voice. The room was lovely and faced the front of the house, so I was sure buckets of sunlight pooled onto the inviting armchairs. Another time, I'd sit and browse, pick a book from the shelf and get to know it for a while, but I flicked off the light and kept going. He wasn't in his bedroom, so I trundled down the stairs to the open room where the pool table was set up behind a huge couch. A massive wall remained white and uncovered, and a projector hung from the ceiling, suggesting this was the place to watch movies. Maybe that was something we could do. It could be an opportunity to spend time together without having to say anything. I pictured nestling beside Duncan on the couch. I pictured the way his hand would find mine. The way we'd forget all about the movie completely as we got wrapped up in one another instead. Sounds came from down the hall, in a direction I knew well enough. From the light beaming through the open gym door, I'd guessed Duncan was working out. I meandered toward him, and my heart climbed higher into my throat with every step. The sound of repetitive thumps and grunts alerted me, and sure enough, I found him facing down the large punching bag. He'd stripped down to only jogging pants. Sweat glistened on his muscled torso, and I took in every ridge, every line of his abs, the swells in his shoulders and biceps. He bounced on his toes, eyeing his target for several seconds before darting a jab with a wrapped hand in the center, causing the punching bag to sway. I went weak. A blaze radiated in my chest as I watched the lines of his back respond to his movements. He was beautiful, strong and beautiful. "What did that bag ever do to you?" I asked, mostly to still my fluttering heart. Duncan paused and faced me, lifting a hand to wipe his cheek. His eyes didn't light up at the sight of me. If anything, they thundered. He was upset that I was here. Why, though? What was going on? "What are you doing here?" he asked, crossing the room to where his water bottle sat on the end of the line of weights. He grasped it and tipped it up for a drink. "I owe you an apology." His scowl deepened. He lowered his water bottle. "For what?" "For what I said about love." Setting the water bottle down, he retrieved the small towel next to it and wiped his face. "No, you don't. You're free to tell me things even if I don't want to hear them." That was unexpected. Why was he acting gruff and distant again? I stepped closer as if treading on broken glass, waiting for the openness we'd shared to return. It didn't. He turned his back to me, and thanks to the mirror on the back wall, I could see his scowl. I had to get the other Duncan back. The kind one, the open one. The one who'd been my friend today. The one who did sweet things for me like stocking his house with romance novels. "Who's Wesley?" I asked. "How do you know him?" Duncan stalked to where his shirt rested on a chair in the corner. He slipped it over his head, pulling it to cover his abs, which was a shame, since they were so pretty. "Wesley and I went to the same fraternity for about a day." "A day? I thought you were friends." He grunted. "Acquaintances is more like it." Wesley hadn't acted that way. He'd been excited to see Duncan today. He'd acted like they'd known each other much longer. "I don't get it," I said. He faced me, lifting his arm across his torso for a stretch. "That's all I'm going to say about it." "Stop," I said, my frustration mounting. Duncan glowered at me. "Stop what?" "Don't do this. Don't revert back to your old self, not after the day we've shared. Tell me what's going on." "You owe me that much. What's going on?" "Does this have to do with Eudora or Wesley? Why are you pulling away from me again?" "The less you know, the better." "What does that even mean? It has something to do with me, doesn't it?" "Doesn't it?" I demanded when he didn't answer right away. "What is it? Please, I know you don't want me here." A scoff escaped. He spoke over his shoulder as he stretched his other arm. You know nothing. Exactly. Why do you push me away? We're in this tug of war where you're holding all the strings. Why do I feel like you're a decent person one minute and a viper the next? Why do you let me in close and then push me away? Why? Duncan's hands lowered to his sides. I can't let you close. What? He grimaced and slammed a fist into his punching bag, though it wasn't as hard as his usual hits. This was just for something to do. I moved closer and caught the bag mid-sway. What's it going to hurt, Duncan? What's really going to happen that's so bad? That I might like you? I don't want you getting hurt. He pointed toward the door behind me as though an enemy would enter any minute. By whom? You hurt me every day, with your coldness and your whiplash. Especially more so now since I see this other side of you. This caring side that you've kept so secret. You're hiding something. Please tell me what it is. Trust me enough to tell me. Let me in. Don't push me away. His eyes turned glossy, as clear as pools of water, and so bare I could see myself in them. His lips curled over his teeth and a growl escaped. You won't let this go, will you? He said. I thought my persistence was what you liked about me. Duncan slammed his water down. I never do anything casually. I'm intentional in everything I do. And if I'm pushing you away, there's a reason. Then keep me away. That would be better than being jerked from one extreme to the other. I was getting whiplash from his rapidly changing emotions. I can't. Why? That's better than letting me in only to push me away again. Or just be decent. Be kind. Be my friend. I don't know how. His voice sounded so defeated it was almost laughable. I don't believe that. You have Maddox and Hawk and whoever this Wesley is. You're a good friend to them. Why not to me? Because... He grimaced, baring his teeth and turning away. Just let it be enough, okay? The weights weren't the only heavy thing in this room. I was tired of carrying it all. I took a step closer to him, catching a glimpse in the mirror of us moving like magnets, my every step repelling him. It's not, I said. If you can't tell me right now, then I'm going home. I'll forfeit Dad's care. I don't need your help. I can find another way to pay for what he needs. The words tasted so bitter on the way out, but they were true. I could find a way to help him without Duncan's money. I waited so long I thought he wouldn't speak. He kept his back to me, his hands fisted at his sides. I stared at the lineup of weights, at the treadmill I had yet to use, at the 2 punching bags and the bright blue exercise ball in the corner and the boxing gloves and face mask on another shelf. Fine. If that was how he was going to play this, I wouldn't give him another speck of my attention or waste any more of my heart on him. I couldn't handle it anymore. I turned to leave. My phone was out. I'd search for flights. I'd have to let Sarah know. I could message her and tell her. But Duncan's voice caught me before I reached the door. I'm a fighter, he said. I paused, peering back at him. He breathed hard, shoulders rising as he unwound the tape he'd used to bandage his hands. He unwound it faster and faster, removing it and tossing it to the ground. I fight. I used to box. I take jujitsu because I like to see if I can beat the guy who knocked me down last time. I like to do everything I can to have the advantage in any situation I'm in, whether it's business or relationships. Even with the guys, I make sure I'm staying as on top of things as I can when we're hanging out. I could believe that. He was so on top of things, it was disgusting sometimes. I didn't respond. Clearly, this was difficult for him, and he was opening up to me again. I wasn't going to stop that now. I'm a fighter, he said again, turning to face me. The shapes of his arms and his black shirt, the marks from the bands around his wrists and palms were evidence enough of that. And this particular battle has been going on for far too long. What battle? My heart was in my throat. He stepped toward me. His eyes were on fire. I think you know. My pulse beat outside my body, dimming my vision, leaving him at the center of everything. What was he saying? I'm done fighting, he said, standing just in front of me. His ravenous eyes blazed. His mouth was firm. His every attention was on me. I wasn't sure I could speak, but I tried. Fighting what? I whispered. Myself, he said. Tension pulsed in the silence that followed. Do you hate me for how I've treated you? He asked. What? Do you? His presence was too warm, too distracting. I don't hate you. What if I loved you? My breath caught. I drowned in his gaze. Do you? I asked what if I did. I pressed my palms to my stomach, unsure of what he was getting at. What did he want me to say? Was he asking for my permission? You tell me, I said. His eyes darted between mine, and then his hand slid to the back of my head. His fingers knotted in my hair, and he lowered his face to mine. He matched his forehead to mine, squeezing his eyes shut. His other arm tightened around me, keeping me close, and his body peeled with effervescent energy, as though he'd been wanting to do this for far too long. I thrilled at the embrace. He was breaking me apart and putting me back together all at once. I love you, Rosabel, he said gruffly, and I hope you'll forgive me for what may come because of it. But I can't fight it anymore. I don't want to anymore. Then don't, I said, thriving on the need seeping from him, echoing it with my own. He lingered, gauging me. Tension strung between us, and desire thrummed along with it, beating the air like wings. I reached for him, fisting my hand at the back of his hair and pulling his face back to me. Kiss me, Duncan. I want you to. He surrendered. I felt his body both cave in and amp up at once as backed me up against the wall and his mouth claimed mine. His kiss surged, hot and filled with desperation I couldn't understand and could only try to match. Every touch seared and yet made me want more. His kiss felt purging somehow, like everything he'd been suppressing for who knew how long was finally being let free. And I basked in that freedom. I drank in every taste, matching it with my own. His kiss slowed and took on a different tempo. His hands roved, skimming along my arms, my waist, trailing up to cradle my jaw. It was as though he wanted to explore every inch of me, and when he skimmed them down my hips and guided me closer, lips still scaling mine, I dug my fingers into his shoulders, clinging to him. He was unraveling me one seam at a time. He was stitching me back together. His fingers trailed down my arms, catching my fingers in his. These hands. Gaze sultry, he brought my fingers to his mouth, planting kisses along my wrist and the base of my palms. He closed in, trailing those kisses along my shoulders, my collarbones, my throat. This neck. He took his time, lingering at the space just below my ear, making my lashes flutter. Cradling my face like I was breakable, he placed a tender kiss over each of my eyes. These eyes that don't miss a thing. He kissed my brows, my forehead, my hairline, pausing to inhale deeply and drink me in. And this mouth. Don't even get me started on this mouth. I giggled at the ravenous smirk on his face before he took my lips once more. I lost myself in him. His touch, his mouth, his embrace. He opened his mouth against mine, deepening, overtaking me. His kiss slowed. His hands rested at my waist, and he pulled away, breathing hard. I love all of you, Rosie, he said. Your mind, your heart, your sweetness, and that bit of spice you fling at anyone who messes with you. Even me. I love you. You don't know how long I've waited to say those words. How long? I asked, smiling, thrilling at hearing them, barely able to keep up. Since you started working for me. Since the day you got me out of the bar and took me home. Since you called out Gail for backtalking against Charity for something she didn't do. Since you insisted on keeping hard copies of everything, even though I wanted it all digital. Since the day I woke up and you were the first thing on my mind, and you stayed right there all day long no matter what I did. You took over me, one day at a time, until I was too helplessly under your spell to do anything to stop it. He stole another kiss, his lips warm and sweet. Why didn't you do anything before now? I asked. Why hide it? The rumors? He closed his eyes and shook his head. Not just the rumors. I never intended to get so close to you. I never wanted you to know. His voice turned grim. Settling his hands at my hips, he glowered at me with meaningful intention. Why not? What's that look for? Did this have something to do with whatever he was hiding from me? He shook his head again as though that would chase away whatever demons plagued him. You say you don't hate me, he said, but after I tell you the truth, you will. Chapter 28. Rosabel. What could he be hiding that would possibly make me hate him that much? Not possible, I said. Except that it is. What are you talking about? I asked. He was confusing me all over again. So, using the back of his hand, he grazed my cheek with his knuckles. Remember when we met Wesley? And Eudora? They both mentioned something I hoped you didn't catch, but knowing you, you probably heard. I forced my mind back to those distinct moments, trying to recall things that had been said. Both times I'd felt confused, because sure enough, they'd each mentioned something I had no reference to. They both mentioned some kind of pact, I said. What pact? Duncan's chest rose and fell. A look of defeat settled over him. He took my hand in his and led me to the bench along the back wall. I sat first, and then he joined me, keeping my hand in his. In college, I made a pledge not to fall in love. There weren't supposed to be any real ramifications, but a few of the frauders have taken our promises to the extreme. What kind of extreme? They're targeting the women we're falling for. I stared at the equipment mats on the rubber flooring. The little things Duncan had said began clicking into place, making more sense than they had at the time. His denial, all the reasons he'd claimed about his concerns for my safety. You can't seriously think anything will happen to me because of your feelings for me, I said. Why do you think Wonderland was targeted? And you heard about Hawk and Ella, how she was framed for theft at his company. It's all connected. And we're next. We? You and me, because of how I feel about you. I couldn't grasp this. How could he put any kind of stock in these threats now that the culprit had been caught? But I thought the guy who attacked Wonderland is in jail. Duncan's hands fisted in his lap so hard the veins in his forearms bulged. He escaped. When he was being transported from the county jail to the state pen, he had some cronies intercept. They crashed into the vehicle carrying him. The driver died. Several of the guards were injured, and in the back of the van, the chains had been cut. My stomach plunged. He escaped? We don't know where he is. Why else do you think I brought you here? Sequestered, alone with just me? I wasn't going to take a chance on him finding you. Duncan had said things about his lake house, about how he hoped it was far enough away. His obtuse comments now made total sense. That was why. His desperation. The pleading to be his girlfriend, to come home with him. He'd been scared for me. This wasn't about coffee, was it? He laughed, sliding his arm around me and pressing a kiss to my temple. It's never been about coffee. I rested my head against his shoulder, allowing this newfound connection between us to thread itself more fully. My fingers found his free hand and wove through his. He didn't pull away. He held on, keeping me. The push and pull of the last year and a half was gone. He'd finally surrendered. I had too. And for the first time since I'd known him, being together was easy. Which was ironic, since according to Duncan, we were sitting ducks. So, I thought back to the conversation Duncan and Wesley had had. So many details I hadn't understood now started to make sense. A jailbreak. Yep. It's the reason I didn't like you running by yourself. Why I hated the thought of having you leave on your own if you decided to go back to Westville, even though I knew it was what was best for you. Do you really think whoever this is? His name is Ulrich Phillips. He was part of Sigma Phi Rho and took the pact more seriously than the rest of us. He first went after Adrian. He and this other guy, Will. But that's another story in and of itself. How? What did he do? We think he started a company called Wolf Industries. He used that company to target and steal Adrian's clientele. Then Will kidnapped Gabby and threatened her. At first, we thought the incidents were related, but now I'm starting to think the timing was just coincidental. You mean they both went after Adrian but didn't know it? Yeah, I think so. Will went to jail, but the attacks didn't stop. And Ulrich did many things to imply that he was the wolf part of Wolf Industries, so I'm guessing he's the one who started the company. You're kidding. I wish I was. I've had someone looking into Wolf Industries, he said. Adrian has been investigating it for months now, and we've found no leads whatsoever. I was sure that was saying something. I didn't know Adrian Bear all that well, but I knew Duncan, and he had ample resources at his disposal. Wolf Industries, I said. The thought of this mysterious business and its psychotic owner sending waves of fear through me. Everyone in Westville had heard about Ella being framed for stealing things from Ever After Sweet Shop, only to have evidence prove otherwise. It turned out that she was framed. Duncan was saying the man who'd framed her was this Ulrich Phillips, and then he'd been the idiot who'd vandalized and targeted Wonderland last spring. Wolf Industries isn't your typical business, Duncan said, skimming his fingers down my arm and raising the hairs there. It's only been established to see that the pact impacts each of us who signed it. And now that Ulrich is out of jail again, it's only a matter of time before he comes after you next. I couldn't remain sitting. Then take it down. Duncan shifted, resting his hands on his thighs. It's not that simple. We discontinued the pact, but as for Wolf Industries, we don't know who's working there. According to the internet, the company has been disbanded. What have you tried? I asked. They had a website, but it's down. And whatever information they used regarding their identities was falsified. There are no annual reports, regulatory filings, or press releases or anything like that. All of the reviews that were on the site were fabricated, as far as we can tell. We tried finding industry reports or any kind of networking the company may have had, like on LinkedIn. You know? I nodded. But we've come up empty-handed every time. Even the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission's database has come up short. I have every resource at my disposal, but Ulrich is good, Rose. He was a genius back at the frat, and he's giving this everything he has. He's covered his tracks, evading everything we try. With something like this, they haven't left the typical trail. So Wolf Industries is still operational, I said, but only in a black market kind of sense or something? The thought was chilling. This reminded me of terrorism, like the business was in place for the sole purpose of being nefarious and causing harm to others. A company with no regulations, with no restraints, would stop at nothing to get whatever whoever started it wanted. Exactly. I've been talking to the guys. We're trying to find out more, but with no leads. There are no breadcrumbs to follow. I hugged my arms around my torso, not liking this at all. No wonder Duncan had tried keeping me away for so long. Desperation overtook his expression. He rose to his feet. I inched in, wanting to be as close to him as I could. He placed his hands on my shoulders. That was why I couldn't tell you how I felt. Why I pushed you away. I swore not to fall in love, but you got to me anyway. I shivered, losing myself in his eyes once more. Despite everything he confessed, I didn't hate him for this. I didn't fault him for a mistake he'd made so long ago. It wasn't his fault all of this was happening. And despite the danger, I couldn't help the rapture taking over me. He loved me. A man like Duncan Hawthorne. Brooding, strong, sulky, grumpy, sexy, thoughtful, powerful, and so inwardly kind loved me. My lips quirked upward. I wondered. His brows gave the gentlest lift as he allowed amusement to cast his worries aside. You did not? Not back in Vermont, but here in Arkansas? Seeing this other side of you, spending all this time with you, yeah. I wondered. Duncan pulled me to his chest, holding me close. I lost myself in the beat of his heart, in his warmth. I lost myself in him. Is that why you've stayed with me? He asked. His voice rumbled through his chest. Why you didn't go? I wrapped my arms around his waist. Are you kidding? I'm here for the money. Duncan pulled back just enough. Bemusement flashed in his expression. You're not that shallow. You have more self-respect than that. You wouldn't have let me kiss you just now if you didn't feel something for me. You left me hanging long enough, I said, deciding to tease him. So you're going to do the same to me, is that it? What if I did? That's okay. Now you know. Now I don't have to hide it from you, but I still need to keep my feelings to myself. No more kisses? None. Not even if I do this? I nuzzled my nose against his cheek. Duncan groaned. Or this. I nipped his ear with my teeth. His hand fisted behind my back. Moving slowly, gradually, I tiptoed up so my mouth hovered molecules away from his. His breath mingled with mine. Or this? Tension crackled between us, but he had the resistance of a saint because he swallowed and didn't move in like I wanted him to. I wanted more of his passion. I wanted the openness he'd shown me. I don't want anything happening to you, he said with effort. The words brushed my lips as he said them, but he didn't close his eyes and kiss me. He didn't wrap his arms around me. In fact, after a pained glance, he took a step away. I thought you weren't going to fight your feelings anymore, I said. You're not helping. What's the problem? You love me, Duncan. And I... His eyes flashed. You? Knowing it would torment him, I bridged the gap he'd created. I pressed my chest against his and gave his lips a little peck. Duncan growled. He wrapped his arms around me and crashed his mouth to mine once more. This kiss was as savory as before, making my head spin and lifting my feet from the ground all at once. They know I love you, he said, holding me close and pressing his cheek to mine. They'll hurt you because of how I feel about you. I can't let that happen. I can't let anything happen to you. There. He lowered me back to the ground and ran a hand through his hair. Really, I should have fired you a long time ago. I should have let all of this go, let you move on, tried to move on myself. But I couldn't. And if anything happens to you now, what makes you think something will happen to me? You keep saying we're next. How do you even know that? There was every chance that nothing would happen at all. Sure, Ulrich had escaped, but so what? What made Duncan so certain we were the next target? His forehead furrowed with concern. It'll be easier if I showed you. He took my hand and guided me up the stairs and into his bedroom. While the sight of his bed sent my brain reeling in 1,000 different directions, he guided me to sit and then went into his closet, returning with a manila folder. His face dour, he handed the folder to me. What's this? I opened it, finding several small notes stacked inside. The first one said, I know how you feel about her. The second one said, it's not over yet. I've had them fingerprinted, but there are no traces of anything suspicious other than the notes themselves. Ulrich had been in jail when I got this one. He pointed to the first. But this one came after he got out. The guys think he's not behind them, but it's related to the frat, to the pledge. I promised not to fall in love, but I did anyway. You bulldozed my good sense. He smirked at this, bringing out that dimple. I trailed a finger across the printed font on the two notes. You should have told me. Duncan continued pacing in the space between the bed and his dresser. How was I supposed to have done that? Telling you would have put you in danger sooner. I wasn't sure about that. It sounded like whoever this was knew how he felt about me a long time before I did. If so, why didn't they do anything before now? Then again, from what I knew, they'd been too busy targeting Maddox, Adeli, and Wonderland. Did this Ulrich person just get bored easily? What made him so nasty? So, now what? I asked, setting the notes and the folder aside. We pretend what we feel for each other doesn't exist? Duncan stopped pacing and stared at me. What did you say? Which part? We pretend... His throat worked through a swallow. We feel? You do feel something for me. Tell me. I lifted my chin. You're too bossy for your own good. Without any warning, he bowled me over onto the bed, rolling with me until I was sandwiched between him and the pillows. Duncan lay over me, stroking my cheek with his hands. "Tell me," he said. "Please." My smile grew. "Please? You're using that word? Isn't that what you wanted?" I remembered a previous conversation in the weight room. He'd said if he loved me, I wouldn't know what hit me, that he would give in to everything I wanted because he loved me. He was doing that. And boy, was he right. I wasn't sure how I was going to handle this affectionate, loving Duncan. He was going to consume me if I wasn't careful. He kissed me long and hard, stroking my hair away from my face. "Please, Rosabel, if you love me, tell me." "I thought you said it didn't matter." He rested his head on the bed beside me. "You're killing me here, Rose." I grinned, holding his face in my hands and reading the request in his eyes. Before I could speak the words, I felt them coursing through me, filling me with more certainty than I knew I had until that moment. "I love you," I said. "I've seen this other side of you, Duncan, a side I couldn't understand because it contradicted the mask you put on for everyone else. It was like you were trying to hide how good you were or something. I never understood it. But now you do." "Yeah, I do." He rolled with me again, and this time I settled against his chest. I wrapped my arms around him and rested my cheek against his chest, hearing his heartbeat. "Let's leave. I'll take you away," he said, stroking my hair away from my neck so he could trail his fingers along the skin there. I shuddered at the way my skin tingled. "I thought you already did." "Farther. We'll go somewhere far. Live in Fiji or on the coast of India until this all blows over." Running away with Duncan Hawthorne was a savory temptation. I pictured it, living off the grid like Jason Bourne, away from anyone we knew, relying solely on one another. The thought was delirious, but like any dream, it faded all too quickly. I couldn't leave Dad. Wherever we went, we'd have to take him with us. And I wasn't sure we could hide sufficiently while getting him the care he needed. There was another barrier to that plan as well. "What about your grandma's birthday party?" I said. "What about your business and all the people who work for you?" He lifted a hand to prop it behind his head. "You always did keep me in line." "It's my job, assuming you still want me." "I want you." His mouth trailed along my throat, his voice deepening and growing throatier. "I want to scandalize everyone at work. I want to do exactly what they think we do while we're locked away in my office." His mouth trailed its way to my collarbone. I should push him away. I'll never hear the end of it. I could just picture Gail and the others in the break room and the gossip that would swirl then. They would actually have something valid to talk about then. "You're right," he said, kissing his way up my throat. "After this, I won't be able to keep my hands to myself. You'd better not come back to the office." "You're firing me now?" "With benefits." I laughed and rolled onto my side to find him smiling at me. A full-on smile from Duncan Hawthorne was a rare sight. He was so handsome it stole my breath. "I like your smile," I told him, tracing my thumb across his jaw and lower lip. The glee in his expression faded. "What?" His hands captured my wrists. He brought my hands to his mouth and placed soft kisses on my knuckles. I shivered at the feel of his breath on my skin. "I know I should do the right thing and let you go, but I don't want to. I never want you out of my sight." That could be a problem if he thought I was in so much danger. I sat up in the middle of his bed, running a hand through my hair and twisting it around one shoulder. "What are we going to do about the pact?" I asked. Duncan sat up too. He wrapped me in his arms and I went willingly. "It's Wolf Industries," he said. "I don't want to wait for them to make a move. I feel like we should act before Ulrich can, but I can't find where he's located. I have a PI searching, but he's not having much luck. I haven't heard any updates from him." "And we can't go anywhere yet," I said. "Your grandma's party is coming up." His hands stroked my back. He gazed off. You're right. I have to be there. I placed my hand on his knee. Then we go to her party. When it's done, when it's done, we'll leave. We'll take your dad with us, and I'll devote everything I can to finding Wolf Industries. He didn't finish the statement, but I heard the echoing threat regardless. He'd devote everything he could to finding Wolf Industries before they got to us first. Chapter 29. Rosabel. I couldn't sleep if I wanted to. While the kisses I'd shared with Duncan replayed in my dreams the entire night and woke me with a blast of adrenaline and stardust in my bloodstream, I couldn't help the conflict knotting in my sternum. I needed my run the next morning more than ever. The sun spilled in puddles of yellow and soft blue, lighting my room just enough. Hurriedly, I got dressed, eager for some fresh mountain air and to burn off this excess energy and sort through my thoughts. If only Mom was around. I could use someone to talk to. I had cousins, but I wasn't exactly close to any of them. I could call Sarah, I supposed. She'd been sending me updates on Dad via text, but I hadn't spoken with her for a few days, and talking to Duncan made me want to take that extra step in making sure everything was okay anyway. So I dialed her number. Light beamed off the surface of the lake. The usual fog shrouding its surface was gone this morning, and the light gleaming off of its blue surface was almost blindingly yellow in some places. "How's Dad doing?" I asked once Sarah answered. Sounds on the other end of the line were muffled. She was packing her knitting into her bag, I'd guess. "He's good. All set. My shift's over, so I'm about to take off, but Stacy is coming next." "Stacy?" Before I'd left for Arkansas, I'd checked over each nurse's experience in dealing with Alzheimer's, and the name Stacy wasn't familiar at all. Had she been on the list of in-home nurses and I just hadn't noticed? "She's with the In-Home Angels, the new healthcare. She's been here a few times now." I, okay, I said, as the unease I'd been fighting off all morning staked in deeper. "How is she? Is she good with him?" Sarah would know better than anyone. She'd been taking care of Dad longer than any of these other nurses and knew his personal quirks better than anyone except probably me. "Yeah, I think so. I don't hear any complaints." "You wouldn't," I muttered, not liking the troubled feeling in my gut. If Dad had a problem with one of his nurses, he wouldn't know enough to mention it, would he? I'd have to check my list of nurses again. Whoever this Stacy was, she was a professional. She'd been recommended by the In-Home Angels, and they wouldn't send someone to care for Dad who wasn't trustworthy. Duncan was paying good money to ensure Dad had the best care that he could. Right? It was no big deal. Duncan's warnings just had me on edge. I was freaking out over nothing. "Thanks for all you do, Sarah. Would you mind hanging around a little today and just making sure she's good with him?" "Like spy on her?" "No, yeah, just make sure he's okay." At least until I had the chance to look into her and make sure she was legit. "He's fine," Sarah said with a little laugh. "There's no need to worry. He's well fed, bathed, watched over, taken care of. Everything is okay. Why are you so worried?" "No reason," I lied, though Duncan's words about Ulrich having escaped and this pact hanging over our heads like an ominous rain cloud manifested itself all over again. The fear lumped in my chest, making itself nice and comfortable in there while I was anything but. "Thanks, Sarah." Now was the moment to bring up my other dilemma, but I'd never spoken to her about my feelings before. Not since high school, anyway. Doing so now felt too weird. I couldn't figure out a smooth way to bring it up, so I ended the call. "That went well," I muttered, slipping my phone into the side pocket of my leggings. I tiptoed through the quiet house, pausing for some water in the kitchen before broaching the front door this time. The crisp mountain air was a refreshing drink in and of itself. I inhaled, allowing it to course through me. Across the sleeping street, beams of golden light reflected in the large home's windows, emphasizing the massive windows at the top of the house's tower out front, making it gleam. As I strode down the porch steps and past the Italian villa-style house, its front door opened, and the woman I'd met during my first run here trotted out. Hazel wore ankle-length jogging pants, a neon pink tank top, and white sneakers. Her black hair was knotted on top of her head. She smiled and met me at the end of her drive. "Hey there, Rosabel, right?" "Hi," I said. "You look like you're ready to hit the pavement. Mind if I join you?" Hazel asked. "Not at all," I said. I'd been eager for company. Soon we took to a jogging pace and fell into stride beside one another, making for the sweetheart tree. I had the bizarre urge to gush about everything that had happened between Duncan and me, but I barely knew this woman. "So, what do you do?" I asked instead. "I'm a marketing executive," Hazel said, her breathing audible as she pumped her arms at her sides. "As a teenager, I had this idea for an online video streaming app for businesses that has really taken things to the next level. That app shot me into the big leagues business-wise. But I also help clients on a more personal basis, getting their businesses on their feet too. Personal consultation, you know? What about you?" The question triggered me. I'm the personal assistant to a successful businessman myself, and I may or may not be in love with my boss. I'm an assistant for Duncan Hawthorne. He owns the house across from yours, and he's having me help him conduct business while he's here. Business? Hazel peered at me with a smirk. Is that the only thing between you two? Spots appeared in my vision. What does that mean? I've lived here for a few years now, and I like to work in my tower. Gives me the best view of the lake since I didn't purchase a lot with the lake in my backyard, you know? And I see things sometimes. Wow, does that sound creepy or what? I laughed and slowed my pace, staring down at the lake to our right. A boat skimmed across its surface, causing ripples. Hazel slowed as well, and together we speed walked. And you thought we were together? Eudora had thought the same thing. Maybe Duncan and I gave off that vibe to everyone who saw us. The women at the office, Duncan's family, Eudora, now Hazel. Maybe some people just had a connection they couldn't hide no matter what they did. Looked that way to me. I shook my head. I can't believe I'm telling you this. But I hesitated. Hazel was no spy. She'd lived here longer than Duncan had. It wasn't like she'd bought her house just to snoop on him. Something told me she was a friend. What is it? Hazel asked. Things between Duncan and me have changed almost overnight. I don't quite know how to handle it. Changed how? Less like boss and employee and more like boyfriend and girlfriend? She had a little too much amusement in her tone. Yes, this is so different, so unexpected. I don't really know what to do. I couldn't really explain the rest of the situation. How he'd treated me the way he had for so long because he'd been trying to keep me away from him, to protect me. How the man who'd threatened his friends and the women they'd fallen for could now potentially be after me next. But you like him, right? Hazel asked, picking up the pace again. I followed, jogging closer to the line of trees as a car crawled past. I do, I said, experiencing a surge of freedom at the admission. Hazel wasn't anyone from home who knew me on a personal level. She wasn't someone from the office who'd throw my relationship with Duncan in my face at the first possible chance. Then what's the problem? Hazel veered off down a sharp turn beyond the trees, and together we ran along the opposite side of the lake. I didn't know how to explain the nature of my relationship with Duncan. It had been on eggshells, partially because of the attraction we'd both been feeling for so long, and neither of us had allowed ourselves to admit to. Thoughts of the pact aside, how could I go along with this change between us and trust him to stay the way he'd acted yesterday? How could I trust him to be someone I could stay close to? His family were cold and distant to one another. I didn't want a relationship like that. Cold and heartless could be his default setting. I couldn't let my heart get close to him only for the flame to douse and be replaced with icebergs and bitterness. He wouldn't go back to acting that way, would he? I want to make sure it's going to last, I said. That seemed like the best way to summarize what I couldn't quite put words to. Hazel slowed to a walk again and rested a hand on her hip. I captured my breath and glanced at my watch to check my steps. Sounds like you really want to, Hazel said, staring at the treetops. I attempted to slow my breathing as we rounded the final bend that would lead us past Hazel's and Duncan's houses once more. I, yeah, if I'm getting into something, I do. I want it to last. It hadn't with Pete. But Duncan was so different from that relationship. His attention and affection was a force to be reckoned with, and now that he let himself show both, I realized he'd been holding himself back and trying to hide his feelings for so long. Granted, he'd picked the worst possible way to hide those feelings, which was another reason I was so hesitant to accept things at face value. I'm no expert on love, Hazel said. I dated the same guy through college. When I thought Wesley was about to propose, he surprised me by breaking up instead. My brow furrowed. Ouch, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Hazel shrugged my sympathy off. I've blocked him in every way possible now, so I understand not wanting to get hurt. I guess you'll have to decide if this Duncan of yours is worth the risk. His kisses, his confession last night, those were definitely worth a risk. He'd also made promises that he would change. Promises that, so far, he'd stuck to. Promises that I'd continue to hold him to. He'd kept every one of them so far, even the vow to carry out acts of service. I just hadn't realized I would be the recipient of those acts. Hazel's tower came into view. The two of us jogged our way to the sidewalk in front of Duncan's house. The August sunlight fully blazed now, shrouding the air with warmth. Guess I'll head inside, Hazel said, resting her hands on her hips. Sweat darkened the back of her blue shirt. I suspected my pink one looked similar. Thanks for talking this out with me, I told Hazel as she traipsed toward the street. I really needed someone to talk to this morning. Hazel paced a few steps in a small circle, allowing her pulse to slow, no doubt. She graced me with a lovely smile. No problem, though I don't know how much help I was. You were, I reassured her. If I can ever return the favor, let me know. Sure thing. Maybe I'll bump into you again. With a wave, Hazel made for her house. I lingered outside a little while longer, trailing toward the back of the house in the immaculate rose garden situated back here. I followed the paved stone pathway toward a small white gazebo that served as an entryway for the magnificent spread of rose bushes I'd seen time and again through my window. Paved stones continued, creating a path between bushes that were as tall as I was and that dripped with white, pink, red, and even yellow blossoms. The occasional Cupid-esque statue was positioned along the path, threatening to stab an unsuspecting passerby with his stone arrow. One statue looked shyly on as if caught peeking. Mouth agape, I plunged through an archway that spilled roses along its every curve and followed the path toward a trickling pond, whose water collected a dozen or so pink petals on its surface. Multicolored petals littered the way, making me feel as though I strolled along a path of colored diamonds. My thoughts whirled from the beauty of this garden to the magic surrounding me, to the sweet, overriding smell of roses wafting in the lakeside air. The whole garden was dizzying. Dad would have loved this. He'd always stopped to point out different flowers to me or taken the time to tell me about things he'd read. Dad was a book aficionado. Maybe that was where I learned to love reading so much. My heart panged, and I thought again of the nurses watching over him. Of the nurse Sarah had mentioned. The nurse whose name I didn't recognize. I pulled my phone back out again and tapped through my emails until I found the one that In-Home Angels had sent me the morning I'd decided to come here with Duncan. I tapped through several of the documents they'd sent me, stopping when I came to the list of nurses. I skimmed down at the collection of names, and then, sure enough, at the bottom was a name I hadn't remembered. Stacy Montgomery. It's fine, I said, returning my phone to my pocket. He's fine. I'm just overreacting. Turning my back on the lake and the noisy boat, I climbed my way up to the road and jogged back to the lake house. But no matter how many times I tried to cast the worry aside, it wouldn't leave me alone. I showered, thinking maybe the hot water would succeed at washing this worry away. But it didn't. Not as I dressed in the pink Eureka Springs t-shirt Duncan had bought for me. Not as I dried my hair and pulled it into a braid. Not as I applied mascara and hurried downstairs. Noises clanged from the kitchen. Pat and Nicole's laughter and chatter echoed off the vaulted ceiling, and the smell of what I suspected to be a roast in a crock pot filled the entire main level, making me salivate. I peeked my head around and gave them each a little wave. "Hey, ladies," I said. Nicole dusted her hands on her apron. She was chewing on something and so gave me a tight-lipped smile. Pat turned away from the cutting board on the counter and waved to me. "Hey there, Rosabel. Anything we can get for you?" "I'm just looking for Duncan," I said. "Have you seen him?" The two women exchanged secret smiles. "What's that look for?" I asked. "That man is crazy about you," Pat said. The two women laughed like they were schoolgirls rather than middle-aged women. Their laughter was contagious. "I think I'm getting the idea." Nicole turned away from her cutting board and approached me. "You could do a lot worse than having a man like him. It's not my place to say anything, I know, but we've been watching you two, waiting for him to finally get over himself and tell you how he feels." "Did he tell you that he told me?" I asked in surprise. Why else would she have brought it up now? And considering how worried Duncan was, why would he have? It didn't seem like something he would do, not with how anxious he was about the ramifications of his feelings. "He's never said a word," Pat said. "But he doesn't have to. Anytime you're in the room, you're his light." My heart trembled at that, and my worries compounded all over again, filling me with renewed urgency to find him. "Thanks," I said, waving to them and stalking out into the living room. The minute I rounded the wall, I startled. He was standing almost directly behind me. Duncan. His gaze was solemn like always, but sure enough, the glint Pat and Nicole had mentioned glimmered in his eyes. He wore jeans and a blue t-shirt that did him all kinds of favors. "Everything okay?" he asked. I peered toward the barrier wall at the large picture of a lake situated in its center. I wouldn't put it past Nicole and Pat to eavesdrop, and I didn't want them hearing anything we might say. Nice as they were, we didn't need a new round of gossips. Wordlessly, I captured his hand and towed him toward the back door. Chapter 30. Rosabel. Without question, he followed me onto the deck. The air had warmed up a little since I'd been out for my run, and the sunlight on the lake was less blinding. "What is it?" Duncan asked once I closed the door. Though it wasn't cold, I rubbed my arms. "I think I'm going to go home," I said. He frowned and closed the distance between us. His voice dropped, and he took over rubbing his hands along my arms. "I scared you, didn't I?" he asked. "Last night?" What did he mean, just last night? "You always scare me." He chuckled and brought me closer, pressing a kiss to my temple. I wrapped my arms around him, basking in his embrace and the opposite of fear I felt with him. The living room was visible through the sliding glass door. Undoubtedly, if either of his housekeepers peered this way, they'd see us. That was the problem. There was no way to hide this thing between us anymore. And I didn't want to. I wanted as much of him as I could get. "I'm just worried about my dad," I said. "I talked to Sarah this morning, and she mentioned a nurse I'm not familiar with. It's just, everything has me on edge, and more I'm eager to get back to Westville." His face fell, but he quickly recovered, working to hide his disappointment. It was kind of adorable. "Of course you want to get back." "After the party, I mean. I still want to stick to the plan. I didn't mean we have to leave right away." Duncan nodded and smiled. "Right. Will you tell me about him? I've never asked, and I'd like to know more." He guided me to the deck furniture, and together we sat down. I was completely affected by his attentiveness. I paused a moment, wanting to make sure he really was going to listen, that he really wanted to know. Part of me imagined that last night had been a dream, that I'd wake up and he'd be the same old jerk he'd been. His attention didn't leave me, so I began. "His name is David Astor, and he was a school teacher." As had happened during my run with Hazel, my chest began to lighten. Aside from the text checking in on his well-being with Sarah, I hadn't spoken of Dad to anyone in days. "He always said he wasn't a manly man." "Manly man?" Duncan asked. "Yeah," I said with a nod. thinking of the rose garden I'd explored earlier. It made me wonder if Duncan had been the one to request the garden be installed, or if it had just come with the house. Probably the latter, since he'd only just purchased this place. Take your roses out there. Most men don't care about flowers, you know? But he did. He was a student of life. He loved learning and used to read up on everything, including flowers and horticulture. Roses were always his favorite. Is that why they're also yours? Duncan asked. How did you even know? He always gave me roses on my birthday. Like you did. I heard you say something once, Duncan said with a little shrug. Like giving me my favorite flowers was no big deal. What else? What else about your dad? I stared toward the window, seeing the couches inside. He always said he was never the pocket knife carrying, fix-it-all kind of guy, I said with a laugh, the memory tugging at my heartstrings. He was more of a Shakespeare-reading, music-playing, history buff kind of man who'd rather read a book than play a sport. He appreciated beauty in all its forms. Duncan took my hand and stroked it with his fingers. The touch sent a chill clear up to my shoulder. You miss him, don't you? He asked. I sensed the lens of his attention zoom, blocking out anything else but me. His penetrating focus made my skin tingle, and his question opened up a new wound that had been building inside of me for far too long. I hate that I'm referring to him in the past tense, I said, the admission becoming more real because I'd finally allowed myself to voice it. I hate that I talk about him like he's already gone. He's still there. Duncan's tone was reassuring, and yet not all at the same time. Because I knew he meant well, but the truth was painful. Dad wasn't there. Not really. I know, but his mind... My voice caught. I lowered my chin, wishing I wasn't so emotional. The doctors say hopeful things, but the research is so limited. Compassion filled his expression. He put his arm around my shoulders, and I gave in. I leaned against his chest, welcoming the stability he offered. I hadn't felt heard and comforted like this in so long. I rested my head against his chest, so his heartbeat drummed in my ear. It's hard for you to be here, isn't it? His voice rumbled. I get why you want to go home. You know how you keep telling me it's not safe around you? I said, straightening so I could see his face. Duncan's expression was wide open. He nodded and stroked my hair away from my shoulder, allowing his fingers to brush my collarbone in the process. It's not, he said. That's ironic because this is the safest I've felt in a long time. I do miss him, Duncan, but it's hard to be around him, too. I know that makes me selfish to say it. I don't know how to act around him sometimes. I mean, I forget he's not who he used to be. I hadn't been this verbal about the difficulties of suddenly switching from child to parent, of basically caring for a full-grown infant and no longer having Dad's friendship, his counsel and advice to anyone. Who did I have to talk to? I had no siblings. Even Uncle Henry wasn't around. I hadn't realized how lonely I was, how much I'd bottled everything up until I let it all go. First to Hazel earlier, now to Duncan. The expansion in my chest reminded me of the steam release knob on my Instant Pot. Steam gushed from me, releasing ounces of pressure along with it. That's rough, Duncan said. I went on, grateful for his listening ear. He's constantly asking about his brother, Henry. My Uncle Henry died 6 years ago, and Dad can't remember that anymore. My only worry being here so far away is that he won't remember me when I get back home. And I had to add to your worries by putting you in danger, Duncan said. I placed my hand on his shoulder. Not intentionally, I said. You tried not to, remember? Duncan stroked my cheek with his finger. Your dad couldn't forget you. I gazed into his molten eyes. That's sweet of you, but so not true. He can forget me. He already is. I came here with you because he needed me to. I sniffed, battling more emotion in my throat. I know I need to leave, to go back to him, but I don't want to be away from you either. His eyes registered the words with flickers of surprise, and he reacted as though he hadn't heard me properly. Do you mean that? Duncan asked. I ran my hands along his arms and stared at his shirt bearing the name of the town that had brought us together. Eureka Springs. I'd never forget this trip. Never. I do. I had no idea how much until yesterday, but it's been building for so long now, hiding inside of me. Then last night when you kissed me, I don't want to be away from you. Then I'll come too. I'll schedule the flight home. We'll stick to the plan. Go to my grandma's party and then head home immediately afterward. Okay? I gaped at him. We? He was coming too? You don't have to come, I said, thinking of his staff, of this house. If you wanted to stay... He stopped me with a finger to my lips. I pressed a kiss there before he lowered his hand and sat on the nearby metal chair. He was at a better angle for me to look at him straight on. With my hand in his, he asked, "What would keep me here?" I heard what he didn't say. If not you? My heart stopped at that question. That look. Duncan had been right. I wasn't used to being taken care of. For so long, with my parents as aged as they'd been, even in my teenage years, I'd taken on the role of caregiver much sooner than I expected to. I'd looked after Dad for years now. I'd taken care of the expenses, shouldered the responsibility of his needs, of Mom's funeral, of keeping Dad's and my head afloat for years. This was what it was like to have someone look out for me? To have someone care about me, love me, watch out for me? I wasn't sure how to handle this. "Duncan," I said. I was completely breathless. "Thank you." Days ago, he'd argued for me to meet his demands. Now, he was showing he heard and respected me. He caught my hand and pressed a kiss to my palm. "No, thank you. For seeing me as I could be. For helping me be the man I should be." I reared back just enough. "Did you just say thank you?" I teased. "Don't hold your breath." The moment hovered and we just stared at one another. Before I could figure out what to say next, he held up a finger. He lifted his phone, tapped it, and answered a call I didn't know he'd gotten. "This is Duncan." His eyelids dropped. He stood up straighter, rigid and composed, and then when he addressed the caller, I understood why. "Hello, Mother." I wasn't ready to move on just yet. I rose as well and inched closer to his side. Though he held the phone to his ear, with me standing so close to him, her voice came through loud and clear. He slid his arm around my waist and reeled me to him. Whether for his sake or mine, I couldn't tell and didn't really care. His mom's voice resonated through the phone. "Hello, darling. I was just calling to remind you of the party this afternoon." "As if I'd forget," he muttered. "What was that?" she asked. He grinned at me. I could get used to that grin. "Nothing. Yes, we're planning on coming. In fact, we're going upstairs to get ready right now." Raising his eyebrows, he dipped in, capturing my mouth with a kiss. I always knew his skill at multitasking was unprecedented, but kissing while talking to your estranged mother was taking things to an entirely new height. "We managed to find someone else to order the flowers. I think it's time you got a new assistant." With his arms securely around me, Duncan grinned again. I grinned back. "Oh, I'll be getting a new assistant." He bent in, skimming his mouth across mine. Not quite a kiss, but it made me flutter and tremble, tightening my arm around him all the same. "You're not bringing her, are you?" This startled me. It startled Duncan, too. He jerked upright, giving more of his attention to his mom now, as though she could see what we'd been up to. "You might want to bring an actual date," she went on. "Rosabel is an actual date," he said. "She will be coming as my date." "This isn't an office party, Duncan. This is your grandmother's birthday, and you need to make the right impression with her before it's too late. I didn't want to say anything before, but it's time I say something now." I tried pulling free of his embrace. I didn't want to hear any more. This woman was so judgmental. It was disgusting. She barely knew me, yet because of my status, I wasn't good enough to come with her son. From the sound of things, any woman he brought home would have to be either a celebrity or a CEO. The party was an hour from now. Who did she think Duncan would find to bring in that time frame? "She's coming with me, Mom," Duncan said. His voice grew firmer. The business side of him reared its head. I see, Mrs. Hawthorne said after a few moments of silence. She's important to me, okay? I need you to be nice. I shook my head. I didn't want him forcing her to treat me decently. I didn't want to go at all. Your word, Mom. Give me your word you'll be civil or we won't come. Mrs. Hawthorne released a fake little laugh. Of course I'll be civil. What kind of person do you think I am? He grunted several muted sounds. I'm going to choose not to answer that. He ultimately said with fake calm. I'm just saying, Miss Witherstone has mentioned several times how excited she is to see you. You don't want to miss out on any opportunities by singling yourself off just yet, do you? Duncan glared. See you in an hour. He ended the call before she could say anything else. And then he turned to me. I'm so sorry, he said, pocketing his phone and offering me his hand. It's her loss, I told him, taking it. I knew my worth. I didn't need her approval or anyone else's. My own mother taught me that. And Dad, too, for that matter. Who is Miss Witherstone? He released a stress-filled sigh. I'm assuming she's talking about Veronica Witherstone. Mom tried to set us up a few times before, but she should know it'll never happen. Are you sure? I can bow out. Miss Witherstone sounds amazing. The look on Duncan's face was absolutely resolved. There's no one for me but you, he said. The words had impact. Wow, I said once they were done resonating in my bones. I can't argue with that. Then what is it? He stared at our interlocked fingers. I'm embarrassed. Mom always had such notoriously high standards with everything, from the types of shoes I wore to making sure I made my bed before I left for school. I had to do that too. He slid me a look. Were you grounded when you forgot? No, I amended. He inclined his head. In any case, Mom's obsessive. Their standards are the reason Grandpa's heart attack was blamed on me. Like I should have known stepping out of line caused heart attacks. I felt his anger brewing, and from the way his hand fisted around my fingers, I could tell he wanted to hit something. Someone get this man his punching bag. He released me, ran his hands through his hair, and then pivoted to face me again. We don't have to go, he said. I don't want you to feel like they're judging you the whole time. I don't want you to think I think the way they do, because I don't. You're the most incredible woman I've ever known, and... Duncan, I said, resting my hands on his chest. He caught my hand in his and gazed at me as though his existence hinged on whatever I might say next. I'll be fine, I assured him. You can't leave. This party is the whole reason we came to Arkansas in the first place. He tilted his head to one side and made a hedging kind of noise. Kind of. What? He trailed his fingers along my jawline. The feather-like touch from someone so masculine and gruff made me shudder. It's you, Rose. You. You're the reason I came to Arkansas. The reason for the secluded lake house. You mean more to me than anything, don't you get that? So if they're going to be nasty to you in front of all of Grandmother's guests, we don't go. We book the flight. Go back home. Check on your dad and then get out of Dodge and find out what we can about Wolf Industries until this crap with the pact dies down for good. His eyes were stony with resolution, and they met mine unflinchingly. He would do that? He would give up seeing his grandma on what could be her last birthday? Would give up making up with his family? For me? I placed my hand on his cheek. I'm touched. Really, I am. But if you don't go, if you don't make things right with her, you'll always regret it. From the lack of argument and the expression in his gaze, I could tell he agreed. He pressed his forehead to mine. The last time I was with them, aside from our most recent visit, I'd messed up. And they've held a grudge against me for it for 3 years. Knowing my mother, I don't want her to pull something to embarrass you. Embarrass me? Like she could. He may be worried, but I wasn't. What could she possibly do? Make me lose my job? I said with a little unperturbed laugh. I'm not scared of her, Duncan. She can't hurt me at all. Not if you love me. I do, he said with conviction. Never doubt it. My heart skipped about 1,000 beats. I was pretty sure I was going to turn into goo every time he was around from this point on if he kept this up. I don't, so come on. I'm coming with you. His brows drew together. Why? Because I don't want you to have to face her on your own, I said. You're not alone in this, Duncan. I'll be there with you. I'll do everything I can to help you smooth things over with your family, okay? He went still. So still. Have I told you how amazing you are? He said on a breath. I tiptoed up to press a kiss to his mouth, one that didn't last nearly as long as I wanted it to. Tell me later. Let's go get ready. It was time to face his family again. Between threats from psychos who recently escaped from jail and the wrath of Mrs. Hawthorne? I'd take the latter. I should have known she wasn't the worst thing I'd face once we got there. Chapter 31. Rosabel. Duncan either didn't care that we were late or didn't realize just how late we were. Though Clive had parked behind the row of mountain bikers waiting at the Crystal Bridges Museum's entrance, Duncan didn't move or make any attempt to exit the vehicle. Instead, he stared at the rounded hat box in his lap. He killed it in a tux. His freshly gelled hair was combed into place, and I had the hugest urge to run my fingers through it and tangle it up again. I wasn't sure whether it was because I just wanted to touch him again, or because I liked the devil-may-care look messy hair gave him. Clive peered back at us from his rearview mirror. I met the questions in his eyes and slid closer to Duncan, an easy feat in this dress, resting my hand on his arm. What's the matter? He peered at me, his gaze shadowed. Nothing. Oh, no, he didn't. I thought we were being open with one another, I reminded him. Is it the house? Because you didn't get it for her? I'd thought he'd whip out his ninja investor skills and make another attempt at schmoozing Eudora, the way he would have done with any other deal. As far as I knew, he'd simply let it go. That wasn't like him. He patted the circular box. I'm sure she'll love the hat we picked out for her. It's just, I can't help the feeling that we're walking into something we won't come back from. Was there some other problem between him and his family? Or between him and his grandma? Or did he think whoever this Ulrich character was would attack us at an old lady's birthday party? Are you sure you're not just being paranoid? I said, sliding my hand beneath his and giving it a squeeze. You don't know where Ulrich is right now, remember? For all you know, he's off living in Maui and finding someone new to pester? He still didn't react. If you're still worried, we won't let our feelings show. Okay? No hand-holding, no kisses. We're just two people attending an event together. Okay? I've never been good at hiding how I feel about you. He growled. You fooled me. Did I, though? The pit of my stomach burned like someone slid a hot ember in there. I may have tried, but if those threats are any indication, I didn't do a very good job. Even Eudora sensed my feelings after seeing us together for all of 10 minutes. Was that what they'd talked about while he'd all but pushed me away during our visit? Then keep your distance from me, I teased. No stolen glances, no little smirks like you do, and definitely no whispering in my ear. Yeah? You have no idea what it does to me. He chuckled, and then after several moments, he exhaled. You're probably right. It'll be fine. The truth was, I wasn't all that jazzed about this party either, not after what his mom had said. But we'd made a deal. He couldn't walk away. If things were bad between him and his family now, they'd be 10 times worse if he didn't show. Chances were we were both being paranoid. Remember our plan? I said. We party like it's 1999, then fly home. It'll be fine. He rested his hand on top of the hat box. Our plan. Right. I tilted in and pressed a kiss to his cheek, and then stopped myself centimeters away from his freshly shaven jaw. Ooh, wait, better not. He released a little moan. You're right. You can talk me into anything when you do that. Shaking away my smile, I reached for the door. My little black dress was slimming and flowed like the fabric was meant for me. Placing my red heel on the ground, I slid out of the car and faced our destination. The Crystal Bridges Museum was a castle of concrete. A cement crown marked the entrance along a circular swooping drive where a single school bus dropped its young passengers off. Bikers decked out in their spandex gear, with their helmets in place, lined up to experience the world-class trails I'd heard were nearby. "Do you think we'll get to see any of the artwork?" I asked, scoping out the clouds that had slid over the previously clear morning. Shades of blue had been dimmed by bleakest gray. Not the perfect kind of weather for a party. It was a good thing it was indoors. "I'm not sure," he said, adjusting his suit coat and the hat box. "The event center is part of the museum itself, so maybe." I'd read about the art collection at Crystal Bridges. The compilation varied from portraiture of early American heroes to pioneer landscapes to more modern displays of paintings and sculpture. There was even a Frank Lloyd Wright house that had been taken apart and rebuilt bit by bit here on display. I wasn't sure how long this party would last, but I hoped Duncan and I could sneak away to explore. We entered, showed our tickets, and then took a walk beside a long, cylindrical glass panel looking out onto some man-made landscaping. A plunging view of draping vines snaked along the cement outside, along with footpaths, artistic structures, and more of the trees the Ozarks were famous for. Unease became a third party between us. My heels clacking on the floor were the only sound. His worries added apprehension in my bloodstream, too. Before, when he'd gotten quiet like this, he would snap at a partner or employee for failing his or her part in something. There was something more to it this time, though. Duncan was worried. Was it only regarding his family? Or something else? Duncan tucked the hat box beneath his arm and gazed at me. "Do words count?" he muttered. "Hmm?" "I'm trying not to look at you like you're my world," he said. "But I could tell you. You said you liked compliments." "Might not be the best idea," I said, though I really, really wanted to hear what he might say. "Then pretend I'm holding your hand. Or I'd place a kiss on the back of your hand before we entered this thing. Because now that I've allowed myself to be honest with you, it feels wrong to do anything else." I gaped at him, completely lost for words. "That is way better than hand-holding," I said with a little breath. His resulting smile scrambled my thoughts. I had to remind myself to put one foot in front of the other, to look straight ahead instead of at him. "Once this is all over," he said softly, his steps slowing, "I'm going to take every chance I can to remind you of what you mean to me." I quivered. I stopped moving. Duncan peered back and noticed I wasn't with him. Shaking his head, he strode back the few steps to meet me where I'd stopped. "Everything okay?" I met his brooding glance. "I thought I told you not to whisper in my ear." His lips fought that little smile. "Sorry," he said. And then I heard him add to himself, "Only not." By the time we rounded the end of the long corridor, I was bubbling, fizzing, and somehow float walking, rather than just plain walking. He couldn't do that to me, not if we wanted to keep our feelings on the down low. To the left, glass doors offered an enticing view of forest paths, looming trees, and metal artwork too grand to be kept indoors. To the right, an event room offered a sweeping view of the pond we'd seen along the corridor. Colorful bulbs of blown glass bobbed here and there in the water, and vines dripped down the concrete sides. The soft strains of a piano ghosted from the room's opening. Men and women in elegant dress clustered within, smiling, laughing, and holding drinks in their hands. Duncan's hand that wasn't holding the hat box fisted at his side. "It will be okay," I whispered. His eyes were guarded as though he wasn't so sure. "I'll drop the gift off. Say our well wishes. Then we bolt. The flight is set," he added. "Good job, boss." He smirked at me, and we walked farther into the party. The room's glass windows made it feel as though we were celebrating outdoors without being outside. We wove through dozens of tables draped with white linens in the honeycomb-shaped room. Each table was topped with a gorgeous spread of fresh flowers. "Looks like the flowers are a hit," Duncan said, sounding impressed. "Now, I know what 95 bouquets of lilies and gardenias look like," I agreed, glad I hadn't been the one to order them. Servers dressed in black from head to toe sauntered among the guests, offering trays to those who were already seated. A woman with her dark hair pulled into an elegant bun sat at a piano in the left-hand corner, concentrating on the keys as she provided the source of the soft, soothing jazz. Guests were dressed to the nines, the men in tuxes like Duncan's, the women each competing for finest gown. I smoothed a hand along the little black dress I wore. It was nowhere near quite as fancy as anything here, but it was slimming and elegant. Simple, just the way I liked it. Duncan had seemed to like it too, a fact that made me smile when I remembered the way his eyes had lit up at the sight of me before we'd left the lake house. "This is all so fancy," I muttered. "Yeah, it is." My family had thrown my grandparents' birthday parties, but those were usually held in someone's backyard with lawn chairs and little kids covered in dirt running around. A bit of the strain eased away from his shoulders. "I would have liked to see that." "You'd love it. Root beer was the sparkliest thing that was served, and people just lounged around in shorts and tank tops and eating cheeseburgers." Duncan leaned in, speaking low so only I could hear, and so he could make the pit of my stomach fizzle at the seductive sound of his voice. He was probably doing it on purpose now. Something tells me if cheeseburgers were served here fresh off the grill, Grandmother would lose her teeth. A giggle escaped. Probably. We shared a smile that for a moment made the rest of the room fade until a woman cleared her throat. "Cheeseburgers? What I wouldn't give for one of those right about now." Duncan stopped so abruptly I stepped on his foot. I bit back my apology when I saw the reason for his surprise. The same elderly woman who'd been at the Painted Lady home was at his grandmother's party? "Eudora?" Duncan's brows shot into the air. Was it some kind of thing that everyone beyond a certain age knew each other? "What are you doing here?" he asked. His shoulders rounded. His posture reminded me of the way he'd stood as he'd been beating the crap out of his punching bag in his gym. Let's not hit the nice old lady, I thought, but didn't say. Still, he was on his guard. That didn't bode well. What did he think Eudora was going to do to us here? "I received an invitation to an old friend's birthday party," Eudora said, smiling and taking a flute of champagne from a passing server. The young man paused and she nodded her thanks at him. She wore a silver gown covered with sequins. Her graying hair was tufted and coiffed away from her face, and her lipstick was far more purple than anyone of any age should wear. "How, you know my grandmother?" Eudora tipped the flute to her lips, leaving a gigantic purple smear on the side of the glass. "Evangeline Hawthorne and my older sister were schoolgirls together, if you can believe it. Though she's passed away now, my sister would have wanted me to come. Life has taken us each to different places, but here your grandma and I both are, back in our hometowns again." "Yeah," Duncan said warily. Eudora's eyes trailed to me. My throat tightened. She had seemed disapproving of me when we'd visited the Painted Lady several days ago. Was she surprised to find us together here again? It felt like there was something more to the way her penciled brow quirked upward. And if anything, disappointment shrouded her face. Duncan cleared his throat, keeping his hand firmly around the hat box. "Good to see you, Eudora." There went that brow. "Yes, I hope it won't be the last time." What did that mean? I was probably reading too much into it, but that sounded too cryptic. Duncan paused as if he were going to respond, but then seemed to think better of it. He meandered toward the right-hand corner of the room where his mother stood with a flute of champagne in her hand. She lifted the glass in greeting, and Duncan inclined his head toward her as we drew nearer. I didn't get the chance to ask him why Eudora Wilson cared that we were here together before he greeted his mom. "Hello again, Mother." "Duncan, I wondered if you were going to make it. And Miss Astor, how—" Her gaze slid down, first taking in the hat box in Duncan's hand and then the length of my black dress. Gradually, as if moving with the turning of a crank, the corners of her eyes narrowed. "Lovely to see you again," she finished. Duncan straightened and he took a step toward me. More disapproval? Good grief. Why did she not like that I was here with him? What did these people care if we were dating? They weren't associated with his college fraternity. "Mother," he said with warning in his tone, Not now, Duncan. You remember Veronica? Mrs. Hawthorne waved the blonde woman who'd been standing nearby closer. Her low-cut dress was barely enough to keep all of her in. She raised her glass at Duncan and gave him a provocative smile. When your mom told me you were back in town, Veronica said without any other greeting, I just knew I had to be here. Mrs. Hawthorne's heels clacked as she made her way around to Veronica. She beamed at the younger woman with delight. That's right. You know I could never resist the chance to get you two together. Barf. This was rich. Duncan said nothing. Instead, he inclined his head at Veronica, laid the hat box on the table, and slid his arm around my waist. As smooth as anything. Where's grandmother? He asked. Rosabel and I got her a gift. Though I doubted he'd do anything else but wish her a happy birthday, alarm bells rang in my head, matched by the fury cloaking Mrs. Hawthorne's expression as her eyes widened. The gift is from Rosabel as well? She helped me pick it out, Duncan said, tightening his hold around me. I went rigid. This wasn't part of the plan. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to prove anything to these people. He'd told me himself that it wasn't safe. What did he think he was doing? Chapter 32, Rosabel. You never introduced us to your friend? Veronica said, simpering and stepping closer to the table. I didn't miss the razor blade glower she shot in my direction, presumably at the way Duncan had his arm around me. His mom waved this off. This is Roseanne Astor. She's Duncan's assistant back in Westville. Veronica's laugh caught the attention of several people at the neighboring table. Your assistant? That's so interesting. Her name is Rosabel, Duncan corrected. His fingers dug into my side, and I could tell he was doing everything he could to keep it together. I tilted toward him and kept my voice low. It's okay, I muttered, gazing at him. Their opinion doesn't matter. I can't do this, he growled through his teeth. Mrs. Hawthorne laughed this time, stealing our attention once more. Now, no secrets among friends. We have to know what you're saying. Isn't she still your assistant? You aren't planning on conducting business here, of all places. She laughed and elbowed Veronica as though this was anywhere near being funny. For the record, it wasn't. Duncan cleared his throat. He tried taking a step back, but the row of chairs from the nearest table was too close. I'd really like to see grandmother open her gift, if you don't mind. That's why we're here, after all. For her. There you are. Beverly, looks like your son finally made it. The older woman's voice trailed from Duncan's left. It was pleasant as far as voices went. Yet, for some reason, it struck me the same way agitating noises did to people, like fingernails on a chalkboard or the loud, piercing noises microphones made that made everyone cover their ears. Here we go, Duncan muttered to me before turning to face Grandma Hawthorne. I peered over his shoulder as he helped her to her seat. She smoothed a hand over her purple gown and rested her cane against the table's edge. Happy birthday, Grandmother, Duncan said, placing a kiss on her white hair. Veronica and Mrs. Hawthorne circled closer to where she sat. Each of them rested their hands on the back of a chair, and from the black fabric draped on the chair with Veronica's claws on it, I suspected she'd been invited to join the family at the table. I told you he would come, Grandma Hawthorne said to Duncan's mom and Veronica. How could he not? Veronica cooed, especially since he knew I'd be here. She straightened her shoulders, displaying her graceful neck and her dress's capabilities to keep her covered. Happy birthday, Mrs. Hawthorne, I said, wanting to both direct the attention away from Duncan and Veronica and to show these women how much I didn't care about their opinions. What's this? Grandma gestured to the box in front of where I stood, not bothering to acknowledge me at all. I screwed my smile into place. Dad had taught me to leave every place I went better than I'd found it, and I cared about Duncan too much to let these people get under my skin. Even so, I felt a worm of irritation wriggle in. Duncan got you something, I said, retrieving the box before Duncan managed to. Mrs. Hawthorne strode over to stand beside her mother-in-law. She pegged me with a glower that rivaled her son's on one of his worst days. Yep, You say that as though you had something to do with it. Rose helped me pick out grandmother's gift. Duncan's tone was careful. Rose? He was really doing this. He shouldn't. We'd agreed. He needed to keep his feelings hidden. We both did. Even so, I still couldn't help the little flutter in my chest. He loved me, and he'd meant it. Rose? Grandma Hawthorne's derisive eyes flashed toward me. She lifted her chin. I thought her name was Rosabel. At least she'd gotten it right. I still couldn't believe Mrs. Hawthorne had called me Roseanne. Were they really that bothered by the sight of me? Here. I attempted to ignore the discomfort swimming around us. With the box in hand, I wove around the chair situated between Duncan and his grandma and me. Except someone at the table behind us scooted his chair out at exactly the same time, knocking me off course. I sidestepped into the chair. My heel caught on its leg. I lost my balance, tumbling forward. In my attempt to catch myself, I shoved the hat box and sent it flying, right in Grandma's direction. Oh, Duncan said, lunging to keep the box from clocking his grandma in the face. He caught it just in time, but not before knocking into her. Chairs scraped, Grandma's cane crashed to the floor. Veronica rose as well, keeping a hand on her chest. The pianist hit several wrong notes before yanking her hands from the keys. The room's attention shifted on us like some horrific spotlight. My temperature skyrocketed. All at once, I was 12 years old again, standing in front of the lunchroom as Clarissa Whiteman slammed my tray to the floor for something I'd said. Food had sprayed everywhere, and ketchup had splattered my new white shoes. My face was impossibly hot. I braced myself on the chair that had caused the chaos in the first place, its owner apologizing profusely. I smiled at the middle-aged man in his tux, telling him it was okay, before turning my attention back to the Hawthornes. Mrs. Hawthorne and Veronica sank into their seats, eyeing Duncan and me warily. Duncan tilted toward his grandma with his hands outstretched. Are you okay? Grandma Hawthorne nodded at him and then shot a dark glance in my direction. Are you this clumsy in everything you do, Miss Astor? I'm so sorry, I said. Worse, though, was that the woman had sounded exactly like Duncan used to, condescending and questioning my sanity. No wonder he'd behaved the way he did for so long, if this was what he'd had to put up with during his formative years. The more I stood here, the more I disliked his family. Embarrassment struck my cheeks. I was put on the spot, and the insult of being clumsy wasn't the only one being lashed in my direction. After the lunch tray incident in junior high, I'd run crying from the room and called my mom to be picked up. Mom had. She'd taken me out for ice cream and given me the best advice. Never let anyone else tell you what you're worth, she said. If you know in and of yourself that you're special, no one else can take that from you. I wasn't 12 anymore, and that advice had gotten me through more than one tough situation. It came in handy now. Never mind what these horrible people thought of me. I was special. I was amazing. And it didn't matter if they recognized that or not because I knew it. And that was enough. Duncan slid the chair into the table and took my face in his hands. He trailed his thumbs across my cheeks. What about you? Are you okay? It was an accident, I said, warmed by his kindness and attention. My foot caught on the chair. His grandma spoke so loudly, everyone in the close vicinity turned toward us. See that your foot goes where it should next time. You nearly broke my nose. Duncan stroked my cheek a final time, his warm eyes concerned and full of apology. I nodded to him, letting him know I was all right. He then turned and knelt by his grandma's chair. She wouldn't have broken your nose, grandmother. Grandma's glower shifted to him. I thought I told you to make something of your life, yet here I see you holding hands with your clumsy assistant. What do you mean by all of this? Are you trying to kill me too? Just like you killed your grandfather? My mouth dropped. She didn't. Veronica inhaled and sank back into her chair. Beverly Hawthorne did the same. She placed a hand on her mother-in-law's arm, but Grandma shooed her away. Grandmother, Duncan said with a plea. Not here. You're a disgrace. His mom piped in beside her mother-in-law. Apparently, she didn't like being dismissed any more than I did, and she was about to take it out on her son. Mrs. Hawthorne folded her arms. You're behaving like a boy instead of a man, bringing a woman here who only wants you for your money. Veronica chewed her lip. Instead of looking smug, she, at least, had the decency to look worried. My jaw full-on dropped. Duncan's mom knew nothing about me. How could she possibly know why I wanted to be with her grandson? Were they that bitter about my refusal to order her flowers? She doesn't want me for just my money. Duncan's voice grew more adamant. Obviously, her competency is on the same level as her ability to order flowers. Beside Grandma, Mrs. Hawthorne staked her hands on the table as if affirming the statements. I suspected Mrs. Hawthorne was focused on pleasing her mother-in-law. Her reference to me earlier made more sense. She may have known Duncan cared about me, but that hadn't been enough to be upfront with Veronica or anyone else for that matter. But the flower comment? That was low. It seemed Grandma had a set of standards that no one in her family could manage to meet, and they all danced around to please her. It made me think of my parents, the way they approved of everything I attempted. Even when I'd joined the dance team only to discover that I had as much coordination as a popsicle stick, they'd still been proud of me for trying. What must life have been like for Duncan growing up and never feeling like he was good enough? I glanced around for Duncan's dad. The quiet man had been the only sane person in all of this. Maybe that was why he kept so silent. He was nowhere in sight. I have made something of my life, grandmother, Duncan said. He returned to my side and slid his arm around my waist once more. My heart picked up speed at that. He was with me. From the corner of my eye, I noticed we had more of an audience than I'd originally noticed. Among them, Eudora watched as avidly as everyone else. For some reason, she was shaking her head. Duncan's gaze slid to her. He shook his head in return and kept going. Rosabel is so much more than my assistant, grandmother, he said, elevating his voice. He'd already told his mom he cared about me on the phone. There was no need to do so here now, in front of everyone. I tugged on his lapel. Don't do this. You don't have to. His eyes burned. Yes, I do. I wanted to dig in my heels, to make a break for the exit and get lost in the museum's paths outside. He didn't know me this. This was no crusade. He was no knight on a charger saving a maiden from a proverbial dragon. If anything, he was about to rip out the dragon's teeth and then laugh in its face. Sheesh. We'd only just started dating, and I was already comparing Duncan's mother to a dragon. I love her, he pronounced with confidence. She's an incredible person. Grandmother, mother, and if you give her a chance, you'll come to love her too. Grandma's lip curled. She lifted a finger at him. You're settling. Remember the last time you made such a hasty decision? Horace died of a heart attack. I'd hate to have such a grave result of my actions. I didn't cause the heart attack. Duncan's voice was dangerously low and steeped with emotion. And now you bring her here when we should be celebrating me? Who is she, Duncan? Who are her parents? Thanks to their raised voices, people collected around us the way they gaped at wrecks on the freeway, slowing down to take in every gory detail before zipping past and getting on with their own lives. Men and women leaned together, whispering behind their hands. A few pointed, and several women even had their phones out. Recording the scene, no doubt. Veronica had left the table, though I'd missed the moment when she made her actual departure. And there was Eudora, looking at the situation with the same grim disappointment. My heart was a drummer in my chest. Her parents are amazing, Duncan said. Her father is a student of history, and her mother was a teacher. He knew this about Mom? I mentioned Dad being a teacher, but wasn't sure when I'd told him Mom was too. But he knew. Having him honor my parents made me stand just a little bit taller. His grandma laughed, pushing aside the hat box so the container clanked with the silverware. The water in the glasses wavered. You were raised for more than this, Grandma said with dignity. Beside her, her daughter-in-law raised her chin. Men like you don't go settling down with their assistants. I do. I will, if she'll have me. I love her. I want to marry her. My heart wedged up my throat so quickly I nearly coughed. What? He did? I gaped at him. He met my glance with nothing but conviction. Holy crap. Grandma scoffed. Look at her. She's not the marrying kind. She only wants your money. Why did they keep saying that? Was that really the best comeback they had? Duncan stood with his hands fisted at his sides, his chest pumped, his shoulders rising and falling. Watch what you're saying, he said. She sniffed and elevated her chin. Why should I? Because you're wrong, Duncan said. She'd love me even if I had nothing to my name. She is a person, grandmother, and for that reason alone, you should treat her with the respect she deserves, but also because I love her, and I won't stop anytime soon. Silence followed his pronouncement. He cast his gaze along our audience, and then he tilted in and pressed a kiss to my mouth. He held it there, letting his kiss swim through me before resting his cheek against mine. Ignorance breeds misunderstanding, he muttered. Are you ready to get out of here? Yes, I said, tears welling in my eyes. Duncan turned to the Hawthorns. I hope you enjoy the rest of your party, he said. Lifting my chin, I gave each of them my most scathing look before walking with him, past the onlookers with their whispers and their cell phones, toward the room's exit. The floor felt as though it wouldn't hold my weight, yet every step we took got us closer to the door. People watched us leave. One woman gave us the thumbs up, another raised her flute at us, and another applauded us. That's what every man should say about his lady, a man near the door said, commending Duncan. Duncan inclined his head in the man's direction, increasing his pace and tugging me faster behind him. Before we managed to step out of this awful room, however, Eudora sidestepped us. She no longer held her flute, and much of her purple lipstick had been smeared off. The most noticeable thing about her was the disappointment searing her lined face. Goodbye, Eudora, Duncan said. Enjoy the rest of the party. She tusked and shook her head, stopping him with a hand on his arm. What have you done, you idiot boy? I told you not to. He glanced back at me with vulnerability in his eyes before returning his gaze to her. It's too late, he said before guiding me out the corridor. Chapter 33. Rosabel. Eudora's words wouldn't leave me alone. What was that about? Had she warned him about me, too? That only brought a resurgence of the humiliating things the Hawthorne women had said about me. Right to my face, no less. 1,000 backlashing, mean-spirited words ran through my mind, but I stomped every one of them away. It didn't matter what his family thought of me, I told myself. And not just because I knew my own self-worth this time. Duncan had defended me. He'd hoped to repair a breach with his family today. Instead, he'd sacrificed that chance to come to my defense. That meant more to me than any gift he could have bought. Duncan, that was... He pulled me off to a corner near the bathrooms and swept me into his arms. His embrace filled me in ways I'd never anticipated, in ways I never knew being held by someone could. It was as though with this embrace he enveloped everything that I was, heart and soul as well as my body. I'm sorry, he said, his voice raw. I'm so sorry. They're such snobs, Rose. I never should have come. He held me with such urgency, with dependency, as though he never intended to let me go again. It's okay, I said. No. He crushed me to his chest. I'm so sorry about telling them how I feel. I should have kept it to myself, kept you safe. But I couldn't let them think otherwise. I had to tell them. I had to. Eudora's words came back to me. I told you not to. She'd known about the pact. Did that mean she'd warned him not to fall for me too? I waited only seconds before rearing back. I needed to see his face. You're sorry for finally being decent? Duncan, Telling your family you love me isn't going to put me in any more danger than I already am. Whoever this is sent those notes long before this moment. They already know. I'm so proud that you stood up for me. That means everything. He buried me in his embrace once more, holding me, breathing me in as though he was the one who needed the reassurance from me. His body trembled. I could only imagine what that must have taken for him to not only stand up to his family, but to do so in front of so many people. The setting, admittedly, hadn't been ideal, which made this moment all the more rewarding. I didn't care what happened after this, if anything did. I'd never imagined having a man like this, and danger or no, I wouldn't trade this moment for anything. It's okay, I said. It's not your fault. You can't help who your family is. I didn't want to act like you were nothing to me, not when you're everything to me. I fought the lump in my throat. You mean a lot to me too, I said, though the words didn't seem like enough. His mouth took mine, pouring emotion with every move he made. While I wanted to savor the kiss, it ended just as quickly as it began. I always worried what my feelings for you would do to you. I always thought as long as I kept my feelings for you to myself, no harm would come to you. Do you know what I think now? What? I said, stuck in this amazed, gaping pose. I couldn't stop staring at this man. I think to heck with that. I think no harm will come to you regardless. They can't hurt us, Rosie. They can't hurt you, not as long as you're with me. I won't let them. I just kept right on staring at him. Are you sure they're even going to do anything? I don't know. They'd be idiots if they tried. Let's get out of here, he said, taking my hand. Back to the real world. How's your dad? He's fine. His sudden shift in topic threw me enough that it took several seconds to get on his new wavelength. Good. I can't wait to meet him. I wondered how an introduction like that would go. Dad didn't often remember the people he met anymore. But even so, I was excited for Duncan to meet him too. I wish you could have known him before, I muttered. You would have loved his fascination with history. Yeah? Duncan peered over his shoulder. He then dug his phone from his pocket and spoke a voice command. We're on our way out. Can you bring the car around? Clive? I said, voicing my assumption. Yeah, Duncan said. His steps slowed as he read what must have been Clive's response. He's pretty good about hanging out in parking lots or busying himself around town. Sounds like he's making his way out of the museum now. Oh, I hate to make him leave, I said. Tell him it's okay. We can wander around too until he's done. Amusement gleamed in his eyes. I would any other time. But we have our flight, remember? Going home. Going home, I repeated, loving the words. Duncan's home had been all kinds of comfortable, but there was nothing quite like sleeping in your own bed and in your own space. I had to say I wouldn't mind traveling with Duncan this time. Sharing a back seat and the entire back of his private jet was about to get interesting. Together, we traipsed toward the end of the long, curved hallway and turned toward the lobby. People milled about, standing in lines at the registration desk or staring at posters announcing the museum's upcoming events. There, we should be set, Duncan said. Clive said he doesn't mind coming out now. He said art isn't really his scene. So we're doing him a favor by leaving early? You got it. Just as Duncan began to pocket his phone, a call buzzed, and from the expression on his face, I could tell it wasn't one he was eager to take. Who is it? I asked. He rubbed a hand across his jaw. It's my mom. What are you going to do? He glanced around the lobby as if weighing his options. Clive is on his way out any second. Do you want to wait here for him? There are plenty of people around. You should be fine. I'll be fine regardless, I assured him. Go ahead. Take the call. You don't mind? I shook my head. No, you should talk to her. If it's something you want. Better take it all now than later, he grumbled. He tilted in and pressed his nose to my hair. Stay close. I don't want you to have to put up with any more of her crap, so I'll just be a minute. Okay? Okay, I said. but I'm fine. He pressed a kiss to my cheek and then answered. You have some nerve, he said before stalking off to the other end of the lobby. I meandered, wishing I could go back into the main part of the museum. Duncan's low voice reverberated. I heard snippets of his conversation. She didn't deserve. I don't care. She's the better person, Mom. I meandered around the lobby, staring at the marble in the walls and the unique metal piece of artwork that was visible through the main window. I cursed the fact that this dress had no pockets. I'd left my phone in the car since I didn't want to carry a purse either. Sarah had seemed excited enough when I'd told her I was coming home. It would be a good chance to meet each of Dad's nurses in person. Excuse me, a voice said. Its owner stood unexpectedly close to me. Startled, I jumped away from the man wearing a black hoodie. A medical mask covered his face, so all I could see were his eyes. Green and remarkably so. Yes? I looked around to see what others' reaction was to him. Had he taken anyone else by surprise like this? So far, only a mom pushing a stroller glanced in my direction. I wonder if you could help me with something, the hoodie man said. His voice was mildly scratchy. Sure, I said, not wanting to take my attention from Duncan. He was still on the other side of the lobby, closer to the museum entrance than its exit where I stood. Hoodie man was slightly hunched over. He lifted a thumb toward the main doors. My grandma is out back, and she needs some help getting into her vehicle. Sounds like she just left a pretty intense party. Though I couldn't see much of his face, this guy was no grave walker. Based on the lines I could see on his forehead, he had to be in his late 20s or early 30s. A robust youngish man like this needed me? You can't help her? I didn't mask my skepticism. She's picky, he said, lifting a single shoulder in a lazy shrug. Her name is Eudora. She's just out here. She told me to get you. I guess she had something she wanted to tell you away from your boyfriend. He indicated where Duncan stood, talking heatedly on his phone. That changed things. Eudora? I said. For some reason, my heart picked up speed. I tiptoed around him, trying to catch a glimpse of her through the main windows. The cement-like fortress blocked much of the view, except for a few men on mountain bikes. He nodded and retreated toward the door. She's just right out here. It'll just take a second, I promise. I peered toward Duncan once more, hoping to catch his attention. His back was to me, and his hand flailed with exaggeration in that way he had when he was super frustrated. Not the time to bug him. I met Hoodie Man's eyes again. He gave me a little nod. Just a second, he said again. Okay, I said with reluctance. Hoodie Man nodded and shuffled toward the doors. I followed him, stepping through and talking myself through it the whole way. I'll just be right back in. It's just Eudora. How else does this man know who she was if she's not his grandma? It made me wonder what Eudora had to say that she couldn't have said in front of Duncan. I ignored the warning in my stomach and stepped out into the gray day. Clouds covered overhead, adding to the ominous feeling coursing through me. I took several steps and then stopped. As far as I could see, it was just the concrete walkway from the parking lot to the museum. Eudora wasn't in sight. I don't see her, I said. She's in the car. It's parked just up here, he said. I stared at him. His eyes were a different shade out in the light. Their green was muted and wholly unreadable. I thought you said you needed help getting her into the car. She's just right up here. Come on, let's go. No, I said. I took a step back. The man moved faster than I expected. Before I knew it, he hooked a hand around my elbow and the other around my waist and began herding me down the sidewalk toward the end of the concrete arch. Hey, I said. I fought against his grasp. He gripped me harder, but I stepped on his foot and wormed my way free. With my heart hammering, I booked it, running for all I was worth back to the crystal bridges. Just before I reached the door, another man wearing a hoodie and a medical mask stepped out of it, stopping me in my tracks. Someone's hands gripped me from behind, making me shriek. I peered back. Hoodie Man was there, breathing hard through his mask. Let me go, I said. But the words weren't enough. I could barely push them past the fear clogging my throat. I should have made more use of that punching bag Duncan gave me, but even so, I was no match for two men as the second came to my other side. No, I said, my voice building. No. But no one was around to hear. The men took my arms, one on either side, and before I knew it, I was being hauled to the mouth of the concrete arches, to the black vehicle parked right where the parking lot met the entrance. Duncan had been so worried about coming to this party, about all of this. I should have taken his worries seriously. I should never have left his side. Now, it was too late.
Chapter 34. Duncan. Mom had the gall to demand I return to grandmother's party, as though she hadn't just been completely nasty to Rosabel. Her treatment of Rosabel had coerced a confession from me. I wasn't sure what had come over me, but I knew I couldn't stand there and allow my family or anyone else to degrade her like that, not in front of me. "You're seriously leaving?" Mom said through the phone. "I think I've already made that clear," I said, staring at the large conglomeration of metal sitting in the hall just visible from the mouth of the lobby. Agitation flowed through my blood, coursing with fervency. "Be reasonable," Mom said. "I am," I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. "This is the most reasonable I've been in a long time. I will not allow you to treat her like she's something you stepped in." "But Veronica?" "Veronica is welcome to enjoy the party as well. Just without me there." I'm hanging up now. "Don't you dare!" "Goodbye, Mother." I tapped the screen, feeling a surge of both satisfaction and regret at the same time. She was out of her mind if she thought she could treat me or Rosabel the way she had. I didn't care how old grandmother was. She had to earn the respect she demanded I give her. And she certainly hadn't today. The whole awful scene replayed in my mind with stark clarity, including the insulting words grandmother and mom had said, and the graceful way Rosabel had taken their criticism. She was classy. She was incredible. Several museum goers passed me on their way toward the large metal structure. I nodded to them, giving my blood a few more minutes to cool before returning to Rosabel. The last thing she needed was to know my mom thought it was okay for me to return to the party without her. It was bad enough that she'd overheard the last phone conversation I'd had with my mother. Breathing fractionally slower, I turned and skimmed the lobby for a sign of her. She'd been by the exit the last time I'd looked. So far, no one was there except for a young couple. I peered toward the reception desk. Aside from the few people purchasing tickets, a beautiful woman with dark brown hair and a stunning black dress was nowhere in sight. Worry pounded against my chest. I marched through the lobby, looking everywhere I could think of. I stopped by the bathrooms, waiting to see if she might step out any minute. At least 10 minutes passed, at which point I asked a few women to step inside and check them for a sign of her for me. Nothing. I'd barge in there myself if that was what it took to find her. Where was she? Panic kicked in. I had runner's lungs. Energy hummed in my bones and made a blender of my insides. My phone buzzed. "Clive, just right outside, sir." A portion of relief made itself known, but like a drop of oil on an ungreased machine head, it made little difference. Me. "Is Rosabel with you?" Heart. Pounding. She had to be with Clive. I couldn't imagine why she'd go out to the car without me, but maybe she had. Clive. "No, sir, I haven't seen her." I swore loudly enough that several women peered in my direction, but I didn't care. In fact, I rounded on them to ask if they'd seen a woman with brown hair and wearing a slimming black dress. They hadn't. They were sorry. "No," I said, "no." Details slid into place like falling blocks, crashing hard and knocking the next one down in its place. Eudora. The pressure I'd felt, the need to defend my feelings for Rosabel to my family, I'd made them public. Was that why she was gone? Had Ulrich taken her? I called Clive and told him she was gone. He stormed into the museum. We alerted security, and together, we searched crystal bridges. I even went back to that infernal party, but she wasn't there. Neither was Eudora. Fear had taken over my brain, whiting out every other thought but this consuming desperation, this all-encompassing need to find her. Had Ulrich taken her? Had he hurt her? Clive talked me into making for the lake house, but I didn't leave right away. Not until the police assured me that they'd do all they could to find her. Not until I saw the security feed showing a man with his face covered by a hoodie and a medical mask lure her outside. He took her. He hauled her like she was livestock. The image was branded into my brain, and it plagued me every few seconds, making me that much more enraged every time. Security couldn't make out the license plate number, nor could they interpret any distinguishing facial features on either man. She'd shouted, she'd fought, but they took her away. That image would haunt me the rest of my life. Clive was right, though. We couldn't do anything else here. So I let him drive me back to the lake house. I called Noah in the meantime. No leads, so I gave him a new assignment. Ditch Wolf Industries. Rosabel was the priority. On the way home, I called Maddox. I didn't care if Clive heard me. I didn't care about anything but finding her. So I spilled it all. I told him everything. My confession of love, my fierce desire to defend her against my family's awful accusations. I'd wanted to vouch for her, to stand by her, and in the process, I'd fed her to the wolves, literally, and he'd taken her. Clive peered at me through the rearview mirror. We pulled up to the house, and I didn't wait. I stormed inside, needing the movement, because it felt like I was accomplishing something when I felt like everything was falling apart around me. And then Pat greeted me, but her face fell when she saw whatever expression was on my face. I nodded toward her and then charged up the stairs to Rosabel's room. Her bed was made. Her suitcase lay open atop it. She'd had everything packed and ready to go, just like we'd planned. I should have taken her. We should have ditched the party and left. The slim black flute case I'd bought for her was nestled in her clothes in the open suitcase. I'd never forget the moment I heard her play. I'd climbed the stairs like a ghost, like a sheep coming to a shepherd's call. I'd been entranced by the sound, by the sight of her graceful body, moving as if it were part of the music wafting from the instrument as she played. She was gone, and it was my fault. I didn't realize I'd said the words aloud until Maddox's reply came through the phone. Your public confession wasn't the reason, he said. Not according to those threats. Whoever did this already knew you loved her. Rosabel had said the same thing. It had been one reason I'd decided to stop hiding my feelings just before I'd defended her to my family. Then why now? Why take her now? Why not wait? I did this to her, Hatter. I put her in danger. I kicked the small garbage can behind her door hard enough it flew across to hit the opposite wall. Take it easy, Maddox said. Don't do anything rash. I'm leaving here in a few minutes, all right? I've talked to Adili. She's coming too. We'll be there for you. We'll find her. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Emotion choked the possibility of words making their way up my throat. I ended the call, and my eyes filled with tears. I did this. I'd turned my back on her for only moments. Moments. I was helpless, powerless, and it was the worst feeling I'd ever experienced. My vision blurred as the tears fell, and a hand touched my shoulder. Through blurry eyes, I saw Nicole and Pat standing in front of me with their arms around each other's shoulders. Clive told us, Pat said. She was a good one, sir, Nicole added. I'm going to find her, I said. Of course you will. If anyone can, it's you. After a brief pause, she said, You know, our uncle works for the CIA. My eyes flashed to her. Give me his number, please, I added, remembering Rosabel. She wouldn't want me to bark orders even now. I'll ask him if I can, she said. We'll see what we can do. Never mind, I said, rethinking things. The CIA was a good start. The Bieros and I hadn't gone that route yet. But I didn't need her to jeopardize her relationship with her uncle. It's okay. I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position. These women had taken care of me for years, ever since I'd left Chicago. Why would I expect now to be different? They were still caring for me, looking out for me like I was their son instead of their boss. Renewed energy surged through me. Even if Nicole and Pat didn't give me an in, I'd buy one. If the CIA wouldn't speak with me, I'd offer to fund whatever their biggest project was. I'd contact politicians, news outlets, and every media outlet I could think of. I'd give them whatever dollar number I'd have to, even if it bled me dry. You'll fight this, Pat said. You'll fight for her. We've seen you in action before, Nicole said. It's what you do best. I couldn't be more grateful for these women who had faith in me. It was why I'd connected with them in the first place. They'd helped me in unexpected ways before, but never like this. Maybe because I'd never felt this hopeless, not even when grandfather had died. I soaked in their confidence in me. They were right. I was a fighter. Whether it was on the ground or hand to hand, I'd give this face-off everything I had. I'd find her, and then I'd make a new pact with Ulrich, one where he couldn't manipulate the terms because he'd be too dead to do so. It was as simple as that. I got a text from Hawk a short while later, saying that he and Ella were coming too. River added his support next, and then Adrian. I was emboldened by their support and completely heartened. Actually, it was a good thing my friends were coming. I didn't want to end up in jail, right along with the loser, who seemed hell-bent on destroying all our lives. So, no, I wouldn't kill him. But my friends were coming to Eureka Springs. We were stronger together than we were apart. I was going to find Rosabel, and then Ulrich was going to pay for thinking he could touch her.
Chapter 35. Rosabel. I didn't know where I was. My head was swimming and a dizzy ache thrummed at the base of my skull. I reached my hand to the back of my head, unsure of what I'd find. It will wear off soon. Glad you're finally coming to. The voice was vaguely familiar. Eudora? I was lying on a couch of some kind and blinked at the bleary face hovering over me. If I can recover, you can, she said. What do you mean, recover? Recover from what? I attempted to sit up, but my head spun all over again. Wincing, I sank back down again. Her gray hair hung around her shoulders. She wore a simple pair of blue pants and a button-up shirt covered in flowers. She sat in a wooden chair positioned beside the couch. What's the last thing you remember? She asked. Vaguely, thoughts returned. Memories blurred into being. Duncan's grandma's party. Duncan defending me, looking smoking hot, being approached by a man wearing a hoodie. A man with startling green eyes. He took me, I said. Pockets of fear erupted within me. He took me. I grew frantic. I darted to my feet and made for the door. The knob wouldn't give. I wrenched it. I pounded my fists against the orangey wood. Open the door, I shouted. Let me out. They won't listen. I'd almost forgotten about my companion. Breathless, I whirled to face Eudora while a new realization swept over me. She'd said something about recovering. Had whoever taken me taken her, too? She sat, looking unfazed, in the same wooden chair she'd been in before. I took in more of the room this time. The wooden paneling near the window, which was blocked. Where's Duncan? I asked. He's not here, she said. He probably doesn't know where you are. And where am I? The painted lady. I scanned the room once more. You're kidding. Did that mean Eudora was a prisoner here? Why had she acted like she owned the house? Don't you own it? I do, she said. But I've donated it to the cause. Her tone was derisive as she said this. I couldn't read her. Was she here of her own free will? What does that mean? I'm here because Ulrich wants my help. Ulrich. I said the name with disgust and folded my arms. What did she mean she was helping him? What did he want help with? I was taken against my will, I said, patting my hips in this black dress with a similar regret that I hadn't brought my phone to the party. Then again, even if I'd had it, Ulrich would probably have taken it when I'd been knocked out. Were you? Eudora didn't answer before footsteps pounded from somewhere beyond the door. Then the sound of a key in the lock clicked, and a man stalked inside. His brown hair was graying at the temples, and he was handsome and lanky. But the instant our eyes met, I choked on a breath. You, I said, recognizing his green eyes. Hello, Rosabel. I came to see if you were awake. Like I was here for a friendly visit. Like I was here to chat. Let me go, you can't take people. My fear and frustration charged, bubbling like a volcano ready to burst. I peered beyond him toward the door. The open door. Bemused, he peered behind. Oh, my bad. He turned his back to me, and I heard Duncan in my head. Don't go down without a fight. I wouldn't. I didn't. I bolted. My blood raced, my energy surged. I dashed for the door, ready to shove him aside and dart through it, only for Ulrich to turn, to painfully shove me so hard I lost my footing and hit the ground. I don't think so, he said lazily. It took him only a few steps to reach the door, only a gesture to close it, and the sound of its slam was so loud, so final. It was a challenge. I pushed up from the floor and fury flooded me. I charged at him this time. He couldn't do this. I wasn't going to just go quietly. I smashed my hands over his face. Ulrich grunted and grabbed my wrists, and then somehow he had the advantage. He whirled me around, twisting my arm back so it angled up and screamed at me in pain. Your lover isn't the only one who studied martial arts, he said, sounding winded and bored. Like dealing with me was nothing at all. Fear stole my heart. Yeah, he said in my ear. I don't want to hurt you, Rosabel. Not when you're so valuable to me. I need your help. But coercion isn't beneath me. He lifted my arm, twisting it higher and elevating the screaming pain in my shoulder. Eudora had turned away from us. She covered her face with her hands. The door was closed. I wasn't sure anyone else was in this house, if that was really where we were. Tears stung my eyes. Let me go, I said again. Gradually, he lowered my arm. Can you at least hear me out? He said as though he hadn't just attacked me. I slammed my eyes closed. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say, but I didn't have much other choice. I let my business idle, he said, lowering his disgusting hands and stepping away from me. My shoulder throbbed. I glared at him, then at Eudora, who still had her face covered, as if by looking away it wasn't really happening. But now it's time to step things up, Ulrich said. I need an assistant, and I hear you're a pretty good one. You can't be serious. I can help your dad. I can offer you more than he ever could. By he, I didn't think he meant my dad. He was talking about Duncan. I'd never do that. I don't take no for an answer. You will work for me. I have friends in the hospital industry. Just ask Adili and Ella. How did I get into the hospital and back out again with their grandma? I've got connections, sweetheart. It's how I cracked the system. It's how I broke out. Nothing can hold me. Nothing can stop me. I'm hiding in plain sight. I'll get out, I said. I'll tell everyone I can. Ulrich stared at me. His lips pinched together, showing the first hint of emotion since he'd entered the room. It would be a shame if one of your father's in-home nurses let something slip into his drink. I gasped. How did he know about Dad? You wouldn't. Stacy has been such a helpful asset to my company, he said, staring at his hands. Horror struck my heart. Sarah had told me about the new nurse. I'd had a bad feeling about her, but I'd neglected to get the update from Sarah to make sure she thought Stacy was trustworthy. I'd been stupid and preoccupied with Duncan and his plight. Dad, I muttered. That's right. You'll handle my business transactions from here on out, and you'll help me retain the incognito status I currently hold. I couldn't comprehend this. I failed to grasp anything other than the questions flailing inside of me. Why are you doing this? I asked. My voice was a tremble, a flurry, not strong enough to hold its own. I have my reasons. There are no trails, no evidence. Nothing can lead Duncan to you unless I say so. Fear struck my heart. Once more, I glanced at Eudora. She'd lowered her hands now, but she still wouldn't look in our direction. Was she in on this? Or was she a prisoner like me? You're now under the employ of Wolf Industries, Rosabel asked her. Your father will be in my care unless you make a wrong move. I have pawns all across the game board. They're easy to move, Rosabel. So easy. You can't do this. But from Ulrich's smug expression as he rose and strolled to the door, I could tell. He could do this. He was doing this. And he had me right where he wanted me. My only hope was to get a hold of Duncan, but I wasn't sure how. I didn't know what to do, and something told me I didn't have long to figure it out.
Hey, what's up? This is Caitlin Meadows. I just wanted to hop on and say thank you so much for listening to Rosabel and the Billionaire Beast. And also, I hope you love the story, and I really hope you'll forgive me for that ending. I know it's kind of a clincher to leave it there, but really there was no other way to end Rosabel's story once you read Hazel's. Hear Hazel's, actually. So I hope you'll stick around for Hazel and her billionaire tower and see how things resolve with the pact, and also if they are able to rescue Rosabel or not. I just love how fierce Duncan's feelings for her are. These two are just fire together. I love them so much. So if you love this audiobook, please let me know in the comments. Please hit that like button and make sure you're subscribed to my channel so you don't miss the next audiobook coming out. Thanks so much.
This has been Rosabel and the Billionaire Beast, a fairy tale romance, Once Upon a Billionaire Book 4, by Caitlin Meadows. Copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson.